Chapter 1302. Looking at Gun Yinji's cold expression, Kai Xingnan smiled and thought that perhaps her first shot in the country would be to pull Gun Yinji off her high horse. Her attitude became more dignified and amiable, and her voice changed from loud and powerful to gentle and calm, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Miss Gu, I've said everything I need to say. It's fate that we met here today. We're all people who understand the law, so we definitely understand that many things can be settled out of court. There's no need to go to court. How ugly would that be? We're not kindergarten children. Do we have to be so indiscriminate about everything? Don't you think so? Kai Shengnan spoke to Gun Yinji in a conciliatory tone. Indeed, lawyers serve their clients, and they didn't have to go to court to represent their clients. Settling all kinds of legal disputes for the clients and preventing things from getting out of hand, so as to avoid going to court in the end, was the most powerful ability of a lawyer. What do you mean? I don't understand, Gun Yinji said calmly. Her tone was flat. It's very simple. Didn't your university professor teach you? Many cases are actually decided before they go to court. Kai Shengnan looked at her with a smile. Not many lawyers win cases by arguing in court. Really? Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. I did just graduate, and I haven't fought many cases. But unfortunately, I won all my cases by arguing in court. That's a pity. If you think that way, it only means that you're too childish. Also, Major General Huo protects you too well. Do you understand the principle of leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade? Do you really think that you won the cases in the past because of your ability? Ha ha! Kai Shengnan finally showed a disdainful expression and tone, indicating that she looked down on Gun Yinji's ability. She still thought that her achievements were either because of Hui Xiaoheng or He Zhichu. She wasn't the only one who thought this way, and Gun Yinji couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Anyway, everything she said now was useless. When the time came, they would know who was better in court. However, Gun Yinji also heard something unusual in Kai Xingnan's words. It seemed like this person was determined to tie Song Jinning's case to Hui Xiaoheng. Therefore, it was exactly as she had predicted. Regardless of whether they had used Hui Xiaoheng's power or not, these people were going to label them as bullies. Unfortunately, it was understandable for others to say that, but Kai Shengnan was in no position to say that. When she slapped someone's face, didn't she look at where she was standing? So that's what Miss Kai thinks. I've learned a lot. Gun Yinji wasn't angry at all. She followed Kai Xingnan's logic and asked, so Ms. Kai's achievements in the United States were also because of your father's abilities and status. No wonder Ms. Kai's legal literacy is so poor that she can even ignore the basic legal facts and lie through her teeth. Did you really go to law school? Or did American law schools lower their admission standards and graduation standards to release unqualified people like you to harm society? You, Kai Shengnan was furious and pointed at Gun Yinji. How can you slander me? I've worked so hard for so many years, and now you're just going to erase it. Where's your evidence? You're slandering my professional ability and academic achievements, and humiliating my character. If you don't show me the evidence, I'm going to sue you for slander. Same here. Gun Yinji didn't back down. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Kai Shengnan coldly. Just now, you slander my professional ability and academic achievements. In your words, where's the evidence? If you don't show me the evidence, I'm going to sue you for slander. She was using Kai Xingnan's own spear to poke at her own shield. Kai Xingnan's face gradually turned red from the provocation. Her chest rose and fell unsteadily, and even her hands were clenched tightly. Gun Yinji provoked her further. You can't show me the evidence? You're the only one allowed to judge others for being unprofessional and others saying that you're slandering them? Your double standards are really the essence of the United States. You're so good at it. As the two of them stood at the door of the private room arguing, Luo Jialan, who was sitting with her back facing them, finally turned around. She immediately saw Kai Shengnan and a woman standing face to face. They seemed to be talking, and that woman was actually Gun Yinji. Luo Jialan's heart tightened. Kai Shengnan hadn't signed an agent contract with her yet. If Gun Yinji ruined it, where would she find such a powerful lawyer to represent her? Luo Jialan had experienced Gu Nianji's abilities during Bai Jini's case, so she didn't dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This soft and cute little girl, who wasn't even 20 years old, was like a dog that didn't bark. When she bit someone, it was fatal. Luo Jialan hurriedly got up and came at Kai Xingnan's side. She glanced at Gu Nianji and snorted softly. So Miss Gu is also eating here. Our Hua family's reputation is good, isn't it? No wonder you can't bear to let go, even if it will hinder Xiaoheng's future. She pulled Kai Xingnan's arm again. Miss Kai, the dishes are starting to be served. Shall we go back to eat? There's nothing to say to her. Luo Jialan had always acted superior in front of Gu Nianji. From the first time Gu Nianji went to the Hua family's mansion, from the time Luo Jialan was still Hua Jialan, she had never taken Gu Nianji seriously. Gu Nianji was a little orphan girl who did everything she could to get into the Hua family's lap. This impression was deeply ingrained in her. Moreover, because Gu Nianji refused to back down, she didn't even give her the chance to get a marriage certificate with Hua Xiaoheng. She completely shattered Luo Jialan's beautiful dreams and plans, so she hated Gu Nianji to the core. Gu Nianji saw that Luo Jialan had taken the initiative to attack her, so she didn't stand on ceremony. Haha, our Hua family? Miss Luo's surname is Luo, right? What does it have to do with the Hua family? You're the one who's really giving the Hua family face by coming here to eat, right? No wonder you can't bear to let go and even ask to get a marriage certificate with my fiancé. Miss Luo, do you know that a fake marriage is illegal? You were sent by the enemy to ruin my fiancé, weren't you? Gu Nianji could tell that both women had feelings for Hua Xiaoheng, so she couldn't help calling him fiancé in front of them to provoke them. She had to puncture their unrealistic fantasies so that they wouldn't continue to disgust her in the future. Luo Jialan didn't expect Gu Nianji to know about this as well. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. She couldn't maintain the arrogant expression on her face and instinctively retorted, "Nonsense! You were the one who didn't get the approval of the Hua family, so you took it out on me. Aren't you suing me because I'm in your way? Are you worried that you won't be able to marry into the Hua family smoothly?" Kai Xingnan raised an eyebrow and immediately said, "I see. Miss Gu, it's not kind of you to file a lawsuit against Miss Luo for your own personal gain. It's against the rules of a lawyer, isn't it? I can file a complaint against you. Doesn't she know why I filed a lawsuit against Luo Jialan?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes. "Besides, what right do you have to say that about me? Are you Luo Jialan's lawyer, or are you her accomplice?" "Of course I'm her lawyer," Kai Xingnan blurted out. "I'm speaking for my client. Do you have any objections?" Luo Jialan was surprised and delighted. She had been thinking about how to convince Kai Xingnan to be her lawyer and was afraid that Gu Nianji would ruin it. After all, with Kai Xingnan's ability and status, it wouldn't be easy to convince her with money alone. Today, she had specially set aside a day to talk to her in detail just for this matter. She didn't expect Kai Xingnan to agree as soon as Gu Nianji spoke. Luo Jialan immediately seized the opportunity. "That's right. Lawyer Kai is my lawyer. Miss Gu, what she says is what I say." "Okay." Gu Nianji flicked her fingernails as casually as if she was flicking off a speck of dust. "Then you'd better pray that Luo Jialan tells you all the facts. You know, if the client hides the truth from you, you won't be able to win the lawsuit." As she spoke, Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan, whose eyes were sparkling. "Right. Miss Luo, it's useless for you to portray yourself as an innocent white lotus in front of your lawyer. It will mislead her and make her have illusory optimism and abnormal legal judgment. It won't be good for the lawsuit." Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly had a headache. She couldn't tell Kai Xingnan everything because she didn't trust anyone. It was precisely because Gu Nianji knew what she had done in the past that she concluded that a person who didn't even trust her own mother couldn't be expected to confide in a lawyer. Kai Xingnan laughed. "Miss Gu, it seems that you really don't understand me, nor do you understand how the law works. As far as I'm concerned, I don't need my client to tell me the truth about everything. I just need her to tell me if she's innocent or not. As long as she tells me that she's innocent, our lawyer should do the rest." Then she added, Otherwise, do you think it's that easy to be a famous lawyer? That's how good and bad lawyers are, not by digging out the truth from their clients. The truth is a matter for the court, and it's up to the judge and jury to decide. We're only responsible for telling the truth on our side. Understood. It turns out that Lawyer Kai's lawsuit is all fabricating facts. All right, I'll see you in court. I'll see how perfect your fabrications are, and if they can withstand my questioning. Gun Yinji didn't want to talk to them anymore, so she turned around and was about to go in. Kai Shengnan looked at the beautiful room and bit her lip. She said unwillingly, "Miss Gu, let me warn you, it's indeed very satisfying to use someone else's privilege to do your own thing. But you have to bear the consequences yourself." Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks and turned around. She frowned slightly and said in confusion, "What did I do to anger the heavens? Why did I make you mention privilege over and over again?" Still pretending? Kai Shengnan pouted at the private room. "Didn't you use your privilege to cut in line before us and get this private room?" Gun Yinji was silent. So that was the root of it. The two of them were unhappy that they had used this private room. They had just used a private room to have a meal, and they could talk about privilege. How low was the threshold for privilege? Gun Yinji raised her eyes and looked at Kai Shengnan and Luo Jiaolan. She said lightly, "You need a membership card to eat here. Do both of you have membership cards here?" She wouldn't answer Kai Shengnan's question directly. At this time, she could only get more information by faking it. As expected, Kai Shengnan said proudly, "Of course, do you think we're like you? You want to use someone else's privilege to show off here. Miss Luo and I both have membership cards here." Kai Shengnan was Kai Songyin's niece, so Gun Yinji wasn't surprised that she had a membership card here. However, Luo Jiaolan had a membership card here because of the Hua family's reputation, right? Gun Yinji looked at Luo Jiaolan and asked with a puzzled expression, "Miss Luo also has a membership card here? Didn't you leave the Hua family? Why didn't you return her membership card?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1292, Self-Contradiction. Today was Monday, and I forgot the recommendation ticket list. It was still late at night. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the first update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of Momo Moshi. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1303. Luo Jiaolan looked at Gun Yinji in amusement. "You're so funny. I have a membership card. I applied for it myself. What does it have to do with the whole family?" As she spoke, she looked at Kai Shengnan. "Miss Kai, do you understand what I'm saying now? Some people just can't bear to let go. They want to join the whole family no matter what." Gun Yinji curled her lips. "Miss Luo, you applied for it openly? As far as I know, if you didn't get the membership through connections, but applied for it yourself, then you must own a house here. Do you have a villa in the West Mountain?" That goes without saying. Luo Jiaolan looked like a virtuous lady and looked Gun Yinji up and down. "Miss Gu, you have to thank Xiaoheng for your status and enjoyment today. If not for our Xiaoheng..." "Shut up. You have a villa in the West Hills. Isn't it the Hua family's money? You already have nothing to do with the Hua family, yet you still have the cheek to take their money to buy yourself a house." Gun Yinji was finally forced to break down by Luo Jiaolan's, "Our Xiaoheng." Her face darkened. "How can you say the name Xiaoheng? What our Xiaoheng are you talking about? Wake up. You're no longer related to the Hua family. You're not Uncle Hua's adopted daughter, nor are you a relative of the Hua family. If you keep talking about Hua Xiao like that, I won't be polite anymore." Luo Jiaolan was even happier when she saw Gun Yinji's change in expression. She laughed hysterically. "Xiaoheng and I grew up under the same roof, and we've been on good terms since we were young. I advise you to keep a low profile. Don't think that just because you're engaged, everything will be fine and you can climb up the tree branch to become a phoenix." Luo Jiaolan humiliated Gun Yinji like this, so Gun Yinji didn't want to give her any more face. After all, face could only be given to those who were willing to accept it. For those who were shameless, even if you gave them face, they would still think that you were a busybody. Gun Yinji crossed her arms and coughed lightly. She deliberately put on a pitiful expression and said lightly, "Miss Luo, delusions are an illness. They have to be treated. Are you saying I'm sick? Why can't you face reality? Is it hard to admit that you're unwilling to let go because of the whole family's power? Luo Jialan had been aggrieved for a long time. Today, she could finally slap Gu Nianji in the face. It felt so good. She didn't want to give up this opportunity. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. If you're sick, go see a doctor. There's no use telling me. Besides, what's wrong with growing up under the same roof as Huo Xiao? You are cousins. Isn't it normal for you to grow up under the same roof? If this can be used as evidence of your delusions, I think you should really see a psychiatrist. Your mentality is not only twisted, but also abnormal. You said I'm a pervert. Luo Jialan's elation didn't last long. Like a balloon, it was punctured by Gu Nianji. She was so angry that her face turned purple. You're just jealous of my good relationship with Xiaoheng. TSK, TSK. Gu Nianji shook her head. I wanted to save you some face, but it looks like I was overthinking it. You don't even care about your face, so why should I save you face? Luo Jialan was a little flustered. She said fiercely, don't try to continue humiliating me. There are surveillance cameras here. I won't humiliate you. I'll tell you the truth. Gu Nianji spread her hands. You said that you're not related to Huo Xiao by blood, but before you knew that you and Huo Xiao weren't biological cousins, you had been coveting him for a long time. You have such dirty thoughts, and you still say that you're not a pervert? I'm not, and I already knew that I'm not related to him by blood. Luo Jialan growled. Don't try to put your dirty thoughts on me. Oh, you already knew? Then you have even more unfathomable intentions. You know that you have nothing to do with the Huo family, but you're the only daughter of the Huo family's eldest son. You're the Huo family's housekeeper, and you even mistreated the Huo family's real mistress, Ms. Song. I think you're not only mentally twisted and perverted, but also morally corrupt and vicious. Gu Nianji's face darkened. Also, you know that you're not Uncle Huo's biological daughter, but you still seized his trust fund and lived a luxurious life with other people's money. Look at you. You're nothing without the Huo family, and you still have the face to say that I'm just trying to get into the Huo family. I think every word you say is from the bottom of your heart. You can completely empathize with me. Luo Jialan took 2 steps back, flustered by Gu Nianji's words. You, don't talk nonsense. Although I'm not my father's biological daughter, my mother and my father are truly husband and wife. I'm my father's legal daughter, and I'll inherit all of his inheritance. Miss Gu, you're a lawyer. You know better than I do, right? Will you inherit all of it? Gu Nianji curled her lips and said slyly, I won't entertain you with this question. As a lawyer, you have to pay to talk to me. Even if you want to be slapped in the face by me, you have to line up and pay according to the rules. With that, she closed the door of the private room. Luo Jialan stared at the closed door in front of them with her mouth agape. She pointed at the door and said, she gave up just because she couldn't win against me? So that's all there is to Gu Nianji. I thought she was amazing, but she actually closed the door because she couldn't win against us. Kai Shengnan had been standing by the side without saying a word. At this moment, her heart skipped a beat. She raised her eyebrows and looked Luo Jialan up and down. You've liked Major General Hua since you were young? Isn't he your cousin? I don't like Xiaoheng. Besides, he's not my biological cousin. Luo Jialan was getting impatient. How many times have I told you? I'm not related to him by blood, and I've also changed my surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration. You knew that Major General Hua wasn't your cousin from the beginning. Kai Shengnan frowned. Gu Nianji just said that you wanted to fake marry Major General Hua. What's going on? Luo Jialan said nonchalantly. It wasn't me who suggested it. It was my grandfather Hua. He didn't want Gu Nianji to marry into the Hua family. So he suggested that Xiaoheng and I get a marriage certificate and stop Gu Nianji from marrying into the family. I was kind enough to persuade Gu Nianji to accept this condition. Anyway, I'm not really getting married. I'm just acting as a cover for her. It doesn't matter if Xiaoheng continues to be with Gu Nianji. I just want the old man to be happy in his old age. I see. Then your sacrifice is quite big. Kai Shengnan said sarcastically. How could she think of getting a fake marriage with Hua Xiaoheng? Luo Jialan smiled, as if she didn't hear the sarcasm in Kai Xingnan's words. She said lightly, "That's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask grandfather Hua yourself." She was sure that Kai Shangnan wouldn't be able to come into contact with grandfather Hua. And even if Kai Shangnan asked, grandfather Hua, who had always been very chauvinistic, would definitely take responsibility for this matter and wouldn't say that Luo Jialan had suggested it. Was it really grandfather Hua who suggested it? Then this old man is quite imaginative. Kai Shengnan smiled and turned back to the window with Luo Jialan. She said, "Since I'm going to be your lawyer, let's sign the contract first. I'll make it clear in advance that my fee is very expensive. It's $1,000 per hour and $1,000,000 in advance. If you agree, I'll have my secretary send you the contract right away." "Sure, send it to me and I'll sign it right away," Luo Jialan said readily. "I don't have the contract with me. My secretary will contact you to sign it and then tell you what to do next." Kai Shengnan smiled as she sent an email to her secretary stating the amount of the advance payment. Considering that she was going to fight Gu Ningyi head-on this time, Kai Shengnan suggested that the advance payment be increased to $1,000,000, with any overpayment to be refunded. She raised the price because she was worried that Luo Jialan's money would be recovered by the Hua family. So, she had to get her hands on the money first. The two of them discussed the details and started lunch. At that moment, He Zichu returned to his private room. As soon as he entered, he said to Gu Ningyi, who was playing with her phone, "Ningyi, the situation in Japan has changed. What's wrong?" Gu Ningyi looked up in surprise. "Isn't today the day the final verdict will be announced?" "Yes, but Smith just called me in Japan and said that the presiding judge suddenly died this morning. The case has been transferred to another judge and the verdict will be postponed." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1293, Words from the Heart. The first update of 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of Momo Moshi had rewarded in August had arrived. Today was Monday, and she had forgotten the recommendation ticket list. At 8 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Ding Yujin for the 10,000 views that you rewarded yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1304. The presiding judge died suddenly? Gu Ningyi's heart sank. Isn't this Angel in the World Foundation a little too powerful? You should be mentally prepared. He Zichu sat down with an indifferent expression. Don't forget what kind of research they're doing. This kind of research had been strongly supported by the Japanese imperial government and the military decades ago. Gu Ningyi frowned. But we're using lawyers from big American law firms. Would they dare to say no to the American government? If it's a big deal, they'll dare to say no to anyone. He Zichu tapped his fingers on the dining table. All right, don't think too much about it. All they can do is stall for a little more time. Then why are they stalling for time? Are they trying to transfer their assets? Gu Ningyi's expression was cold and murderous. He Zichu was amused by her little expression. He smiled slightly and was still very calm. He pushed Guan Yin in front of Gu Ningyi. Don't worry, they won't be transferred that easily. I'm inclined to think that they still want to struggle on their deathbed. As for transferring their assets, they'll have to spit it out wherever they go. Gu Ningyi thought about it. Modern society was highly networked, and it was actually easier to track down the flow of funds than in the previous cash society, so she wasn't worried anymore. The two of them had lunch there. When they went out, they ran into Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan in the parking lot again. The two of them were walking to their cars. When they saw He Zichu and Gu Ningyi walking over together, they stopped in their tracks and watched them approach with smiles. Gu Ningyi had wanted to pretend that she didn't know them, but they didn't think so. Lawyer He, Miss Gu, I didn't expect to meet you again. Luo Jialan greeted them with a beaming face. Miss Gu, your market is really good. First, you have our Xiaoheng at your beck and call, and now you have lawyer He's devoted protection. You're really lucky with women. Gu Ningyi was about to throw up when she said our Xiaoheng to Luo Jialan, but she also understood that if she went berserk again, it would only satisfy Luo Jialan's perverted mentality. So she walked past him expressionlessly and didn't respond to a single word. She had said everything she needed to say at the restaurant. If she continued, Luo Jialan would really have to pay her consultation fee. Hijichu glanced at Luo Jialan coldly. His eyes were cold and devoid of any warmth. Luo Jialan caught a glimpse of Hijichu's expression from the corner of her eye, and her heart turned cold. She instinctively took a step back and forced herself to say, "But don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, especially Xiaoying. I won't say a word." Hijichu stood in front of her and looked at her carefully. He said coldly, "It's better to be lucky with women than to not have a man." Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat, but she immediately reacted. She smiled and said, "So, lawyer, he admits that you have feelings for Gunyinji? TSK, that's not good. She's clearly engaged, yet she's still walking around with another man. Luo Jialan, right? You're probably living in the era 200 years ago, when a woman would be drowned in a pig's cage for having a meal with a man outside." Hijichu said nonchalantly as he took out a recording pen from his pocket. "I've already recorded everything you said just now. It's up to you whether you want to hand it over to the court as evidence, or use it as proof that you haven't given up on He Xiaoying." What kind of person was this? His casual words were being recorded. Luo Jialan's face turned pale with fright. She clenched her fists tightly and said in a trembling voice, "When did I not give up on Major General Hua? Oh no, when did I have feelings for Major General Hua? Don't slander me and ruin my reputation." "You didn't? If you didn't, then why do you keep saying our Xiaoheng? What's your relationship with He Xiaoheng that makes you address him so intimately?" Hijichu was still holding the recording pen and continued to record. Kai Xingnan's eyes flashed. She wanted to say something, but she kept her mouth shut. I'm his relative, his cousin. Why can't I use that title?" Luo Jialan was furious, but she was still struggling at death's door. "Cousin? What's your surname?" Hijichu looked Luo Jialan up and down, the disdain in his eyes undisguised. "You gave up everything in the whole family. It's too late to regret it now." "I didn't." Luo Jialan's entire body was trembling. Was this what she wanted? If she couldn't marry He Xiaoheng, she would have to face the fate of being sued. Look at her now. Gunyinji was eyeing her covetously. But if her surname was still Hua, and she was in the Hua family's household register, how could she marry He Xiaoheng? Therefore, she cut off all means of retreat and resolutely changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household register. All she had to do was wait for grandfather Hua's order, and she would get her marriage certificate with He Xiaoheng. It was all her fault. It was all because of this orphan girl who had come out of nowhere and ruined her plans. Hijichu sneered and said, "You didn't give up everything in the Hua family? Or you didn't regret giving up everything in the Hua family?" Luo Jialan choked. She realized that no matter what she said, she seemed to have fallen into Hijichu's trap. However, Hijichu had no intention of letting her go. "Tell me, you didn't give up everything in the Hua family? Then you changed your surname and moved out of the Hua family's household register. It's all fake?" Gunyinji was surprised. "It's all fake? If you didn't change your surname and move out of the Hua family, then why are you talking about getting married? Do you think the military's background check is just for show and can't find out that you're faking it?" "I'm not faking it." Luo Jialan was finally forced into a corner by Hijichu and Gunyinji. She had no choice but to clarify herself. "What I'm saying is that I don't regret giving up everything in the Hua family. I have nothing to do with the Hua family." "All right then, I hope you'll keep your word and return what belongs to the Hua family to them." Hijichu put away the recording pen and got into the military jeep with Gunyinji. Gunyinji smiled as she drove the military jeep out of the garage of La Huta restaurant. She said, "Professor, he was so impressive just now. I didn't expect you to use a recording pen." Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. "I sent this recording to Major General Hua." Gunyinji, in the office building of the Special Operations Forces, He Xiaoheng held a meeting for 2 days and finally settled everything for the trip to Russia. When he received Hijichu's message and heard the recording, He Xiaoheng's face was expressionless. However, The pen in his hand was broken in half with a snap. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the broken pen into the trash can in the corner. Hua Xiaoheng dialed Gun Yinji's number. Major General Hua, is that you? Are you done? Gun Yinji's surprised voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. Where are you? I'll pick you up. No need, I'll drive back soon. Gun Yinji looked at her watch. I'll take Professor He home first. Gun Yinji almost said that He Jichu had to renovate the kitchen because of egg fried rice, but she held back when she saw He Jichu's uncomfortable expression. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Then I'll wait for you. Gun Yinji smiled and said gently, Okay. Gun Yinji didn't get out of the car after sending He Jichu all the way back to his villa on the mountainside. She said to He Jichu, Professor He, I'll take you here. When I go back and sort out the information, I'll send you the first version of the indictment. He Jichu grunted and took out a key card and a set of keys from his pocket. He stuffed them into Gun Yinji's hand and said uncomfortably, This is also your home. Come visit often when you're free. Gun Yinji. She smiled sheepishly and declined. No need, Professor He, but I'll definitely visit you often in the future. Take it and be good. He Jichu was very insistent. This is part of the dowry I prepared for you. When you hold your wedding in the future, you can get married here. With that, he pushed open the car door and quickly went into the house. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1294, Clear Yourself. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1305. Gun Yinji held the key card and a bunch of keys. It was like fire was burning her palm. Without another word, she opened the door and got out of the car, chasing after them. Professor He! Professor He! He Jichu heard her scream, but didn't stop. He ran to the front door of his villa without stopping. The 500-meter walk was neither too long nor too short. He Jichu arrived at his own door first. He took out his key card and swiped open the cherrywood door. He then entered the house and slammed the door. He leaned against the door, raised his head, and took a deep breath. He looked at the empty hall in front of him and the crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. The sparkling and translucent crystal reflected in his moist black pupils, flashing like a sky full of stars falling into his eyes. Gun Yinji was already at the door. She banged on it and yelled, Professor He! Open the door. Professor He, you can't do this. Casually tossing her a key card and a bunch of keys, how was she going to explain herself when she got back? Gun Yinji banged on the door for a long time, but He Jichu didn't open it. She didn't care anymore and spoke into the intercom at the door. Professor He, I'm opening the door. He Jichu, damn it. He had forgotten about that. He Jichu turned to open the door. Gun Yinji happened to be holding up the key card and was about to swipe it on the sensor at the door. The cherrywood door suddenly opened, and Gun Yinji took the opportunity to hand the door card to He Jichu. She said solemnly, Professor He, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this gift. It was too expensive. It had already exceeded the scope of ordinary gifts. Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, so she had no qualms about using the things he gave her. She had no qualms about using them, but it wasn't the same for others. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng had always taught her that if she needed anything, she could just ask him. She was not allowed to ask for anything from others, nor was she allowed to accept anything that exceeded a certain value from others. He Jichu's eyes dimmed. He didn't take the door card and key. Instead, he said dryly, Must you be so clear with me? Professor He, I'm already very satisfied that you accepted me as a graduate student and helped me with my studies and career. But I really can't accept this. You can't take it? What are you going to do about your wedding? Marry out of Hua Xiaoheng's family? You're not embarrassed to get married, but I'm embarrassed to watch you get married. He Jichu said expressionlessly. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes retracted their sharpness, and the expression in his eyes was inexplicably deep. Gun Yinji quickly said, I have my own house. It's on the 4th Ring Road, near B University. Professor, he has been there before. Your apartment is just a utility room. If I were to marry from there, where would I put my face? I don't believe that Hua Xiaoheng won't prepare another place for you to get married. He Jichu was a little angry. Hua Xiaoheng used to be your guardian. so it's understandable that you lived and ate his food. But now that you're an adult and want to get married and have a wedding, you still have the nerve to ask Hua Xiaoheng to pay for your dowry. Gu Nianji was flabbergasted. A two-bedroom, one living room apartment of more than 100 square meters had been called a utility room. If her house had a spirit, it would definitely be crying about being looked down upon. Stop fooling around. Keep the key and the card. After your wedding, I'll give you the ownership certificate of this villa. He Jichu patted her head and said reluctantly, let brother he do one last thing for you. After you're officially married, we won't be able to interact like this anymore. He Jichu knew that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng had already received their marriage certificate, but they hadn't held a wedding, so He Jichu wouldn't acknowledge it. Moreover, He Jichu was still brooding over Hua Xiaoheng's method of forcing Gu Nianji to sign. In order to make things difficult for Hua Xiaoheng, he had to spare no effort to get close to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji knew that even if he was her biological brother, she had to keep a certain distance. Not to mention that they weren't even relatives. She was moved to tears by He Jichu. Holding the key and car in her hand, she whimpered, Professor He, don't be so nice to me. I don't deserve it. I'm afraid. He Jichu was originally full of melancholy, but now he was so angry that he laughed. Can't I be nice to you? You're so hard to please. It's not that I can't, but Professor He, you're so nice to me. Even biological siblings are rarely as nice as you are. Gu Nianji wiped her tears. Just tell me the truth. What's your relationship with me? If there's really nothing between us, I definitely can't take this. Gu Nianji was very stubborn this time. All this time, she had never forced He Jichu to reveal what had happened in the past. Even if she had always felt that He Jichu knew about her childhood. But as long as He Jichu didn't want to, she would never force him. He Jichu closed his eyes and thought about what had happened back then. At this point, there was no need to talk about it anymore. But if he didn't say anything, Gu Nianji probably wouldn't accept his gift. Come in. If you want to know, I can tell you. He Jichu stepped aside. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. Holding the key card in one hand and the key in the other, her palms were covered in sweat. She sat down in He Jichu's living room and looked at him silently. He Jichu sat across from her with his legs crossed. He rested one hand on the sofa's armrest and the other on his leg. He stared at Gu Nianji and said slowly, Nianji, do you trust me? Gu Nianji nodded. Of course I do. There are two people in this world that I trust unconditionally. One is Major General Hua, and the other is you, Professor He. Her trust in Hua Xiaoheng was formed from being with him day and night for the past 7 years and being influenced by what she saw and heard. And her trust in He Jichu had been influenced by He Jichu's selfless help in just 2 short years. And the longer she spent with He Jichu, the more she felt like she was meeting him for the first time. It was like returning to an old friend. She didn't know why this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. She only knew that He Jichu was showing signs that he was closely related to her forgotten past. He Jichu was very pleased with Gu Nianji's answer. She was still his Sirius, the little girl who trusted him wholeheartedly, the little girl who could be carried by him in the middle of the night to watch the night epiphyllum bloom. Nianji, if you trust me, then remember what I said. If someone says something different from what I said in the future, I hope you can use your own mind to think about who is telling the truth and who is lying to you. He Jichu pointed to his head with an exceptionally serious expression. Gu Nianji also became serious. She sat up straight and nodded. Please go ahead, Professor He. Our He and Gu families have a deep relationship. My grandfather, He Shouwang, and your grandfather, Gu Haoze, were both survivors of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed against the Huaxia Empire, He Jichu said slowly. Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that her grandfather, Gu Haoze, had mentioned my friend, He Shouwang, in his letter. The enemy leader was furious and tortured and killed my friend, He Shouwang. My friend, He Shouwang's son, He Changjian, followed me to Europe. On the way, he learned of his father's tragic situation. He swore to avenge his father and left quietly. These 2 sentences echoed in Gu Nianji's mind. She covered her mouth and said in surprise, Wait, He Shouwang is your grandfather? Then He Changjian is your father? The man who had called her in the Russian Kremlin that day Was he Jichu's father? He Changjian? He Jichu nodded. Yes, my father is He Changjian. So that's how it is. Gun Yinji was filled with emotion. That made sense. Why did He Jichu seem to know her past so well? It was because the two families were family friends. From grandfather to father, and now to their generation. He Jichu smiled. Now do you understand why I said you were my fiancé? Our father joked that if they had children in the future, and it was a boy and a girl, they would become husband and wife. You also said it was a joke. Gun Yinji blinked and changed the topic. How can you take it seriously? But what happened after that? Do you know where my father went? He Jichu sighed. His eyes flashed, and he reorganized his words. He said slowly, "That's a question I can't answer." 7 years ago, your father's plane crashed, and you were taken away from home. After I found out that you were missing, I started looking for you everywhere. It wasn't until 3 years ago that I finally found out that you were in the Huaxia Empire. In order to come to her side without batting an eyelid, He Jichu had put in a lot of effort and taken a big detour. In the end, he had predicted everything, but he hadn't expected that Gun Yinji wouldn't remember him at all. I tried to awaken your memory, but whenever you tried to recall it, your head would hurt like hell. I later felt that it was fine if you didn't remember the past. People always have to look forward, don't they? He Jichu's expression was still cold and aloof, but his tone was like a spring breeze, warm and genial. Gun Yinji's heart warmed when she heard that. She picked up a tissue from the coffee table in front of her and wiped her tears. Professor He. You can call me Brother He. That's what you always called me when you were young. He Jichu looked at her coolly, his gaze devoid of any warmth. It was as if all the fire and heat had been frozen by him. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. It didn't matter when I was young, but now that I'm so old, I'm getting goosebumps if I keep calling you Brother He. I'll still call you Professor He. It's familiar and intimate. Up to you. He Jichu didn't insist. He leaned forward and smiled. Now, can you accept this gift? Although you're not married to me, with the relationship between our families, I'm more than enough to be part of your family. If you still refuse, not only will you disappoint me, but you'll also disappoint the elders of both families. Since He Jichu had already said this, Gun Yinji would really be unreasonable if she didn't accept it. However, she didn't know how Huo Xiaoheng would react if she accepted such a large sum of money just like that. Gun Yinji really had a headache. She focused her eyes and thought about it. I still have to discuss this with Huo Xiao. Professor He, can I give you an answer after I've discussed it with Huo Xiao? Look, girls are really extroverted. You haven't even married him yet, but you're already siding with him. Are you stupid? This is my dowry for you. It's a private property that I've specially given you. It's not a joint property with Huo Xiaoheng. If you hadn't gotten your marriage certificate a long time ago, I would have asked you to notarize it as a prenuptial property. He Jichu lowered his eyes and smiled mockingly. Although Huo Xiaoheng might not be interested in this small amount of money, others might not. Everyone thinks you're an orphan girl without a family to rely on. Don't you want to slap those people in the face? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1295, I'm Your Reliance. The monthly votes should reach 1,500 today, so add updates in advance. So is still the third update. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes would increase to 1,500, and the third update would be at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1306. He Jichu's suggestion was very tempting, and it just so happened that she had argued with Luo Jialan today, so it was impossible for Gun Yinji not to have any thoughts. She hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, Professor He, is it really that important to have a family or not? Although I don't have parents for the time being, I work hard and achieve good results. I won't embarrass Major General Hua, and I can help him when necessary. Why do they just look down on me? How should I put it, Yinji? I don't want to lie to you, but at a certain level, it won't work for a person to fight alone. That's why you need the help of a family, and even marriage to strengthen yourself. He Jichu seemed to know a lot about this, but you don't have to be discouraged. He Jichu smiled lightly. When a man's strength reaches a certain level, he'll be able to fight a whole class on his own. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't sound reliable. Professor, he is wise. That's what I think. Actually, there are pros and cons to this kind of thing. A girl from a family might be a help, but it might also be a hindrance. I don't have a family, so I don't have a strong foundation. But as long as I control myself, I definitely won't cause Major General Hua any trouble. Hijichu stared at Gun Yinji and thought about it silently for a while. He nodded. It's good that you can think it through. Anyway, it's not like you don't have a family now. I'm your family. If anyone looks down on you in the future, I'll teach them a lesson. That's not necessary. Gun Yinji smiled. I can take care of it myself. But thank you, Professor He. I'm very happy to hear you say that. This was the first time she had expressed her joy at Hijichu's help. She didn't reject him like before. Hijichu's mood improved a little, and he continued. In addition to this villa, I've also prepared other dowry for you. When you've confirmed the wedding date, I'll send it to you. Gun Yinji quickly waved her hand. Professor He, I'm already ashamed to accept this big gift of yours. If you add to it, how can I repay this favor in the future? I told you not to stand on ceremony with me. If you don't want it, keep it for your children, Hijichu said lightly, not caring what Gun Yinji thought at all. The topic of the two suddenly jumped from dowry to children. The jump was too big. Gun Yinji blushed a little and muttered, You're thinking too much. The wedding date hasn't even been decided yet. What? Hua Xiaoheng isn't in a hurry to marry you? Hijichu was a little surprised, and his expression darkened. The Russian president has already announced that he will be a witness to your wedding. Can he pretend not to hear it? No. Gun Yinji shook her head. It's like this. Ever since Bai Shuang passed away, Brother Zhe had been depressed. Brother Xiong and I are planning to wait at least a year before we hold our wedding. We don't want to upset him, so Hijichu understood. He actually didn't want Gun Yinji to get married so early. His current state was pretty good. Although they had registered their marriage, it had always been kept a secret. Everyone only knew that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were engaged, but they didn't know that they had been secretly married for almost a year. Hijichu was about to speak when Gun Yinji's phone rang. Whose past did the Priestess Temple Expedition Bao and Arrow belong to? I like the image of you belonging to me in the crowd. This was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gun Yinji was delighted. She quickly picked up her phone and swiped it open. She said softly, Major General Hua? Hua Xiaoheng sat in his bulletproof car and looked at Hijichu's West Mountain villa outside the window. He said calmly, Where are you? Gun Yinji, I'm still at Professor He's place. Something happened, and I just settled it. Gun Yinji gestured to Hijichu and stood up. I'll leave right away. Hijichu stood up as well. I'll drive you. Gun Yinji didn't refuse. She held her phone and walked out of his villa with Hijichu to her car. Professor He, you can go back. I'll drive myself. I'll be fine. Hijichu nodded. Drive carefully. Call me when you get back to let me know you're safe. Okay. Gun Yinji obeyed and was much more obedient than when she came. She drove the military jeep out of Hijichu's villa's iron gate. As soon as she looked up, she saw a familiar silver-gray bulletproof car parked on the side of the road opposite the villa. Gun Yinji. This wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's car. Had he been making a call here just now? Gun Yinji slammed on the brakes and parked the car by the side of the road. She poked her head out of the window to take a look. The car's window glass was coated with a high-grade coating. It was hard to see inside from the outside, but it was very clear from the inside. The window of the silver-gray bulletproof car slowly rolled down, revealing Hua Xiaoheng's bright and solemn face. He was charming. It really was him. Gun Yinji waved her hand with a smile and pointed at the road down the mountain. Shall we go down together? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her indifferently and said, Get out of the car. Gun Yinji, come here, Hua Xiaoheng said again. His words were concise and to the point. Gun Yinji was a little troubled, but what about her car? She couldn't just leave it here and ask Hijichu to send it back to her tomorrow. Could she? Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin. In Shixiang jumped out of the car and waved at Gun Yinji. Yinji, get out. This car is mine. He winked at Gun Yinji and smiled. Gun Yinji blushed, but still opened the door and got out. Brother Xiong, why are you here too? Why can't I be here? I'm just here to be your driver, right? Yin Shixiang smiled and raised his hand to give her a rash. Hurry up. Hua Xiao is going to flip out if you're late. No way. He's really going to flip out? Gu Nianji was in a great mood. She moved closer to Yin Shixiang and said sneakily, "Then how about I stall for a little longer and see what Hua Xiao will do when he flips out?" Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and looked at her quietly. How dare she make trouble? Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change, but he was actually pressing Gu Nianji on his lap and spanking her on the inside. His voice lowered. "Nianji, get in the car. Hurry up, the old driver is about to drive." Yin Shixiang chuckled and got into the military jeep that Gu Nianji had driven over in time before Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze landed on him. The car door was quickly locked. Gu Nianji had no choice but to get into Hua Xiaoheng's car. Hua Xiaoheng's head orderly, Fan Jian, was the driver in the front seat. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the back. A partition had already been raised between the two rows of seats. Gu Nianji dawdled in the back seat. She could sense that Hua Xiaoheng was in a bad mood. She didn't dare move closer. She wanted nothing more than to sit close to the window so that she and Hua Xiaoheng were far apart. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm as he said to Fan Jian, "Drive." The silver bulletproof car let out a low roar and shot out like an arrow. Gu Nianji didn't even have time to fasten her seatbelt before she was almost thrown into the seat by the momentum of the car. The back seat wasn't very long. Gu Nianji swayed left and right and inevitably bumped into Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quietly extended an arm to cover Gu Nianji's back. Gu Nianji wanted to get up and return to her seat by the window, but Hua Xiaoheng's arm pressed her back down as soon as she moved. She had no choice but to maintain the position of lying sideways in his arms. This position was very tiring. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket of 1,500 plus updates had arrived in advance. Chapter 1296. This position is tiring. 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Moi. Chapter 1307. After lying on her side for a long time, she felt like her waist was about to be broken. "Major General," Gu Nianji called out to him softly. "Can you let me fasten my seatbelt?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word and bowed over. His body brushed past her, and his refreshing but masculine scent enveloped Gu Nianji passionately. Gu Nianji's face turned red. She felt Hua Xiaoheng's hand groping around her, looking for the seatbelt socket. He was very close to her, and the tip of his nose brushed past her cheek. It was cold, soft, and hard. It lit a fire on her face that burned all the way to her heart. Gu Nianji's breathing almost stopped. If he continued like this, she would die. "Major General Hua, I was wrong." Gu Nianji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and softly begged for mercy in his ear. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "It's just a seatbelt. What are you thinking?" As he spoke, he exerted force with his fingers. The seatbelt buckle made a clicking sound and finally buckled. Gu Nianji found herself feeling even more uncomfortable. "Major General Hua, I'm not feeling well." Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng pleadingly and tried her best to get rid of the shackles of Hua Xiaoheng's arm. However, the difference in strength between her and Hua Xiaoheng was too great. Hua Xiaoheng had no problem twisting her entire body with one arm. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her for a while before letting go. He adjusted her collar and gently scratched her chin with his fingertips. He said nonchalantly, "What exactly happened that took you so long?" Gu Nianji's scalp went numb. She quickly turned her head away and sat up straight. She rubbed her waist and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. "You're still asking me? Didn't you listen to the recording professor he sent you? Your dear cousin Luo Jialan mocked and ridiculed me. I'm so angry that I'm full." Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to believe her. "That's it? Didn't they leave a long time ago?" "Gu Nianji, do you know when they left?" Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't say that after listening to the recording, he immediately mobilized the surveillance cameras of the place. On his terminal screen, he saw Luo Jialan and Kai Shangnan confronting Gu Nianji and He Jichu in the parking lot. Almost an hour had passed since then. Hua Xiaoheng had originally planned to pick Gu Nianji up. He had told Gu Nianji that he would wait for her to come back because he wanted to give her a surprise. He didn't expect to wait for another 20 minutes before she came out of He Jichu's villa. Earlier than you anyway. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms in the back seat, his face expressionless. What does He Jichu want this time? Gu Nianji sighed. With such a sharp and perceptive fiancé, it would be very difficult for her to fool him in the future. Gu Nianji opened her palm to reveal the door card and key. She confessed, Professor, he gave it to me as a dowry. And when I get married, I'll get married from there. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Are these the door cards and keys to his West Mountain villa? Gu Nianji nodded. It's too expensive. You shouldn't accept it. As expected, Hua Xiaoheng refused. He even immediately asked Fan Jian to turn around and return to He Jichu's West Mountain villa. He wanted to return the access card and key in person. Gu Nianji pressed down on Hua Xiaoheng's arm and whispered, But I've already accepted it. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly sullen. What did I teach you in the past? You can't just take other people's things. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, Gu Nianji said calmly. But I have a reason why I have to accept it. Speak. Professor He's grandfather is He Shouwang. His father is He Changjian. Our families are friends, so he gave me a gift to show that he wants to be on good terms. Are you sure? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he asked. If He Shouwang and He Changjian were really He Jichu's grandfather and father, then He Jichu really did have a relationship with Gu Nianji. He just didn't know if Gu Xiangwen and He Changjian had interacted before. In their previous generation, He Shouwang and Gu Haoze were good friends. In their next generation, He Jichu and Gu Nianji had a good relationship. What about Gu Xiangwen and He Changjian? How was their relationship? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help asking. Did Professor He say anything about your father? Did your father, Gu Xiangwen, and He Jichu's father, He Changjian, also know each other? Of course they know each other. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. She moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Don't be angry when I tell you. Professor He said that his father and my father once joked that if their children were a boy and a girl, then become husband and wife. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. Such an old-fashioned thing does seem like something an overseas Chinese person would do. This was very awkward and also very mean. Gu Nianji reached out and touched the tense lines on Hua Xiaoheng's face. She smoothed them inch by inch and smiled as she whispered into his ear, Don't be angry. You're especially charming when you're angry. It makes me want to have sex with you. Hua Xiaoheng. She was getting bolder and bolder. She even dared to tease him. However, it had to be said that Gu Nianji knew Hua Xiaoheng very well. Only she could appease his hidden emotions. He held Gu Nianji's hand that was wreaking havoc on his face and brought it to his lips to kiss it. He then moved closer to Gu Nianji's ear and curled his lips. His voice was low and magnetic. You're especially charming when you're acting like a demon. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned as red as blood. Even the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were stained with rouge. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng. That's too much. How can you say that? Where's your image as the chief? Same here. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. The chief's wife doesn't even care about her image. Does the chief still need it? Sigh. Gu Nianji covered her face. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Compared to these veterans, she was still too inexperienced. Hua Xiaoheng stopped teasing her and put his arm around her shoulder without saying a word. After she calmed down, he changed the topic as if nothing had happened and said, Have you discussed the prosecution of Luo Jialan with Professor He? Gu Nianji's head was still lowered. She nodded slightly and whispered, We've discussed it. Professor He gave me a procedure list for the indictment. I'll go back and change it according to the procedure. Do you need evidence? Hua Xiaoheng added, There's not much physical evidence, but we can find a witness right away. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. You mean Annie Xing and Auntie Yu? Yes, they were fired, but they've been under our surveillance. Hua Xiaoheng paused for a moment, then reminded Gu Nianji, Although I support you in charging Luo Jialan with intentional homicide, the process of obtaining evidence is indeed very complicated. Because even Annie Xing and Annie, you didn't know that what they did would kill Ms. Song. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1297. Major General Hua, I was wrong. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1308. Really? They really don't know? Gun Yinji asked in confusion. They must have been specially selected and professionally trained to be your full-time caregivers, right? Gun Yinji couldn't imagine that a family like the Hua family would randomly find two people from the babysitting market to take care of Song Jinning. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and said lightly, "At that time, my father was in charge of finding people. I wasn't at home. He left home to go to college and then join the army, so he rarely went home. After saving Gun Yinji, he received the task of guarding Gun Yinji from the military. For 6 years, he hadn't returned to his own home even once. It wasn't until more than a year ago that Gun Yinji wanted to come to the imperial capital for graduate school, that he took her back to his home in the military." Gun Yinji shook her head speechlessly. Fine, these two people could really have been randomly found from the babysitting market. Forget it. She made a note in her electronic notes. It was already afternoon when she followed Hua Xiaoheng back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Gun Yinji got out of the car and looked up at the hot sun in the sky. It was almost summer and the weather was gradually getting hotter. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the hottest time of the day. Gun Yinji wiped her sweat and suddenly felt the phone in her pocket vibrate again. She took it out and found that it was the driver from the Russian KGB who had sent her a message. Gun Yinji quickly unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and logged in. In the KGB trio discussion group, the driver sent a crying emoji and then sent a message in English. Middle-aged driver. Lena's body was found in a dark river connected to the giant circular pit. Gun Yinji, she quickly tapped her fingers on her phone and replied, "Is it confirmed? Is it really Lena? If it was found in the dark river, it would have been beyond recognition after so many days, right?" Middle-aged driver, it's confirmed. The DNA test results just came out. It's confirmed to be Lena. There was a long silence. Gun Yinji didn't know what to say. She waited for a while and replied with a hug emoji. "Nianzi Zai. Uncle Ivan, my condolences. Where's Vladimir? He's also, my condolences, Uncle Driver." The boss fainted as soon as he saw the DNA test result. "Peter is taking over his position now. I hope he can recover soon." Gun Yinji was very sad. A few days ago, he was still in the same car as them, but today it was confirmed that he was dead. Although Gun Yinji had been mentally prepared for Lena's death, she still felt very bad when she confirmed it. Rubbing her fingers on her phone, she sent the driver a red packet of 66 yuan to comfort him. She didn't have a nerve to text Vladimir. He always felt that it was ironic to comfort someone with a red packet when they were heartbroken. The driver was different. For him, the best consolation was a red packet. Sure enough, after the middle-aged driver accepted the red packet, he felt much better. He quickly typed on his phone and turned on the spamming mode. "Uncle Driver, boss doesn't believe that Lena is dead. He hasn't eaten, drank, slept, or rested for the past few days. He's been looking for her everywhere. Middle-aged driver, he has searched dozens of miles around the Tunguska crater in Siberia. I'm afraid an underground ant, male or female, can't escape his tracking. Middle-aged driver, in the end, we still got news of her death. Middle-aged driver, Peter personally led some people to discover it in the underground river. At first, it was just a floating corpse. Later, someone said that it might be Lena because the underground river was directly connected to the Tunguska crater. Middle-aged driver, Peter ordered people to take the floating corpse away and conduct a DNA test. The result was that it was Lena. Middle-aged driver, what unfortunate news. I'm sorry. I hope Lena can rest in peace in heaven. Candle, JPG. The two of them chatted for a while before the middle-aged driver said that he had a mission and logged out. Gun Yinji looked up and saw that she was standing under a big tree at the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. The ginkgo trees in front of her towered into the sky, and the green leaves that looked like small fans shone brightly, making her eyes sore. Hua Xiaoheng stood silently beside her and reached out to hug her head, silently comforting her. Hua Xiaoheng had seen her group chat with the middle-aged driver. He also knew that Lena's death had been confirmed. It's okay. She died at her post. As a soldier, she died a worthy death. Hua Xiaoheng comforted Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji, she buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and smelled the refreshing and cold scent in his arms. Gun Yinji's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. This is your daily job, Gun Yinji murmured as she snuggled closer to him. You must take care of yourself. You must take care of yourself. Hua Xiaoheng patted her back and didn't say anything. He led her into the official residence's courtyard. The soldiers standing guard in front of the door stood at attention and saluted Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. The weather is hot, so the time you have to stand guard outside can be shortened by an hour." "Thank you, Chief. We're not hot," the soldier replied loudly, his head raised high. Gun Yinji was embarrassed. She struggled out of Hua Xiaoheng's arms and held his hand as they walked up the steps. "Major General Hua, I actually knew that Lena was most likely dead, but it was still very hard to hear the news." Gun Yinji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng longingly. His profile was tall and firm, mighty and calm. It seemed that nothing could shake his tenacious self-control and steely will. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "It's normal to feel bad. It would be cold-blooded not to feel bad." Gun Yinji curled her lips. "Well, that's good. I thought you would say that I'm not strong enough. Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "I don't think anyone has the right to say that you're not strong enough to walk out of the Alps alive after being hunted down." Gun Yinji's dark eyes darted around, and she smiled. "Major General Hua, you have that much confidence in me?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. Gun Yinji returned to her room and wrote a letter to Speaker Long and the Secretary of the Senate to request that her official start date be postponed. She wanted to settle Luo Jialan's lawsuit first. If she were to take up the position of Chief Legal Counsel of the Senate at the same time, there was a high chance that it would be detrimental to her lawsuit. Kai Shangnan had always been eyeing the position of Chief Legal Counsel. If she knew that Gun Yinji had officially started work, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity to discredit her. After a detailed discussion with her, Speaker Long agreed to her request, but requested that she delay her start date for no more than 3 months. After 3 months, regardless of whether Luo Jialan's case was resolved or not, she had to start work. Gun Yinji calculated the time and felt that it should be more than enough, so she agreed and even signed a contract for a delay. After settling the matters with the Senate, Gun Yinji began to draft the indictment. She listed the evidence she had collected in order of priority, including witness and physical evidence. After showing it to He Jichu, she handed it over to the prosecutor's office and requested that Luo Jialan be prosecuted. While the prosecutor's office was reviewing Gun Yinji's claim, Gun Yinji pondered and asked Hua Xiaoheng about the Hua family's trust fund. She planned to file a civil lawsuit at the same time as she filed a criminal lawsuit, asking Luo Jialan to repay the Hua family's trust fund. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment before saying, "These trust funds actually don't belong to the Hua family, but to my grandmother. So that means the trust fund actually belongs to the Xie family?" Gun Yinji immediately understood. "Is your grandmother's will still there?" The will requested that the trust fund be distributed according to the trust fund distribution plan under her name. Hua Xiaoheng explained briefly. Hua Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Zian, was the eldest daughter of the Xie family. Her assets and properties covered the entire Blue Planet. During her serious illness, she had placed most of her assets into 3 irrevocable trust funds in a certain proportion. Trust. 80% of this was placed into an irrevocable trust fund with Hua Xiaoheng as the beneficiary. Irrevocable trust fund meant that the trustor gave up all ownership of these assets. Only the beneficiary could change or revoke the specific terms of the trust fund. This meant that only the beneficiary was the true owner of these assets. The other 20% was divided equally into 2 portions. One portion was given to her eldest son, Hua Guanyuan, who was also Luo Jialan's nominal father. The other portion was given to her second son, Hua Guanxin, who was also Hua Xiaoheng's biological father. All the remaining assets were left to her husband, Hua Xiwenong. However, Hua Xiwenong had said at that time that he didn't need his wife's legacy. He had taken the initiative to place all the inheritance his wife had left him into an irrevocable trust fund with Hua Xiaoheng as the beneficiary. This way, more than 80% of Xie Xian's assets would be inherited by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanxin, also didn't use his mother's inheritance. He had once said that the trust fund under his name would be given to his grandson in the future. And what Luo Jialan had inherited now was the irrevocable trust fund that had been given to Hua Guanyuan. Gun Yinji gasped when she heard this. No wonder she could buy a villa in the West Mountains. 10% of your grandmother's assets are in her hands. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm, but a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes. West Mountain Villa? Luo Jialan bought a villa in the West Mountains? Professor He and I went to the Luhuta restaurant in the West Mountains for dinner that day and met Luo Jialan. She said herself that she had property there. I'll have to check it out. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. The last time he had asked Uncle Xie to help check the direction of the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name. It had confirmed that the trust fund had indeed transferred money to Seth's stepfather's bank account. However, Uncle Xie hadn't given him a follow-up response. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1298, Confirmation of the News. It was still the third update today. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins that the leader of Momo Moshi had rewarded in August. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Moi. Chapter 1309. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his office and called Yin Shixiang in. He said, I asked you to investigate Luo Jialan's experiences over the years. How's your investigation going? Yin Shixiang quickly said, I told you before. Other than the year she was in Europe, which was a little difficult to investigate, everything else has been investigated. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Have you asked our field agents to investigate Europe? I've informed them. But because Luo Jialan wasn't the target of their surveillance at that time, as you know, it's very difficult to make any substantial progress, Yin Shixiang said honestly. Although their people were scattered all over the world, they couldn't investigate whoever they wanted like they did in China, because they didn't have enough authority to use public equipment and facilities. Hua Xiaoheng pondered for a moment. Send what you found in my email. Yin Shixiang went back and forwarded the report on Luo Jialan to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time and estimated that it was around 7 in the morning in Europe. Although it was a little early, he still picked up the phone and called Uncle Xie. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Is this Xiaoheng? Uncle Xie's gentle voice came through the phone. Hua Xiaoheng quickly said, Hello. Is it convenient for you to speak now? Yes, I just came back from my morning jog. Uncle Xie said as he picked up the vitamin mineral water and took a big gulp. His name was Xie Beichun, and he was one of the best of his generation in the Xie family. If there were no accidents, he would be the next head of the Xie family. If there was anything to ask the Xie family for help, Xie Beichun was definitely the most powerful candidate. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. It's good that I didn't disturb you. Whether I disturbed you or not, I still disturbed you. Xie Beichun smiled and put down the mineral water. He sat in front of the breakfast counter in the kitchen and began to browse through today's news reports. Uncle, you're amazing. Hua Xiaoheng complimented him and got back to business. Uncle, you said that there was a follow-up to the trust fund I asked you to investigate last time. I wonder how the investigation is going. Xie Beichun took out his iPad and entered the encrypted folder. He pulled out the information he had found and frowned. Xiaoheng, this matter is a little troublesome. What trouble? Hua Xiaoheng was a little surprised. Even the Xie family felt it was troublesome? Because your uncle is the beneficiary of that irrevocable trust fund. In other words, only he has the right to investigate the fund's flow. I was able to find out about the last fund transfer because it was through a Swiss bank. Our Xie family has shares in a Swiss bank, and we also serve on the board of directors of a Swiss bank, so we can check it through a Swiss bank. If its flow isn't through a Swiss bank, but through another bank, then it would be very difficult to. At the very least, we need to know which banks this trust fund money is in. Xie Beichen was very regretful. I'm sorry, I might not be able to help you much. Xiaoheng said. Xiaoheng thought. Xie. Beat what is said. That's Xie to the family M. To. Said. Chung, I just say I. Yes, so now it's your uncle's heir who can control this trust fund, Xie Beichun said indifferently. That Luo Jialan you're investigating, right? Hua, too. Hua Xiaoheng. He. Zhe. Hua. Said. For a moment, he even wondered if he should hack into the trust fund's computer network system. But what if the trust fund didn't put any useful materials online? Moreover, doing so would be detrimental to their case. Once it was revealed that their evidence was illegally obtained, the judge would directly discard these materials. That would be a huge loss. Therefore, what hackers obtained could only cause a sensation in the news, but it couldn't be used as evidence in court. An irrevocable trust fund only recognizes the beneficiary. That's something we can't change. Xie Beichen looked at his watch. I can send you what I found, but it won't be of much use. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Okay, send it over for me to take a look. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Xie Beichen's father, Xie Xinxing, went downstairs for breakfast. When he heard Xie Beichen talking to Hua Xiaoheng on the phone, he asked Xie Beichen to turn on the speakerphone so that everyone could talk together. Hua Xiaoheng heard Xie Xinxing's voice and quickly greeted him. He then took the opportunity to invite the father and son back to China. Granduncle, Uncle, do you have any plans to return to China in the near future? Xie Xinxing laughed. Xiaoheng, you want me to return to China to attend your wedding, right? The news of you proposing to that little girl in Russia has reached us. I asked Beichen to record the news and watch it every day when I have time. Xie Beichen's father, Xie Xinxing, was the current head of the Xie family. He was also Hua Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Zian's biological brother. Wedding? It won't be possible in the near future. Hua Xiaoheng picked up a few darts on his desk and threw them at the dartboard on the opposite wall. He said, I want you to come back because of Luo Jialan's lawsuit. I might need your help to find someone to testify in court. Xie Beichen understood and didn't ask why Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be holding a wedding in the near future. He nodded. I could take some time to go back. If you need anything, just call this number. After a pause, Xie Beichen continued. Your little fiancé's name is Gun Yinji, right? Hua Xiaoheng grunted. Give me her address. I have a gift for her. Xie Beichen wanted to show the Xie family's support for Hua Xiaoheng's marriage. The gift that Xie Beichen wanted to give definitely couldn't be described as a little. Hua Xiaoheng was very happy, but his expression remained calm. You're too kind. She's a junior, so she should be the one to show her filial piety to you. Xie Beichen, this nephew of his was good at everything, but he was too steady. He couldn't find a single mistake in any aspect. Xie Beichen felt suffocated. Xiaoheng, I'm scared when you say that. Xie Beichen joked with him with a half-smile. What are you afraid of? The more polite you are, the more I'm afraid that my gift won't be presentable. Xie Beichen laughed out loud. You really value Nianji very much. After all, he was someone who truly cared about him and understood his personality and conduct very well. That was how he came to such a conclusion. On the other hand, his grandfather and father at home were a loss for words. Hua Xiaoheng sighed slightly in his heart, but he still smiled and said, Then don't be afraid. Just treat it as helping Nianji collect her dowry. You also know that she doesn't have parents and grew up with me. Now that I'm marrying her, I'm worried that others will gossip and hurt her. Actually, Gun Yinji didn't care about what others said. All she cared about was whether Hua Xiaoheng really had her in his heart. However, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't pretend that the hurt didn't exist just because Gun Yinji didn't care anymore. Xie Xinxing listened from the side and understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. He immediately decided to double the amount of gift he would give Gun Yinji. Xiaoheng, Beichen might be busy, but I'm very free. I'll be returning to China next week and holding an engagement party for Nianji at the Jiaotai State Guest House in the imperial capital. When that time comes, I want to see who dares to look down on the person that I, Xie Xinxing, want to support. He wanted to see Hua Xiaoheng happy. This was his sister Xie Zian's wish. He could also tell that after so many years, only Gun Yinji could make Hua Xiaoheng have the desire to get married, so he couldn't let anyone ruin Hua Xiaoheng's happiness. That's great. Hua Xiaoheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. My grandfather can't say anything else now. Xie Shenxing sensed that something was wrong. Doesn't your grandfather agree to your marriage? Yes, grandfather once had a whimsical idea. He wanted me and Luo Jialan to get a marriage certificate and get a fake marriage. Hua Xiaoheng only said this lightly. Xie Shenxing was already exploding with anger. It was as if old and new hatred had surged into his heart. What? That old fart. Does he think that all of our CF family members are dead? Tell him to wait. I'll go back immediately. I'll bring a basket back, break that old fart bones, put them in the basket, and throw them in front of my sister's coffin as incense ash. This was today's second update. Chapter 1299, Looking for a Backer. Today was still the third update. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update of the 100,000 cheating coins that the leader of Momo Moshi had rewarded in August had arrived. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1310. Old Master Xie was already so old, but his temper was still so hot. On the other side of the phone, Xie Beichun was trying to persuade Old Master Xie. Dad, don't worry. Be careful, or your blood pressure will rise again. I'm not in a hurry. Look at what he's done to that family. As a man, he couldn't control his lower body and was led by the nose by a woman. As a parent, you can't even take care of your own home. You bring all the dirty and smelly things into your own home. Old Master Xie scolded Hua Xiuenon, and Xie Beichun felt very awkward. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. He curled his lips and advised, Granduncle, please take it easy. How are you going to return to the country if you get angry? Grandfather Xie said angrily, Don't worry, I'll definitely return next week. I'll get Beichun to prepare a private plane right now. Old Master Xie had to prepare more than one private plane for his return to China. However, this was something for Xie Beichun to worry about, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. After putting down the phone, Hua Xiaoheng continued with his work. Yinji waited a few days after handing over the indictment to the prosecutor's office. Finally, she received a call from the prosecutor's office asking her to go there in person. Yinji quickly drove to the prosecutor's office. Because of her special identity, the person who came to receive her was a female prosecutor with a relatively high position in the procuratorate. In the small conference room, the female prosecutor smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Yinji. Then, she said apologetically, Lawyer Gu, we have carefully reviewed the materials you submitted. We all agree that the evidence you have for suing Luo Jialan for intentional homicide against Ms. Song Jining is slightly insufficient. Yinji knew that this matter wouldn't be so easy. Previously, she had also had the attitude of do your best and leave it to fate. But she wanted to hear what the lady prosecutor had to say. Therefore, he still revealed a very disappointed expression, pursed his lips, and said with a gloomy expression, How could this be? Can't we sue her? Of course you can. If you want to sue Luo Jialan for intentional injury, mental abuse, or domestic violence, you can. These can all be directly filed in court. There is no need to go through our procuratorate. The female prosecutor's attitude was very amiable. Also, I've seen the materials you've prepared. They're very detailed and complete. The possibility of a private prosecution winning is very high. But if you want to charge intentional homicide, the possibility of filing a case is almost zero. Yinji clenched her fists and said angrily, I just can't stand it. Luo Jialan has been mentally abusing a patient who has been severely traumatized for 7 to 8 years. If she doesn't want her to die, then what is? This is your inference, but from the evidence you submitted, as a third party, we don't see the need for her to do so. You need direct and subjective evidence to prove that the other party really had a reason to kill Song Jining. But judging from your materials, Luo Jialan has no reason to kill Song Jining. Even if she wanted to avenge her mother, it would be more than enough to mentally abuse her for 7 to 8 years. The female prosecutor's attitude showed that Gu Nianji's evidence was not enough to convince the public to prove that Luo Jialan had a reason to kill Song Jining. The crime of intentional homicide was almost one of the heaviest crimes in the criminal law. Therefore, whether it was the procuratorate or the court, they were very careful in the prosecution and trial of this crime. Gu Nianji talked to the female prosecutor for a long time and finally decided to withdraw her indictment. She planned to go back and think about other ideas. She came out of the procuratorate. There was a lot of traffic and pedestrians in front of the door. The sun was shining brightly above her head, and early summer had arrived as scheduled. After turning a corner to the parking lot, Gu Nianji got into the car and drove aimlessly through the city. Unknowingly, she found herself at the Institute of High-Energy Physics where Song Jining was located. Since she was here, she should go and see Ms. Song. Ever since she had returned from Russia, Ms. Song had thrown herself into another round of crazy experiments and had no contact with the outside world at all. Gu Nianji registered her intentions at the sentry box at the entrance of the Institute of High-Energy Physics and showed her identification before she was allowed to enter. She was surprised to find that the security system here was much better than before. Other than the sentries at the door being replaced by regular soldiers, there should be many hidden sentries around. The cameras on the walls were densely packed, and they could monitor any angle without any blind spots. Gu Nianji arrived at Song Jining's laboratory building with ease. There was another sentry at the door, and a female security guard came over with a detector to examine her from head to toe. There was also a special device to examine the computer bag and briefcase she carried with her. It was almost exactly the same as the security system on the plane. Gu Nianji clearly remembered that it hadn't been so troublesome to come here before. She was slightly surprised and went to the 6th floor where Song Jining was. The laboratory building wasn't tall. It didn't stand out among the surrounding high-rise buildings, but it was also particularly hidden. "Miss Gu, you're here. Please sit for a while. Director Song is in the middle of an experiment. It will be over in a few minutes." Song Jining's assistant greeted Gu Nianji warmly and placed a bottle of mineral water on the table. "Please enjoy." "Why are you being so polite with me? Go and do your work. I'll sit by myself for a while." Gu Nianji waved her hand and smiled as she sat in the small sitting room in Song Jining's office. She took out her laptop and began to edit her indictment. She sat for half an hour and finally waited for Song Jining to finish the experiment. "Little Nianji, why are you free to visit me today?" Song Jining's pleasant voice came from outside the door before she even arrived. Gu Nianji looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white coat walking in with a smile on her face. Although she knew Song Jining's real age and was very familiar with her, Gu Nianji would still be slightly dazed every time she suddenly saw Song Jining. It was a feeling of being conquered by true beauty. Gu Nianji composed herself and stood up from the sofa. "Miss Song, how do you take care of yourself? I heard that you do experiments every day. Why are you getting more and more beautiful? You're not doing an experiment to preserve your looks, are you?" Gu Nianji blinked at Song Jining. Song Jining smiled happily. Her face was rosy and delicate. There was no trace of makeup on, only ordinary moisturizer. However, the luster of her skin spread from the inside out. She was no less beautiful than a 19-year-old girl like Gu Nianji. She touched her face and said contentedly, "Maybe I'm in high spirits when I'm happy. Look, I'm about to hold my grandchildren. Of course I'm happy. Happiness is the best beauty product." Gu Nianji blushed slightly and said, "You only know how to tease me. Isn't it because your experiments are getting better, so you're really happy?" Gu Nianji knew that to Song Jining, compared to the results of the experiments, her grandchildren were inferior. "Of course not. My experiments are as important as my grandchildren." Song Jining smiled as she came to Gu Nianji's side and glanced at her stomach. "You suddenly came to see me. Are you pregnant? Xiaoheng still refuses to get married? I'll scold this kid and drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you." Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly grabbed Song Jining and said in a low voice, "Of course not. I'm here because I just came from the prosecutor's office. In the end, they think there's not enough evidence to prosecute Luo Jialan for intentional homicide." Song Jining understood and pulled Gu Nianji to sit down with her. Then what's wrong? Or is it really inappropriate? Then let's not prosecute her for intentional homicide. No. Gu Nianji shook her head without hesitation. In the beginning, I really just wanted to teach her an unforgettable lesson and keep her away from my people and my home. But the more I investigated, the more I realized that she really had the intention to kill you. It's just that she was very secretive and didn't want anyone to see through her. At that time, Luo Jialan was still a member of the Hua family. She still had designs on Hua Xiaohong, so she couldn't let anyone know that she had the intention to kill Song Jining. Because of this, she didn't have any obvious motives for her actions. I see. Little Nianji, I do support you. Song Jining stroked Gu Nianji's long hair regretfully. But if there's no sufficient evidence, it's not that there isn't any. The key is that the prosecutor's office said that there's not enough subjective motive to prove that she wanted to kill someone. Gu Nianji began to complain. I've written all of Uncle Hua's feelings for you in the materials. Even that won't do. This was considered a family scandal of the Hua family. Gu Nianji didn't even want to include this in the materials, but Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining told her that it didn't matter. Anyway, even if Gu Nianji didn't say this, Luo Jialan would definitely say it in court in order to get away with it. Instead of letting Luo Jialan confuse right and wrong, it would be better for them to tell the whole story first. However, even if this was included in the materials of the indictment, the evidence was still slightly insufficient. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and took out her materials for Song Jining to see. Song Jining read through it quickly and said, "The materials you've prepared are very detailed and sufficient. Although I don't know much about legal terminology, I can tell that what you're lacking is the last point. With this point, you'll be able to tie up the entire case." Gu Nianji nodded and asked Song Jining thoughtfully, "Can you tell me more about your relationship with Luo Xinxue, Luo Jialan, and Uncle Hua? Do you remember everything that happened before your accident?" What Song Jining didn't remember was what had happened in the past decade after she had been traumatized. She remembered everything before and after clearly. She thought about it carefully and started from the beginning. I remember one evening after I finished my experiment and came out of the lab, Hua Guanyuan was smoking at the door. I told him that you can't smoke here. He threw away the cigarette, and told me that he was getting married. I congratulated him immediately. He smiled and said that he was doing it to deal with his parents' forced marriage and to take care of his comrade's orphan. He told me that Luo Xinxue was already pregnant and that she was pregnant before marriage. In that era, it was very difficult for a woman to deal with, and he happened to have promised his comrade to take care of her. So he proposed to her and killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Song Jining sighed with a hint of melancholy in her tone. When Gu Nianji heard this, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She grabbed Song Jining and said anxiously, "Wait, what happened? You knew that Luo Jialan wasn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter." "I knew, but I never told anyone. If it wasn't for the fact that it was later exposed in court, I would have kept it a secret until I died of old age. Think about it. If I told you about such a thing, how would Luo Xinxue conduct herself? And the Hua family wouldn't let her marry into the family." This was the 3rd update of the day, Chapter 1300, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Today was still the 3rd update. Dear friends, don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1311. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining in disbelief. She thought to herself, Uncle Hua actually told Ms. Song such a private matter. Ms. Song, Uncle Hua must have trusted you a lot to tell you such a thing. Gu Nianji said carefully, afraid that Song Jining would make unnecessary associations. Song Jining didn't think too much about it. She raised her eyebrows and said proudly, I'm a very good person. I wouldn't divulge anyone's secret even if they told me it. She was saying it now because it was no longer a secret. Ever since Bai Genie's case, everyone knew that Luo Jialan wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter. Gu Nianji was a little speechless. She nodded and said, Does Luo Jialan know that you know her background? Song Jining frowned and thought about it for a moment. I'm not sure about that. I didn't tell anyone. During her years of insanity, she only remembered what happened before she was 18 years old, so she probably wouldn't have told anyone about it at that time. For example, Annie Xing and Andy Yu, the two housekeepers who had taken care of her back then, didn't know at all. They were the people who had been in contact with Song Jining the most over the years. If they didn't know, Song Jining probably hadn't revealed a single word. Gun Yinji was silent for a long time. She thought that if Song Jining had never mentioned this to anyone else, then Luo Jialan wouldn't have killed Song Jining because of this. According to logic, Luo Jialan didn't know that Song Jining was an insider of her background. But why did she do that? She had spent nearly 10 years torturing Song Jining in an attempt to use mental abuse to gradually weaken a mentally ill patient who had suffered severe brain trauma until she lost her life. This method was really killing without spilling blood. Gun Yinji frowned and muttered to herself, if she didn't know that you knew about her background, then she wouldn't have had any reason to do this. But the truth is that she did do this, so I think she must have found out from other sources that you also know about her background. Then who would be her other source? Gun Yinji thought of someone, Luo Xinxue. She was Luo Jialan's biological mother. Of course, Luo Xinxue knew that Luo Jialan wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter, and she had told her about it after Luo Jialan became sensible. This was what Luo Jialan had said herself. Could it be that Luo Xinxue knew that Hua Guanyuan had told Song Jining about this? Gun Yinji only felt that her mind was covered in fog. The truth was like a lamp in the fog, faintly discernible. It made people feel that it was close at one moment and far at the next. Ms. Song, think about it again. What else did Uncle Hua say to you back then? Is it related to Luo Jialan himself, or the entire Hua family? Gun Yinji continued to inspire Song Jining's memories and thoughts. Song Jining closed her eyes. After a while, she said, at that time, Hua Guanyuan said that his parents were forcing him to get married, and Luo Xinxue was pregnant. Her fiancé had died trying to save Hua Guanyuan, so he decided to marry her. It would help himself, his comrades, and Luo Xinxue. After my mother-in-law passed away, he often went out on missions and was rarely at home. I remember that on the eve of the accident, I came out of the lab very late and saw him standing alone under a big tree outside the lab building, smoking. When he saw me coming, he threw away the cigarette and came home with me. On the way, he told me, Song Jining felt that something was wrong. Why would Hua Guanyuan say such a thing to her at that time? Unfortunately, at that time, she had been so focused on the experiment that she had rarely taken care of her own son, let alone ponder the thoughts of her husband's brother. Song Jining opened her eyes in a daze and didn't speak for a long time. Gun Yinji waited patiently by the side until Song Jining's eyes focused again. Gun Yinji asked softly, what did Uncle Hua say? Song Jining gritted her teeth. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she still said in a low voice, that day was the day before the big experiment. If we successfully completed the experiment the next day, the project with the military would be completed. Hua Guanyuan was originally a representative of the military, and he represented the military in cooperating with our lab. If the experiment was completed, he would have to leave our lab and go on a mission elsewhere. That night, he said that according to the military's practice, every time they went out on a secret mission, they would write a will in advance. If they were to unfortunately die, their funeral would also be properly arranged. Gun Yinji raised her head abruptly. A will. Uncle Hua has a will. That's right. How could she have forgotten that? When soldiers went out on missions, they would often write a will in advance and hand it over to the military instructor. If they came back alive, of course, the will would be returned to be invalid. If they didn't come back alive, this would be their last words in this world. However, Gun Yinji was only happy for a moment before she deflated like a ball that had been pricked by a needle. Because if Hua Guanyuan had a will, it could only prove that Xie Xian's trust fund in Luo Jialan's hands was a completely legal inheritance. Then there would be no way for them to recover the money in the trust fund from Luo Jialan. No wonder Luo Jialan was so confident and happy to use the Xie family's money. Gun Yinji was frowning as she thought about how to get out of this situation when she heard Song Jining say, "Yes, Huoguan Yuan said he made a will and wanted to give all his assets to Xiaoying." Gun Yinji looked up in surprise and glared at Song Jining. Her emotions were like a roller coaster. She couldn't control herself because of Song Jining's words. "What did you say?" "Uncle Hua said he made a will and wanted to give all his assets to Major General Hua." Gun Yinji asked in a trembling voice. Song Jining nodded slightly, her face a little red. "Yes, you also think it's inappropriate, don't you?" "I politely refused at the time and said that it was his property and should be left to his own children. But he said that he didn't have anyone he liked in his life. He married Luo Xinxue to take care of her and give her and the child in her stomach a name. He also said that although they were married, he had never touched her." Gun Yinji covered her forehead with her hand and covered her eyes. She couldn't take it anymore. She was a little dizzy. Uncle Hua was too coquettish. But isn't it unfair for him to do this to Luo Xinxue? Gun Yinji composed herself and asked softly, "By doing this, Uncle Hua is making Luo Xinxue a widow?" Song Jining nodded and said with a wry smile, "I said the same thing back then. I said that since he was married to Luo Xinxue, he had to shoulder the responsibilities of a husband. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Luo Xinxue." "Then what did Uncle Hua say?" Gun Yinji was very curious and couldn't help but gossip. "He said that he and Luo Xinxue had an agreement. When Luo Xinxue found someone she liked, he would divorce her and let her find her own happiness. If she didn't want children, she could leave Luo Jialan in the Hua family. Because Luo Jialan is Hua Guanyuan's daughter in name, he didn't deny the whole thing to the outside world. As long as he doesn't say it, and Luo Xinxue doesn't say it, no one will know Luo Jialan's true identity. But you know," Gun Yinji quietly reminded Song Jining. Song Jining looked at her strangely, as if she was surprised that she had said that. She told her disapprovingly, "But I won't tell anyone. Huoguan Yuan told me about it, because he knew I would keep it secret." The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. "I'm afraid Uncle Hua didn't tell you about it, because you could keep it a secret, right?" This was really, she finally understood why Huoguan Yuan was so much more outstanding than his younger brother Huoguanshan. But he couldn't win over Song Jining, a beauty with a high IQ and low EQ, because his overly reserved way of expressing himself didn't work at all on a mad scientist like Song Jining. And Huoguanshan had probably used a very straightforward way of pursuing her to move the heart of a genius beauty who is very straightforward in terms of love. Song Jining's EQ wasn't low, but she was a little off when it came to love. She probably didn't expect Huoguan Yuan to like her at the time. It wasn't until 17 years later, when Bai Genie's case was being tried, that Song Jining realized that this person she had known for a long time had secretly had feelings for her. This was truly a strange combination of factors that made one sigh. However, she had been worried that Huoguan Yuan would go all out as a saint. Not only would he help someone else raise a child, but he would also lose all his assets. Now that she had heard Song Jining's words, she felt that Huoguan Yuan was still a normal person. Although he was stubborn when it came to relationships, at least he wasn't too muddle-headed. He didn't give his mother Xie Xian's assets to an outsider. Instead, he chose to leave it to his nephew, Hua Xiaoying. Gun Yinji sighed in her heart and continued to ask excitedly, "What about Uncle Hua's will?" Song Jining frowned. "I don't know. Didn't the military announce his will?" Huoguan Yuan and Song Jining had met with an accident in that experiment. Huoguan Yuan's body had been destroyed in the explosion, and Song Jining had been pushed out of the laboratory at the last moment. Her head had suffered a severe concussion, and her memory had stopped at the age of 18. She had become a serious mental patient. Therefore, Song Jining had no idea what happened to Huoguan Yuan after that. However, this question wasn't difficult to answer. Song Jining didn't know, but Hua Xiaoheng should know. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't know, there was still General Ji. Huoguan Yuan was a martyr of the military. There must have been rules and detailed records of how he had handled his funeral. Gun Yinji recalled that during the trial of Bai Genie's case, She seemed to have mentioned what Hua Guanyuan's belongings were. She clearly remembered that Hua Guanyuan's had not been mentioned at that time. If it had been mentioned, Gun Yinji definitely wouldn't have overlooked such an important thing. Whether the will had not been fulfilled at all, or whether the will had not been announced was what Gun Yinji wanted to investigate next. She came out of Song Jinning's laboratory and couldn't wait to call Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang with a busy tone. It was probably inconvenient for him to answer the phone. Gun Yinji sent him a text message. Major General Hua, do you know where your uncle's will is? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1301, How to Woo a Genius Beauty. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. We'll update again when the monthly votes reach 1,800. The second update at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1312. When Hua Xiaoheng saw Gun Yinji's message, it was already an hour later. He had just come out of the conference room and turned on his phone when he saw the message. He was slightly taken aback and subconsciously called Gun Yinji. Yinji, why do you ask? Wearing a Bluetooth headset, he walked unhurriedly down the long corridor. His leather boots made a rustling sound on the floor, echoing in the corridor. Gun Yinji had already returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. After taking a shower, she sat on the windowsill of the bay window with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked at the colorful flowers in the small garden downstairs and muttered to Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, I just came back from Miss Song's place and heard something from her. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and asked calmly, What is it? My uncle's will? That's one thing. There's another thing. Your uncle told your mother that Luo Jialan wasn't your uncle's biological daughter long before he married Luo Xinxue. Hua Xiaoheng was a little surprised. Did Ms. Song know that Luo Jialan wasn't my uncle's biological daughter many years ago? Yes, Ms. Song didn't tell anyone. How do you think Luo Jialan knew that Ms. Song knew about her background? Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, The most likely possibility is by Genie. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. Huh, no way. I've always guessed that it was Luo Xinxue. Luo Xinxue had told Luo Jialan the truth about her background after she became sensible. Could it be that she had also told Luo Jialan that Song Jinning knew about it? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Luo Xinxue didn't have the chance to know about it. She didn't know Ms. Song at all before she married my uncle. Then how could it be by Genie? Gun Yinji was surprised. Bai Genie didn't say a word during the last court trial. I think Bai Genie didn't know that this matter was so important that Luo Jialan wanted to kill her. Hua Xiaoheng analyzed calmly. Judging from a situation between Luo Jialan and Bai Genie at the time, the two of them had been friends for a long time. They could be considered best friends despite their age difference. Okay, then let's analyze it. First of all, how did Bai Genie know about this? What did she find out? Gun Yinji's interest was piqued. She loved reasoning and reasoning. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Is Lawyer Gu here to interrogate me? As he spoke, he walked to his office and pushed the door open. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his desk and sat down. He closed the door and said to Gun Yinji, There are 2 reasons why I think it's Bai Genie. First, she and my mother were doing experiments in the same lab. When my uncle talked to my mother, she was the one who had the chance to be the one who had ears. In other words, it was very likely that Bai Genie had happened to overhear Hua Guanyuan's conversation with Song Jinning. Gun Yinji remembered Song Jinning's description of the scene. It happened outside her lab. What if Bai Genie had been in the lab at the time? Gun Yinji nodded. That makes sense. What about the second reason? The second reason is, of course, that Bai Genie has always had a crush on my uncle, so it's very likely that she's been keeping an eye on my uncle's movements. I understand. This means that Bai Genie had an objective opportunity and motive to come into contact with this secret. Although it's a deduction, it's very close to the truth. Gun Yinji twirled her hair with her fingers and nodded approvingly. And later, Bai Genie and Luo Jialan became friends, so she had more opportunities to talk about this matter. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Lawyer Gu is still the best. You immediately summarized it. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Gun Yinji sat up straight and joked with a smile. If you laugh at me again, I'll ignore you. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and ignored her coquettishness. He continued, although I have 2 reasons to prove that Bai Jini is the most likely third party to know about this matter. I don't know why she didn't take advantage of this and push the blame onto Luo Jialan in Bai Jini's case. I think she was also fooled by Luo Jialan. Gun Yinji shrugged. Luo Jialan will definitely tell Bai Jini that she knew about this a long time ago. Her mother didn't hide it from her since she was young. If that's the case, Bai Jini won't think this news is so explosive, and she won't reveal the whole thing in court, because she doesn't think that doing so will help her get away with her crime. Instead, she will be looked down upon even more because of her eavesdropping behavior. That might be the only explanation. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips in admiration. It's closer to the truth than the reason I thought of myself. Hua Xiaoheng is too kind. I was just saying. Gun Yinji pretended to be reserved and modest. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He could almost see Gun Yinji's big eyes narrowing. She was like a cat being tickled under the sun. He couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and dote on her. Major General Hua, I want to see Bai Jini. Gun Yinji turned on her phone and checked. She was sentenced to death 1.5 years ago with a 2-year reprieve. There's only half a year left until the execution. Will her sentence be commuted to life imprisonment? Generally speaking, most of the suspended death sentences would be commuted to life imprisonment in the end. If they were reformed well during this period, they might even be released with a reduced sentence. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, if you want to see her, hurry up and see her. Her death sentence was actually suspended for 2 years. Gun Yinji could hear the viciousness in Hua Xiaoheng's tone. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Otherwise, Bai Jini would have a chance to get out of prison alive. Gun Yinji immediately said, then I'll apply to see Bai Jini. Bai Jini was on death row. Although her sentence was suspended for 2 years, she was still being held in solitary confinement. Gun Yinji was also a little curious. Bai Jini's brother, Bai Jiansheng, was the new prime minister. Didn't he think of a way to get Bai Jini out of prison as soon as possible? However, Hua Xiaoheng's attitude just now made it clear that he refused to see Bai Jini have any chance of commuting her sentence. He wanted her to be executed. Even if her sentence was suspended for 2 years, it would only be a suspension. He wanted her to die without delay. Gun Yinji immediately found the prison where Bai Jini was being held and applied for a visit. Bai Jini was the key to her current case. Through Bai Jini, she could connect Luo Jialan and Song Jining. Bai Jini could prove that Song Jining had long known about Luo Jialan's true background. At the same time, Bai Jini could also prove that she had told Luo Jialan about it. Coupled with Hua Guanyuan's missing will, all of this together could prove that Luo Jialan really had a motive to kill. Hello, is this Green City Women's Prison? I'd like to apply to see Ms. Bai Jini there. Gun Yinji politely called Green City Women's Prison. The women prisoners here were all felons. The prison staff politely asked Gun Yinji to show her identification. After checking her name, the staff said regretfully, I'm sorry, you're not on the visitation list. If you want to come to our Green City Women's Prison, you can call Bai Jini first and get her verbal permission to come in. Then may I ask what Bai Jini's phone number is? Gun Yinji asked with a smile. She's a felon. Does she have a phone and internet in her room? Of course not. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. As he spoke, he called Bai Jini over and asked her to answer the phone. This is today's second update, Chapter 1302, The Messenger. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. When the monthly votes reach 1,800, we'll do it again. Moi. Chapter 1313. Bai Jini walked into the small room in her striped prison uniform. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with her hand and said slowly, Who's calling? She said she's a lawyer. Her surname is Gu. A lawyer with the surname Gu. Bai Jini frowned and immediately thought of someone she hated. She immediately turned around and walked out. I won't see her. The prison staff responsible for answering the phone did not stop her. He said helplessly to Gun Yinji on the other end of the phone. Did you hear that? She won't see you. What can I do? Prisoners also had human rights. If she didn't want to see you, how could she force her? Gun Yinji chuckled and said, she won't see me? Tell her I'll ask her brother, Prime Minister Bai, and see if she'll still want to see me if her brother shows up. Gun Yinji knew that Bai Genie's only hope of getting out alive was her brother, Prime Minister Bai Jiansheng. Gun Yinji threatened Bai Genie with Prime Minister Bai, so Bai Genie would definitely be wary. As expected, the staff stopped Bai Genie, who was walking out, and said, Lawyer Gu said that if you don't see her, she'll go to Prime Minister Bai and ask him to speak. As expected, Bai Genie stopped in her tracks and cursed Gun Yinji for being too cunning. But she couldn't let Gun Yinji really go to her brother. She knew that Gun Yinji was a stubborn little girl. Not only was she capable, but she also had Hua Xiaoheng behind her. She couldn't afford to offend or hide, so she had to see him. Bai Genie turned around and walked back. She took the phone from the staff with a straight face and said woodenly, Who are you? What do you want? I'm Gun Yinji. You should remember me. Oh, Gun Yinji? I don't remember. Bai Genie denied it flatly because she didn't want Gun Yinji to have an easy time. Gun Yinji didn't mind and said lightly, You don't remember me? How old are you? You're already suffering from Alzheimer's disease and memory loss? Shut up. Bai Genie was so angry at Gun Yinji's words that her chest heaved up and down. She could barely control her temper. Gun Yinji curled her lips, and her voice was still calm. Do you remember? Let's get back to business. I want to see you. The prison guard said that he can only see you if you agree, so I called first to ask for your permission. Bai Genie's face twitched. She wanted to say, I don't agree, but Gun Yinji had already said, If you don't agree, I'll go talk to Prime Minister Bai. Let's see if Prime Minister Bai will do me a favor and let a busy man like you see me. His tone was not without sarcasm, but it also carried a hint of threat. Bai Genie's older brother, Bai Jiansheng, was the prime minister and a prime minister who cherished his reputation. There were 4 siblings in the Bai family, and 2 of them were in trouble. The second brother, Bai Yusheng, had committed treason. She was the youngest sister, but she had been sentenced to death for murdering Luo Xinxue. Although the sentence was suspended for 2 years, and there was a high possibility that it could be commuted to life imprisonment, if Bai Jiansheng wanted to put justice before family, she would have no choice but to die. Bai Genie didn't dare to gamble, because she knew how many years her brother had worked hard to be elected prime minister. This was also a position that the entire Bai family was proud of. Her life had already been ruined, but she couldn't ruin her big brother as well. If she ruined her big brother, she could just die. Bai Genie suppressed the anger in her heart and said stiffly, If you want to come, then come. I'll make it clear in advance that I'm just a felon. I can't do anything. I can't help you, nor can I get in your way. That was exactly what Gun Yinji wanted. Okay, then I'll make an appointment with your prison and come see you as soon as possible. Gun Yinji finished speaking and asked Bai Genie to transfer the call back to the staff member. Because Bai Genie had already agreed, the staff member didn't make things difficult for Gun Yinji and made an appointment for them to meet. The Green City Women's Prison was in Green City, more than 200 kilometers away from the imperial capital. In order to see Bai Genie as soon as possible, Gun Yinji made an appointment at 9 o'clock the next morning. She put down the phone and saw that it was already dark outside. She went downstairs to eat something and went to bed. She had to sleep early because she needed to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and rush to Green City to meet at 9 o'clock. That night, Hua Xiaoheng didn't return to the official residence. Instead, he went to the military headquarters courtyard to ask General Ji, who handled Hua Guanyuan's funeral after his uncle Hua Guanyuan died, and where Hua Guanyuan's will was. When he heard Gun Yinji's words, he immediately understood. As a soldier, he would write a will in advance before he went on a major mission. He had a will, and so did his father, Hua Guanchen. His uncle, Hua Guanyuan, should have a will. Because 17 years had passed, although the military had detailed records of such matters, for the sake of confidentiality, the records related to the experimental accident were all kept on paper and were not allowed to be entered into the computer network. Hua Xiaoheng could only go to the headquarters information room to search. He brought Yin Shi Xiang and by genie all the way from the information room to the basement. Finally, when it was almost dawn, he found the file of the experimental accident. In Shixiang didn't have enough security clearance to open the file. Therefore, after he handed the file to Hua Xiaoheng, he walked to the corridor outside the door and stood guard for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone on the sofa in the basement of the information room. His expression was calm as he flipped through the records related to the list of people who died in the experimental accident, the inventory of their belongings, the list, and the final delivery procedures. Hua Guanyuan, male, 36 years old, senior colonel rank, died in. His belongings are all handed over to his wife, Luo Xinxue. However, his will was not listed in the list of belongings. Could it be that his will was only handed over to his wife? It wasn't recorded? The receipt signed by Luo Xinxue was also placed in his information room, and there was no separate will listed in it. This was a little strange. Could it be that there really wasn't a will? However, he had a hunch that since Hua Guanyuan had mentioned it to Song Jining, he probably wasn't lying to her. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and thought for a while. In the end, he put down the information and left the information room. He saw that it was almost dawn, so he and In Shixiang laid down in the lounge upstairs for a while to rest. When it was 7 o'clock, he and In Shixiang left the information room, building to look for General Ji. General Ji had just returned from his morning exercise and met Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang at the door. Xiaoheng, Big Xiong, good morning. General Ji greeted them with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang stood at attention and saluted. Good morning, Chief. Good. Don't be so restrained. Come, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, let's eat together. General Ji kindly brought Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang into his house. They didn't stand on ceremony and followed General Ji to his restaurant for breakfast. General Ji liked old people's tastes. In the morning, he had fried golden fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a steamer of white, fat, and hot tofu skin buns. The fillings inside were all vegetarian. There were tofu, vegetarian chicken, tofu, shepherd's purse, and fresh mushrooms. It was very delicious. However, although it tasted good, it wasn't enough for Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang. The two of them ate 5 tofu skin buns each, but they still felt like they hadn't eaten at all. They could only eat a few more fried dough sticks. General Ji looked at the two of them emotionally and said, "It's still good to be young. Everything tastes good." Hua Xiaoheng, In Shixiang almost choked on a mouthful of fried dough stick. It took him a long time to swallow it. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him, and he immediately understood and said, "What would you two like to drink?" Hua Xiaoheng ordered Colombian black coffee, and General Ji still wanted pu'er tea. In Shixiang took the opportunity to leave the restaurant and go to the kitchen to make coffee and tea so that Hua Xiaoheng and General Ji could speak alone. General Ji, I have a private matter to ask you. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his voice. If you think it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it. Please don't feel pressured. You brat, don't give me that. Tell me, what's the big deal? General Ji smiled as he took out a cigar and knocked it on the dining table. Hua Xiaoheng quickly took the blade and helped General Ji cut the cigar. He then lit it with a lighter and said, "It's like this. I want to ask, who did my uncle give his will to?" General Ji was stunned. Hua Guanyuan's will. He didn't give it to his family? Didn't he have a wife and daughter? Hua Xiaoheng looked at General Ji without batting an eyelid. My aunt has already passed away. She was killed by Bai Genie. His daughter, Luo Jialan, is not his biological daughter, but the posthumous child of his comrade. General Ji slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, I'm getting old. My memory is really bad. I remember now. That's true. Sigh, your uncle is so pitiful. He sacrificed himself for the country and didn't even leave behind a descendant. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I also just remembered that as a soldier, my uncle would definitely have a will when he carried out that kind of mission. However, I didn't see a will on the list of his belongings. General Ji took a puff of his cigar and looked at the French window across from him. He said softly, Xiaoheng, in the era when your uncle died, The will didn't specify that it must be listed on the list of his belongings. Hua Xiaoheng. At that time, he was only 12 years old and hadn't joined the army yet, so he didn't know about these things. Because in that era, soldiers who died had a will to leave to their families. This was a convention, and there was no need to specifically mention it. Everyone knew about it, so the military didn't insist that the will be listed as one of the belongings on the list. Hua Xiaoheng understood. Then the reason why the will was listed as one of the belongings on the list was because something happened, right? Yes. General Ji said straightforwardly, something did happen later. The will of the soldier who died was maliciously intercepted, destroyed, or tampered with, causing a lot of property disputes. Later, the military forcibly stipulated that the will was also a relic of the soldier who died and must be listed on the list of belongings. When it was handed over to the family had a sign to indicate that they had received the will. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng. It seems that your uncle's will was also intercepted or destroyed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 17 years to track down the whereabouts of the will. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment. Do you still remember who was in charge of the will at that time? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1303, Falling. A reminder for everyone about your monthly and recommended tickets. Today is the third update. The monthly ticket is 1,800 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update is at 8 p.m. My dear friends are so amazing, so awesome. Chapter 1314. General Ji thought about it for a while and rubbed his white beard with one hand. He suddenly frowned and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. What's wrong? Do you remember now? Hua Xiaoheng asked immediately. Although he reacted quickly, he wasn't particularly anxious. His tone was still neither fast nor slow, making it difficult to figure out his thoughts. General Ji nodded slightly. He thought he would tell Hua Xiaoheng. He should be more reliable than his father, Hua Guanchen. He raised the cigar in his hand and took a few more puffs. General Ji lowered his eyes and said calmly, If I remember correctly, your uncle's suicide note was given to a vice president of the military for safekeeping. A vice president of the military? Who is it? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and took out his phone. He began to search for the vice presidents of the military 17 years ago. There was only one president of the military, but there could be several vice presidents. There were 8 at most, and 3 at least. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't remember who the vice presidents of the military were at that time. On his phone, the list of all the vice presidents of the military from 17 years ago was displayed on the military intranet. Every one of them had a name, photo, and a simple resume. The first on the list was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, Hua Xiwenong, the father of Hua Guanyuan, who had died. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers paused. There was no need to ask anymore. He knew who had the suicide note. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head, as usual, and smiled. Thank you for your guidance, General Ji. I'll go back and ask now. Don't worry. General Ji smiled and took a puff of his cigar. He said meaningfully, Your grandfather is old. He was very stubborn back then, so he must be even more stubborn now. You have to smooth things over. Don't make the old man sick. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and saluted solemnly. Yes, Chief. It was already around 9 in the morning when he returned to his Special Operations Forces headquarters from the military headquarters. Hua Xiaoheng returned to his official residence and handed his military hat to the orderly. He asked casually, Where's Nianji? What's she doing? The orderly quickly said, Reporting, Chief. Misku drove out early in the morning. She said she was on a green city and asked you to call her if you needed anything. Hua Xiaoheng's hand, which was being held by Jie Fengji, paused. He slowly looked at the orderly. She went to Green City? The most famous prison in Greentown was the Greentown Female Prison. She quickly remembered that Bai Genie was being held there. She must have gone to see Bai Genie. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his military jacket and hung it in the closet at the entrance before going upstairs to rest. Gu Nianji had already arrived at the reception room of Green City Women's Prison and was sitting opposite Bai Genie. She smiled at Bai Genie and nodded. Physicist by long time no see. You look just as good as before, and your figure and skin are much better than when you were in prison. Gun Yinji remembered seeing Bai Jini in court a year and a half ago. Her skin was a little dark, and there were deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She was also slightly chubby. But now, Bai Jini, who was sitting in front of her, was much fairer and thinner. She was at least 2 sizes smaller, but the skin on her face was not loose. Instead, it was taut and stylish, and there was a faint luster in the sunlight from the window. She seemed to be having a good time in prison. Gun Yinji's eyes turned cold. Bai Jini was also looking at Gun Yinji. After not seeing her for a year and a half, the little girl's eyes were much sharper than before. They had lost their childishness and looked mature and steady. Her eyes were extremely large and black, and her jade-like pupils were like fine black gold velvet. They were so black that they had a texture to them. Her tall and well-embroidered nose bridge made her face look very three-dimensional, and she had the bright beauty of a European woman. Any Eastern woman with such looks was a peerless beauty. Bai Jini's gaze slid from Gun Yinji's beautiful face to her bulging chest. Gun Yinji was wearing a loose half-sleeve knitted sweater made of crystal blue silk and cotton blend with a little cashmere. The opening of the collar revealed her delicate collarbone. The Van Cleef and Arpels monochrome necklace around her neck was simple and elegant. It inadvertently highlighted the details and had a low-key luxury. Long hair draped over her shoulders, bright eyes, and spirited eyes. This was the kind of woman who described her. Bai Jini sighed softly in her heart, and her expression darkened. The Song Jining of the past was so similar to the Gun Yinji now. They were both talented and beautiful girls, and they both had men who truly loved and valued them. However, Song Jining's taste was much worse than Gun Yinji's. A strange smile appeared on Bai Jini's face as she thought viciously. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on the long conference table in front of her. She said softly, "Bai Jini, have you ever thought about why I came to see you?" Bai Jini raised her head. "That's a question you should be thinking about. Why should I waste my time thinking about such a boring question?" She expressed her disdain by ignoring her. Gun Yinji shook her head. "Why bother? Haven't you ever thought about who caused you to be in prison now, from a promising physicist to this state?" The corners of Bai Jini's mouth curled into a mocking smile. She leaned forward and said, "I've thought about it. The culprit who caused me to be in prison, from a promising physicist to a qualified end, is you, Lawyer Gu." Gun Yinji curled the corners of her lips and smiled. "Is that so? I'm honored, but unfortunately, you're wrong." As she spoke, Gun Yinji added, "No wonder you're not as good as Ms. Song. Your IQ, intuition, and acuity are far inferior to hers." Bai Jini could no longer maintain her composure. She stood up with a swoosh and sneered, "If you keep talking, I won't entertain you anymore." She turned around and walked towards the door of the reception room. Gun Yinji watched coldly as she walked towards the door. Just as Bai Jini's hand was on the door handle, Gun Yinji said, "Bai Jini, what Jialan didn't know that Song Jining knew about her background until you told her." Bai Jini's hand froze. Her eyes suddenly widened. She suddenly turned around and walked back quickly. She placed her hands on the conference table and asked anxiously, "What did you say? Say it again." Gun Yinji crossed her arms and smiled confidently. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You think you're the oriole, but in fact, you're just the oriole that the hunter has placed in the net. Hui Jialan, oh no, it should be Luo Jialan. She's changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration. Gun Yinji stared fixedly at Bai Jini, not missing the slightest change in her expression. Instead of beating around the bush to interrogate Bai Jini, she went straight to the point. "So can you tell me, when did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining was also an insider of her background?" This kind of direct questioning method could make the other party subconsciously answer the question she wanted to hide the answer to the question she wanted to hide. Bai Jini's lips trembled, and her eyes shone as she looked at Gun Yinji. What do you mean by this? Tell me first, when did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining was also an insider of her background?" Gun Yinji repeated calmly and opened her arms. She held a pen and a recording pen in her hand. Tell me, maybe I can piece together another timeline and help you find the person who escaped the net to help you commit the crime. This was the second update of the day. Monthly votes of 1,800 plus updates had arrived. Chapter 1304, The Fish That Escaped the Net. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. 8 p.m., the third update. Chapter 1315. Bai Jini looked at Gun Yinji in surprise. Collaboration? A fish that slipped through the net. Yes, I'll say it again. You think you're using someone else as a gun, but have you ever thought that you're actually someone else's gun? Gun Yinji smiled faintly, as beautiful as a night epiphyllum. Bai Jini frowned and said uncomfortably, "That was a long time ago. Hui Jialan and I just happened to Luo Jialan. She's changed her name now." Gun Yinji corrected her. Luo Jialan. I accidentally told Luo Jialan about her background, time, place, and who was there at the time. Gun Yinji asked, "Is that important?" Bai Jini looked at Gun Yinji in confusion. "It's been so long. Of course it's important. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to come here and tell you about the past?" Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and was a little impatient. "You've already experienced the consequences of hiding something from a lawyer, haven't you? In the case of Luo Xinchua's murder, Bai Jini had hidden some fact from her defense lawyer. In the end, she had been very passive in court. Gun Yinji had seized on the loophole and pursued her relentlessly. In the end, she had been convicted. What substantial benefit does that do me? Bai Jini wasn't someone who would be at a disadvantage. Her eyes calmed down. Can my case be overturned? Gun Yinji lowered her eyes and didn't comment. That depends on how much you say and what the truth is. Then can it prove that I was wronged? I demand to be released from prison immediately. Bai Jini stood up excitedly. Can you? If you can't, I won't say it. Gun Yinji's well-defined lips curled up. She looked up at Bai Jini. After Luo Jialan took over Song Jinning's care, did you intentionally or unintentionally reveal to her that Song Jinning knew about her background? Bai Jini's eyes darted around as her mind raced. Finally, she sneered, no comment. She then turned around and left the reception room. The prison guard took her back to her cell. Gun Yinji slowly stood up and waited for a while before walking out of the reception room. She said to the other prison guard at the door, "Could you please show me Bai Jini's cell?" The prison guard was stunned. "You want to see Bai Jini's cell? Do you have a visiting certificate? Does her verbal promise count as proof of visitation?" Gun Yinji raised her chin in the direction where Bai Jini had disappeared. There's evidence of her phone surveillance recording. The prison guard made a phone call to his superior. After confirming it, he said, "Please follow me." Gun Yinji followed the prison guard to Bai Jini's cell. The Greentown Women's Prison imprisoned felons. Only those who had been sentenced to at least 15 years in prison could be locked up here. Along the way, the security was tight and there were cameras everywhere. The doors with iron bars were tightly shut, and the world inside and outside the door were two completely different worlds. Gun Yinji walked quietly until the prison guard stopped in front of a single cell. He pointed and said, "This is Bai Jini's cell." Gun Yinji walked forward. "Open the door." The prison guard keyed in a few passwords on the display beside the door, and the door quietly opened. Of course, the iron fence made of thin iron rods was still tightly shut. Gun Yinji looked up and saw the situation in the cell. She smiled and quickly took a photo with her phone. The facilities in Bai Jini's single cell were really good. The room wasn't small. It was at least 20 square meters. Under the south-facing window was a desk with a laptop on it. Next to the desk was a small three-tiered bookshelf, which was densely packed with books. Under the east wall was a single bed with snow-white sheets. The bedside lamp was exquisite and cute. A curved LCD television hung on the west wall. There were two single sofas under it, and a small coffee table in the middle of the two sofas. On the other side of the single sofa was an elliptical machine. It could be used for running, stretching, and heart rate monitoring. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue. "Are you here to go to prison or to retire?" She turned to look at the prison guard. "I never knew that our country's felony prison could have such good facilities." It's really comparable to the felony prison cells in Oslo, Norway. I think this place should be called a nursing home, not a women's prison. While it's hard for law-abiding, ordinary people to buy a room, our felons are already living in a nursing home in a developed country. I think the public will be very happy to know that. Gun Yinji didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The faces of Baijini and the prison guard outside the cell darkened. Baijini understood and rushed to the door to stop Gun Yinji. She said anxiously, "Don't go. I'll tell you everything you want to know." She knew very well that Gun Yinji was threatening her. If she didn't tell her, she would spread the word about her treatment in prison. When that time came, she wouldn't be the only one to suffer. More importantly, her brother, Bai Jiansheng, who had just become prime minister. Gun Yinji had noticed from the phone call that Bai Jini's treatment in prison was unusual. She had already made several preparations. If Bai Jini cooperated obediently, she wouldn't make things too difficult for her. Anyway, she was going to be executed. They were magnanimous to live and eat well before they died. But if she didn't know what was good for her and pushed her luck, Gun Yinji wouldn't show any mercy. She was the best at dealing with the prime minister. Bai Jini's arrogance was completely suppressed by the few words she said in front of the single cell. She was much more obedient in the following questions. Returning to the monitored reception room, Gun Yinji still held her recording pen and began to ask questions. Bai Jini, when and where did you tell Luo Jialan that Song Jining knew about her background? 7 years ago, when I had a breakthrough in my experiment. Bai Jini looked at Gun Yinji resentfully. If your car hadn't suddenly barged in that day, my experiment would have definitely succeeded. Gun Yinji, okay. This had something to do with her too. Gun Yinji didn't back down and said coldly, "You really know how to shirk responsibility. You can't pull it out yourself, so you blame gravity, right?" Bai Jini's face turned red from the sarcasm, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, "That's how it is." Gun Yinji chuckled and continued to ask, "Was that before or after I appeared?" "After. The experiment wasn't successful. I went back to the imperial capital and went to the Hua family for dinner." Bai Jini pursed her lips. "I just said a few words to Luo Jialan." Bai Jini was deeply indignant when she saw that Song Jining was in good spirits and looked like she was about to recover soon. "What did you say? You must not remember, right?" Gun Yinji said deliberately, "I don't have high expectations for your IQ and memory." "Of course I remember." Bai Jini looked at Gun Yinji mockingly. "Since I promised to tell you, I won't hide it anymore." "Then tell me." "I was pruning the flowers in the small garden when Luo Jialan stood next to me and chatted with me. I accidentally mentioned that Hua Guanyuan wasn't her biological father, and Song Jining knew about it." "What did Luo Jialan say?" Gun Yinji asked calmly without any pressure in her tone. Bai Jini added, "She told me that she knew about it a long time ago." It was similar to what Gun Yinji had thought. She immediately confirmed, she knew about it a long time ago? Did she know that Hua Guanyuan wasn't her biological father? Or did Song Jining know about it? Bai Jini was confused. "I didn't think about that. I thought she knew about it a long time ago." It was obvious that Luo Jialan had played a trick on this matter. Even Bai Jini, who had always been shrewd, had been fooled by her. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1305, Little Tricks. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1316. Bai Jini's expression was ugly for a moment. She could no longer maintain her forced calmness. She slammed one hand on the table and said, "Luo Jialan is so despicable. I treated her so well back then. It was just a matter of taking what she needed. Did she have to make herself sound so innocent?" Gun Yinji cursed in her heart and quietly listened to Bai Jini vent her anger before saying, "Since you admit that you did tell Luo Jialan about Song Jining knowing about her background, can you sign here for me?" Gun Yinji took out the third-party witness signature form that she had prepared earlier and placed it in front of Bai Jini. Bai Jini was stunned. "What is this?" "This is a testimony that needs your signature to prove that you said something like that just now." Gun Yinji pointed to the reason she had just filled in. Please take it seriously, because this will be handed over to the prosecutor's office to help prosecute Luo Jialan. When Baijini heard that Gunyinji was going to sue Luo Jialan, she signed her name without hesitation. After signing it, she pushed the testimony back to Gunyinji and smiled maliciously. It would be great if Luo Jialan could come here to keep me company. Gunyinji stood up with a smile. I'll definitely let you two friends reunite. Gunyinji took the third-party testimony signed by Baijini and once again went to the reception room of the prosecutor's office. Lawyer Gu, why are you here again? The staff in the reception room was very polite to her, but also very helpless. We've already said many times that there isn't enough evidence for the intentional homicide that you've requested to prosecute. We can't bring a prosecution. Gunyinji placed the testimony she had just obtained and the materials she had prepared in front of the staff member. She smiled and said, "Take a look again. We've obtained another very important third-party testimony. This testimony can prove that Luo Jialan had a motive to kill Song Jining." Gunyinji still had some reservations about this request to bring a prosecution. She wouldn't lay out all her cards. Her real trump card would be left to give Luo Jialan a fatal blow during the trial. The staff member looked at Gunyinji suspiciously and lowered his head to take out the materials from the file bag. He first looked at the list of materials. On the list of materials on the cover page, the staff member found a new testimony from a third party, and it was the testimony of a prisoner. The staff member pulled out the new material and read it carefully. After looking through it, the staff member's expression changed. This great lawyer Gu was indeed extraordinary. She had found a breakthrough point in a case that seemed impossible to prosecute. Although this staff member was not the one who made decisions in the procuratorate, he had handled thousands of petitions and had long trained a pair of fiery eyes. From his professional perspective, Gunyinji's previous complaint lacked a breakthrough point that could string all the accusations together. There is no doubt that Baijini's testimony had the best effect. He put away all the documents and smiled at Gunyinji. As expected of the great lawyer Gu who won a case in Germany, the pleadings you prepared can be used as models. Don't worry, I'll hand it over and let the prosecutor weigh it carefully. Please go back and wait for further notice. Gunyinji knew it was a success when he said that. She sighed softly and stood up with a smile. She bowed to the staff member and said, "Thank you for enforcing the law impartially. I hope we can work together happily from now on." Song Jining was the plaintiff, and Gunyinji was her lawyer with full authority. If the procuratorate filed a public prosecution, Gunyinji would likely be hired by the procuratorate as a public prosecution lawyer to go against the defendant's lawyer in court. The staff member also knew what she meant. He reached out and shook Gunyinji's hand. "You're welcome, great lawyer Gu." After leaving the procuratorate, Gunyinji looked at her watch. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She had left the house at 7 in the morning and had only eaten 2 Zilong Bao for breakfast. However, she was excited and all the energy in her body was burning. She hadn't felt hungry at all. It was already past 2 o'clock when she drove back to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Only then did she realize that she was hungry. She tossed the car keys to the orderly and asked casually, "Is Major General Hua back?" Hua Xiaoheng hadn't come back last night. Gunyinji knew that he was either in a meeting or on a mission, so she didn't ask. The orderly quickly said, "He's back. He's resting upstairs." Oh, Gunyinji turned around and didn't plan to go upstairs. She would let Hua Xiaoheng have a good sleep. Gunyinji walked into the kitchen and planned to make herself something to eat. She came back at bad time. The orderly who cooked for Hua Xiaoheng wasn't at the official residence at this time. He must have gone to buy groceries. Moreover, even if he was here, Gunyinji couldn't trouble him to specially cook for her. It was a privilege to ask him to cook before it was mealtime. Gunyinji used to eat some snacks and wait until mealtime to eat with everyone. However, she didn't want to eat snacks today. She wanted to eat some hot food. She walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. She pretended to look around, but found that there were no leftovers. She couldn't make egg fried rice, even if she wanted to. Instant noodles were out of the question. Hua Xiaoheng's kitchen didn't allow that kind of unhealthy food to exist. However, There were frozen dumplings in the freezer compartment in the refrigerator. She could take them out and make fried dumplings. Gun Yinji happily found the pan and put oil in it like Hua Xiaoheng did. She then placed the frozen dumplings in it and poured a shallow layer of water on it, just covering the area below the dumplings. Then, she brought the fire to a boil. Water vapor quickly filled the kitchen. However, the bottom of the dumplings was cooked, but the top was not yet cooked. Gun Yinji quickly added some more water. The fire boiled again. Water vapor spread in the kitchen again. This time, there was even a burning smell. Gun Yinji was flustered. She picked up the kettle and poured a large pot of water again in an attempt to suppress the burning smell. Water vapor with traces of oil seeped out of the pan and flowed onto the stove. However, she forgot to turn down the fire. This was an induction cooker, but a gas cooker. The faint blue flame quickly sprang up and burned along the edge of the pan. Gun Yinji panicked and poured all the water from the kettle in her hand. Boom! A string of open flames completely burned up, and the flame was less than a centimeter away from the hair on Gun Yinji's forehead. The smoke alarm in the kitchen went off with a whoosh. The smoke alarm in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence wasn't an ordinary alarm. Its terminal was connected to the central control room and enjoyed the highest level of authority. As soon as the alarm went off, the entire base sounded the alarm. The long and short sirens resounded throughout the base. Countless members of the Special Operations Forces immediately put down their work and entered a state of first-level combat readiness. The Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team assembled within a minute and surrounded Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Hua Xiaoheng had only taken an afternoon nap in his bedroom when he was woken up by the alarm in his room. He jumped out of bed reflexively, grabbed his uniform, and put it on as he ran out. When he reached the stairs, he saw thick smoke billowing from his kitchen. A few orderlies were rushing in with fire extinguishers. His heart skipped a beat, and he cursed under his breath. He almost jumped down the stairs from the second floor and ran faster than the orderlies. He rushed into the kitchen like lightning. It was as he had expected. Gun Yinji was holding a frying pan in one hand and a kettle in the other. She was fighting with the gas stove that was burning with a faint blue flame. Hua Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He hugged Gun Yinji from behind and lay down on the ground. The orderlies who followed him and carried high-efficiency fire extinguishers on their backs and sprayed them at the gas stove. Outside the official residence, the Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team members who rushed in were already fully armed and ready to storm the door. Hua Xiaoheng's orderlies, Fan Jian, ran out of the house covered in fire-extinguishing foam. He said to the murderous members of the Suicide Squad and the Demolition Team outside, "It's fine, it's fine. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked down by the captain of the Suicide Squad, Zhou Qiyuan. "We'll see for ourselves if it's a misunderstanding. Let's go." He gestured and rushed in with the Suicide Squad. According to the procedure, this was what they had to do, because when the alarm sounded, they had to recognize no one but Hua Xiaoheng. A group of people rushed to the official residence with guns. When they saw thick smoke billowing from a kitchen, they immediately occupied all the advantageous corners of the living room. They set up their guns and covered Zhou Qiyuan and two other members as they rushed into the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng was standing up from the ground with Gun Yinji in his arms. He looked up and saw a group of heavily armed Suicide Squad members standing in front of him with guns. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. Gun Yinji wanted to die. She buried her entire body in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and refused to raise her head. Zhou Qiyuan looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked with concern, "Major General Hua, are you okay?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand helplessly. "I'm fine. It's really a misunderstanding. You take them out first. I'll be right out." Zhou Qiyuan refused. "You go out first. We still have to check this place carefully. It's better to be safe than sorry." Of course, Zhou Qiyuan didn't suspect Gun Yinji, but who knew if someone would use this opportunity to tamper with the house? At this time, the importance of procedures was obvious. Everything was done according to the rules. Even if there was nothing, They had to treat it as if there was something wrong and treat it as a drill. A real combat drill, although the cause was very nonsensical. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to carry Gun Yinji and quickly walk out of the kitchen. The kitchen behind him was still emitting thick black smoke. When he walked out of the thick smoke, it was as if he had walked out of a smoke-filled battlefield. The other Suicide Squad members and the demolition team in the living room breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Hua Xiaoheng come out, but they still didn't dare to be careless. After all, Zhou Qiyuan hadn't spoken yet. They still had to maintain their combat status. 5 minutes later, Zhou Qiyuan came out of the kitchen and used his Bluetooth headset to inform everyone. Clear. That was what the alarm meant. Gun Yinji had been sitting in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and clinging to him like a koala. When she heard Zhou Qiyuan say that it was fine, she was about to let go when she heard laughter from the living room. The Suicide Squad members and the demolition team members came out from all corners of the living room and clicked their tongues at Gun Yinji, who was in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Little Yinji, you're really different now. You're going to be the wife of a major general, and you dare to set Major General Hua's kitchen on fire. We didn't even help you with the wall. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1306, I'll Help You. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. When the monthly votes reach 2,100, we'll do 3 updates. At 8 o'clock p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you, Leader Enigma Yangxi, for your 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1317. Gun Yinji wanted to find a hole to hide in, but the more she tried to hide, the more they laughed. They were all people who watched her grow up, so it wasn't a problem for them to joke around. However, Gun Yinji was so embarrassed this time that she couldn't take it anymore. She was so angry that she turned to the people who were laughing at her and said loudly, "That's enough. Laugh again and kill yourself." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed even more happily. Ha ha! Have you ever heard of such a powerful threat? No. She's going to commit suicide if we keep laughing. Sister, you're amazing. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Ha ha. A few of them even fell to the ground laughing, rolling on the ground with their arms around their stomachs. Hua Xiaoheng, who never smiled in front of his subordinates, also smirked. However, seeing that Gun Yinji was extremely embarrassed, he pressed her head against his chest and coolly glanced at the people around him. Wherever his eyes passed, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. All of them stood ramrod straight in front of Hua Xiaoheng, looking up at the sky with tense expressions. Hua Xiaoheng stood up with Gun Yinji in his arms and said dryly, "Today's operation was a good one. You can all disperse." "Yes, Chief." Everyone answered in unison. "Everyone, turn right. Run. Let's go." Zhou Qiyuan commanded the temporary response team and ran out of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. The thick smoke in the kitchen gradually dissipated, and the engineers came in with tools to renovate the kitchen from the renovation to the wiring. The gendarmerie were working on the side. Another group of engineers set up a makeshift kitchen in an empty room. Hua Xiaoheng's 2 orderlies, who were in charge of cooking, came in from outside with pale faces. They stood in front of the kitchen door in a daze, not knowing what had happened. "Comrade, what's going on? We just went out to buy some groceries. Why did he burn it in the kitchen after coming back?" Just now, when they heard the alarm going off in the entire station, they thought that something had happened, so they hid on the spot according to the procedure. They even hid a bag of live prawns in the pool behind the big rock. When the alarm was lifted and they returned to the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, they found out that something had happened to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Ha! How can you go grocery shopping together? The comrades of the military police and the military engineers were laughing at the 2 of them. You have a major general's wife whose cooking skills are comparable to that of a killer. You must remember not to leave the kitchen at the same time. You must stagger. Ha! After repeating this a few times, the 2 orderlies finally figured out the whole thing. The 2 of them rushed to the kitchen to take a look and opened the refrigerator. They found that the dumplings they had made a few days ago were a little less. When they looked at the ruins on the gas stove, they completely understood. Miss Gu wants to eat fried dumplings? Most likely. Look at the burnt pan. Then I added oil, water, turned on the fire. It's been burning without a lid, so it must be burnt. In the end, the water vapor mixed with the oil came out of the pan. There was an open flame on the gas stove, so when the flame met the oil, the water vapor was nothing. Then there will definitely be black smoke, and the smoke alarm will go off. The two orderlies finally understood. They looked at the utensils in the kitchen and deduced what had happened, and they actually guessed it correctly. After coming out of the messy kitchen, the two orderlies returned to the makeshift kitchen next to them. They used the remaining dumplings to make 2 plates of fried dumplings and put them in a thermos bucket for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji was lying on the bed with her head covered with the blanket. She wouldn't come out no matter how hard Hua Xiaoheng called her. Yinji, they were just joking with you. They didn't mean any harm. Hua Xiaoheng patted her through the blanket. Be good. Get up and go eat something. He knew that she must have been starving to think of cooking for herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the kitchen. I'm not eating. I'll kill myself if I say another word. Gun Yinji pounded the bed with her hand. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. You're going to kill yourself after saying a few words? Can you bear to leave me? Hua Xiaoheng simply picked Gun Yinji up with a blanket. Hurry up and go eat. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Why don't we go out to eat? We have to go to the airport to pick someone up after eating. Gun Yinji fiddled with Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple with her hand. She pouted so much that she could hang an oil bottle. She said angrily, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just staying here for the rest of my life. I want to be a mushroom. I want to live here and grow here. Yes, just be a mushroom. Give birth to little mushrooms for me in the future. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her pouting lips as he spoke. Her soft lips were as beautiful as he remembered them. One kiss wasn't enough. He took it in his mouth and savored it carefully. The kiss made Gun Yinji dizzy and dizzy. She almost fainted. Fortunately, the orderly's voice came from the door. Hua Xiaoheng let go of Gun Yinji reluctantly. What is it? Hua Xiaoheng asked expressionlessly into the intercom. Reporting to the chief. We made pan-fried dumplings. Is Miss Gu hungry? The orderly at the door scratched his head. We left them at the door. If you're hungry, come out and get them. The two of them placed the thermos containing the pan-fried dumplings at the door of Gun Yinji's bedroom. Gun Yinji held onto Hua Xiaoheng tightly and didn't allow him to open the door. Although she was indeed very hungry, compared to embarrassing herself in front of others, she decided to starve. However, the two orderlies were very perceptive. They actually came up with such a trick. Hua Xiaoheng silently praised the two sensible orderlies in his heart. He planned to give them a few more days off during the new year. After all, he planned to take Gun Yinji to the Xie family in France for the new year this year. All right, they've already left. I'll go bring in the pan-fried dumplings. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gun Yinji with the blanket and placed her on the sofa. You should eat some. Your stomach doesn't feel well when you're hungry. Have you forgotten? Gun Yinji's stomach was actually starting to ache. She didn't stop him anymore. She watched as Hua Xiaoheng walked to the door and opened it. She quickly lay down on the sofa, afraid that someone would see her at the door. After a while, when she heard that there was no other sound at the door, she carefully poked her head out from behind the sofa to secretly observe. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and closed the door with the food box. He looked up and saw a small black head swaying behind the sofa. This little girl thought she was hiding well. If she had the ability, she would hide her head too. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and walked behind the sofa. He held Gun Yinji's head. Stop hiding. I can see your head from afar. Seeing that the door was closed, Gun Yinji sat up with the blanket in her arms and narrowed her eyes to look over. However, her gaze had always been attracted by Hua Xiaoheng in the past, but today it was attracted by the food box in his hand. Her burning gaze was fixed on the food box in Hua Xiaoheng's hand, and Gun Yinji felt even hungrier. Hua Xiaoheng didn't tease her anymore. He went to the cupboard in the living room and took out a black porcelain plate with epiphyllum on it. He put the fried dumplings on it and put a small silver fork on it. Eat it. It's your favorite san xian filling with shrimp. The Sancian dumplings had a vegetarian Sancian filling with eggs, chives, and diced mushrooms. There were also Sancian dumplings with eggs, chives, and pork, or eggs, diced mushrooms, and shrimp. Sometimes there was a little vermicelli. Gunyinji loved Sancian dumplings with eggs, mushrooms, shrimp, and vermicelli the most. This time, it happened to be her favorite flavor, so she ate very happily. After eating, the frustration and anger she felt just now actually disappeared without a trace. As expected, food was the most important thing to the people. Any kind of depression could be solved with a delicious meal. Thinking back to what had just happened, she giggled. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Go take a shower after eating, and then I'll take you to the airport to pick someone up. Who? Do you want our Major General Hua to pick them up personally? A foreign head of state? Gunyinji asked him with a smile. Can I not go? No. Hua Xiaoheng denied it flatly. If my great-uncle, who is also my grandmother's brother. Gunyinji exclaimed, and immediately went to the bathroom in the bedroom to wash up and take a bath. She cleaned up for a full hour and a half before coming out. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Just in time. Let's go now. Gunyinji was wearing Chanel's latest summer tulip skirt with a matching silk round neck, three-quarter sleeve top. Her long hair was pulled back and pinned on top of her head with a diamond hairband. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and nodded. Let's go. The two of them got into the car and sped towards Imperial Capital International Airport's T3 terminal. Grandfather Xie's private plane landed at the airport an hour later. This time, he came back quietly and didn't greet any of the other parties. Hua Xiaoheng was the only one who knew he was back. The two of them stood on the tarmac and watched the cabin door of a large Boeing 787 passenger plane open. A hale and hearty old man with an elegant and powerful aura walked down the gangway. Gunyinji looked at the old man's every move and couldn't help whispering to Hua Xiaoheng, "This is your great-uncle? He's so imposing, like an emperor." Hua Xiaoheng. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1307, Growing Mushrooms, Growing Mushrooms. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. 2 updates today, and the monthly votes will be 2,100 tomorrow. We'll do 3 updates. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1318. The Imperial Capital International Airport was still very busy in the evening. The plane took off and landed with flashing red lights. The command tower was brightly lit, and everyone was working nervously. Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng stood on the walkway of the tarmac and watched the hale and hearty old man walk down under the lights. 2 tall men in black uniforms followed closely behind him. They carried briefcases and wore sunglasses. They looked like secretaries and bodyguards at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng brought Gunyinji to greet them. "Granduncle, did everything go smoothly?" Hua Xiaoheng reached out his hand and spoke in a very friendly voice. This kind of friendliness was different from the friendliness he had with General Ji and Speaker Long. It was a familiarity that came from the same bloodline. The old man was Xie Xinxing, the head of the Xie family. Although he was no longer in charge, his influence was still there. He nodded and said gently, "It was fine." "Xiaoheng, is this your fiancée?" He looked at Gunyinji, who was standing next to Hua Xiaoheng. He had seen Gunyinji's photos and videos many times, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. To be honest, Xie Xinxing felt that the photos and videos didn't reflect her true appearance. Although she was also beautiful and cute in the photos and videos, she was still far from being as lively as she was in person. Xie Xinxing had originally been quite critical of Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng's relationship. However, Hua Xiaoheng insisted, so he didn't object. Now that he saw Gunyinji in person, he finally understood. With such a girl chasing after him so closely, even the strong-willed Hua Xiaoheng couldn't remain indifferent. Hua Xiaoheng quickly introduced them. "Granduncle, this is Nyinji." He then said to Gunyinji, "This is my granduncle, my grandmother's biological brother." Gunyinji knew that Hua Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Xin, was the eldest daughter of the Xie family, so she quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Xie. You're still calling me Mr. Xie?" Xie Xinxing put his hands behind his back with a half-smile. Since you're treating me like an outsider, I won't give you the gift. Gu Nianji blinked and realized that this old man was very interesting. She readily accepted his advice and said sweetly, "Hello, granduncle." "Good girl." Xie Xinxing smiled and reached out his arm to her. "Are you free soon? This old man has just arrived here and is not familiar with the people in the place. Would you like to be my guide and accompany me for a few days?" Hua Xiaoheng and the two black uniformed staff behind him smirked at the same time. It was his first time here, and he was unfamiliar with this place. How could he say that at his age? The name Xie Xinxing could do whatever he wanted wherever he went. In the imperial capital, it was not impossible to make the imperial capital tremble 3 times with every stomp, but at least it was possible to make it tremble once. Gu Nianji knew that the Xie family was very powerful, but that was outside the country. This was because the Xie family had moved overseas more than 100 years ago. She didn't know if the Xie family's name was still useful in the country. So she helped Xie Xinxing up and immediately said, "No problem. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely accompany you. Just don't think I'm too talkative." No. I like girls who can talk." Xie Xinxing praised her with a smile. "But you said that you'll only accompany me when you're free. So will you be free?" Well, this old man's thinking was quite meticulous. Gu Nianji deliberated and said, "I'm on vacation recently, so I'm not busy. However, I'm helping someone with a lawsuit. If the court is in session soon, I'm afraid I won't have that much time to accompany you. However, as long as I'm free." Before Gu Nianji could finish, Xie Xinxing interrupted her and said with a smile, "Lawsuit? Sure, I love watching lawsuits. When I was in France, I loved watching court documentaries on TV." Gu Nianji Xiaoheng smiled and said from the side, "Our Nianji is a famous lawyer. She's fought many lawsuits and has never lost." His voice was light, but the boastfulness in his tone was almost breaking through the sky. Gu Nianji wanted to appear nonchalant, but she was extremely happy inside. She couldn't suppress the joy no matter what. She turned around with a smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, I've only fought a few lawsuits, and you're already raising flags for me. If I lose this time, it'll be all your fault. Hey, can you two stop flirting in front of an old man like me? Old people also have dignity. I refuse this bowl of dog food." Xie Xinxing pretended to be serious, but his eyes flashed with humor. Gu Nianji saw that the old man wasn't pedantic at all, and even used the trendy internet term dog food without missing a beat. She felt even more close to him. "Granduncle, where are you staying this time?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and led them to the parking lot. The chauffeur arranged by the Xie family was waiting in the parking lot. Xie Xinxing thought about it. "I'll stay at the West Mountain Villa. The scenery there is good and it's quiet. I'm used to the peace abroad." "Okay." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and agreed immediately. The West Mountain Villa again. The Xie family was really impressive. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and followed them into the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car started smoothly, and she couldn't feel any bumps at all. The noise outside the car was cut off, and it was extremely quiet inside. Xie Xinxing took a sip of water and sighed. "I haven't been back in more than 10 years. The last time I came back was for your grandmother's funeral." Gu Nianji didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pricked up her ears to listen to old Master Xie talk about the past. This was all about the Hua family's history. Hua Xiaoheng rarely talked about these family matters, so Gu Nianji naturally had no way of knowing. Hua Xiaoheng grunted softly. "I'm relieved that you're taking care of my grandmother in France. Your grandmother was buried in the Xie family's cemetery in France. In all these years, only you, your father, and mother have gone to pay your respects." Xie Xinxing's expression darkened. Someone has been living a carefree life for so many years that he's forgotten how heavy his bones are. "The main reason I came back this time was to help someone straighten his bones, and the secondary reason was to accompany little Nianji on a sightseeing tour." Gu Nianji was speechless. How did it become a sightseeing tour with her? Since when did she want to go sightseeing? Right? Little Nianji? Xie Xinxing turned to see Gu Nianji and immediately laughed again. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he didn't comment, she smiled and said, "Granduncle is too funny. I should be the one accompanying you on a sightseeing tour. How could I dare ask you to accompany me? That would be too unfilial." "Ha ha ha, it's okay. I like to deal with young people. Don't think that I'm old-fashioned. I also often chat and fight with people online. I even claim to be a cute 17-year-old girl." Gu Nianji burst out laughing. She clapped and said, "That's amazing. I usually call myself an old man in his 30s. Hua Xiaoheng and the two black uniformed staff looked away expressionlessly at the street scene that flashed by outside the car window. 30-year-old men. The three old men, who were about to turn 30, instantly felt as if they had suffered a critical hit of 100,000 points. Xie Xinxing and Gu Nianji finally hit it off at first sight. They had an interesting exchange of opinions about disguising their identities online. When he found out that Gu Nianji's computer skills were not bad, and she could even be a hacker, Xie Xinxing's gaze was filled with admiration. "Little Nianji is so amazing. I'll be under your protection from now on." Xie Xinxing excitedly took out his phone. "What's your phone number? Add me on WeChat." Gu Nianji. However, she still obediently took out her phone and exchanged phone numbers with Grandfather Xie. Then, she clicked accept and became Grandfather Xie's WeChat friend. The heroic Grandfather Xie immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Gu Nianji's WeChat and said, "It's a greeting gift for little Nianji." Gu Nianji saw the number and almost couldn't count the zeros behind it. "Major General." Gu Nianji saw that the phone was handed to Hua Xiaoheng and asked timidly, "Grandfather gave it to me." She didn't dare accept such a large amount. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. "It's a greeting gift from Granduncle. Accept it." This is just the appetizer. The later dishes would be even more extravagant. Xie Xinxing pretended to be angry. "What's wrong? It's a greeting gift for me. What does it have to do with this kid? You still want him to nod?" "Little Nianji, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't spoil men. If you spoil them, they'll turn the world upside down." "Gu Nianji, then what should I do?" Gu Nianji spread her hands and said with a smile, "Granduncle, can you share some of your experience with me? It's very simple. You have to fight. If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll tear the roof tiles off. You have to be strict with men. When your grandmother was young, I always told her not to be too virtuous and not to treat men too seriously. Men are all cheap. Look, she doesn't listen to me." Xie Xinxing was full of complaints when he thought about Xie Zian and Hua Xiaoheng. "I'm a man. Do you think I don't know what men are like?" After saying that, he proudly puffed out his chest. "My wife is different. She has always been strict with me. That's why I'm righteous and stable. My career and life are both fruitful." Gu Nianji suddenly felt that Grandfather Xie was quite cute like this. Imagining the chaotic marriage life between him and his wife, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? You don't believe me?" Grandfather Xie laughed as well. However, after laughing for a while, he said lightly, "Young couples are companions when they're old. My wife and I have argued for our entire lives. I used to think that she was a little annoying, but she left alone first. Only then did I realize that it was already an extravagant hope for her to bother me again, hit me again, and scold me again." Gu Nianji couldn't stand this kind of invisible dog food the most. It was simply fatal. She turned her head to look at Hua Xiaoheng, only to see that Hua Xiaoheng was looking back at her. In the dim car, their bright eyes shone brightly, intertwining with a rhythm that outsiders couldn't understand. Xie Xinxing was infected by the tacit understanding and deep affection between the two fiancés, and he also fell into his own memories. The car was silent for a moment. The driver and the two staff members in front didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, Xie Xinxing snapped out of his memories. He turned around and saw that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were almost glued to each other. He chuckled and asked, "Xiaoheng, it's too late today. Let's go to your grandfather and father's place for the night first. We'll go to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow. Will we make it?" "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng quickly sent the address of the military headquarters compound to the driver in front. "Please drive to this address." The Xie family's driver and staff were used to Grandfather Xie's whims. They skillfully changed their work itinerary, notified all the support personnel, and changed their route to the military headquarters compound. Gunyinji was a little uneasy. Major General Hua, do I have to go too? Yes, stay at my house for the night today. Hua Xiaoheng patted her hand. That's your home. Don't feel pressured. Oomph. Who dares to pressure little Ninji? Xie Xinxing patted Gunyinji's other hand. I'm here to support you today. From now on, you'll be under my protection. If anyone in the Hua family wants to make things difficult for you, they'll have to ask me first. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1308. You protect me, I'll protect you. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Today was the third update. The monthly ticket was 2,100 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the administrators in the group for recording a birthday congratulatory video for me. What a surprise. Mwah. Chapter 1319. It was like a great backer that had flown in from the heavens. Gunyinji's jet black eyes suddenly lit up. Granduncle, are you serious? Please don't be courteous with me. I will take it seriously. Xie Xinxing laughed. I'm already so old. Do I have to brag in front of a little girl like you? Furthermore, it was not a big deal. If he couldn't even support a little girl, then he didn't deserve to be the head of the Xie family. Hua Xiaoheng also said, Granduncle either doesn't say anything, or as long as he says it, he'll keep his word. Don't worry. Gunyinji nodded repeatedly and smiled at Xie Xinxing. Granduncle, I'll remember that. The group chatted and laughed as they soon arrived at the military headquarters. General Ji and the others received the news as soon as Xie Xinxing's Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine drove through the gate. Xiaoheng, has old Master Xie returned to the country? General Ji personally called Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I've just been picked up from the airport. Granduncle wants to stay at my house for a night in the military compound. That's great. General Ji smiled. I'll visit your house right away. Is that convenient? Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid our family has some private matters to deal with today. When Granduncle returns to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow, I'll invite you and Speaker Long to have tea together. When Gunyinji heard that Hua Xiaoheng had decided to treat them on his own, she quickly signaled to Hua Xiaoheng to ask Grandfather Xie first. Hua Xiaoheng saw the look in her eyes and touched her head with his hand. He hung up the phone and said to Xie Xinxing, Granduncle, General Ji and Speaker Long want to visit you. I'll postpone it until tomorrow. I'll go to your villa in the West Mountain and invite them for tea. What do you think? Is it appropriate? Xie Xinxing waved his hand nonchalantly. You can make the decision. I don't have the patience to care about these things. The main purpose of his return to the country was to support Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji, as well as to teach Hua Xiwenong a lesson. As for other matters, he would meet them if he could handle it. If he couldn't, he would just decline. Xie Xinxing didn't need to be polite in front of General Ji and Speaker Long. The car drove into the Hua family's driveway in the military headquarters compound and stopped under the ginkgo tree in front of the door. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car first, walked to the other side, and opened the door for Xie Xinxing. Xie Xinxing got out of the car and looked up at the Hua family mansion. Back then, he had personally sent off the only eldest daughter of the Xie family to get married. Later on, he had personally brought the only eldest daughter of the Xie family back. He was very familiar with this mansion. Gunyinji got out of the car and stood beside Hua Xiaoheng with a serious expression. Xie Xinxing glanced at her, extended his arm to her again. He smiled and said, Little Ninji, help me in. Gunyinji walked over and held Xie Xinxing's arm as they walked in. The guards at the entrance of the Hua Manor saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng and didn't stop him. They even saluted and greeted him. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone passed through the iron gate and walked toward a small building with about 10 rooms. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the LED umbrella-shaped street lamps that were half the height of a person gently illuminated the path under the army's feet. Hua Xiaoheng let Gunyinji and Xie Xinxing walk in front, while he followed behind them alone. The two black uniformed staff, carrying briefcases, walked behind Hua Xiaoying. The living room on the first floor of the Hua family mansion was brightly lit. Hua Xiaoying sat in front of the sofa, leaning on his cane. He smiled as he watched Luo Jialan bring him a bowl of dessert. Hua Guanchen frowned and sat on the sofa opposite Hua Xiaoying. He said, "Why are you here again? Didn't you move away?" Luo Jialan looked at Hua Xiaoying in embarrassment and slowly lowered her head. She said softly, "Uncle Hua, I'm just worried about the old man's health." Hua Xiaoying had been getting along very well with Luo Jialan for the past 2 years. Although Luo Jialan was very young, she was very good at taking care of people. Hua Xiaoying had a very good time with her. Therefore, after Luo Jialan moved out, she still came to the Hua family to see Hua Xiaoying again and again under the guise of visiting Hua Xiaoying. Hua Xiaoying raised his eyelids and rolled his eyes at Hua Guanchen. "Go back to your room. Jialan cares about me. What does it have to do with you?" A person who ate, lived, and used their house had run back after being chased out by him. And now she actually said, "What does it have to do with me?" Hua Guanchen really felt that he had F***ed up. He stood up a little annoyed. He had already told the guards at the entrance of the courtyard not to let Luo Jialan in again. In the end, as soon as Hua Xiaoying appeared, the guards no longer stopped Luo Jialan. Hua Guanchen had been working overtime every day these days, so he didn't feel that there was a problem. Today, he occasionally came back early, but found that Luo Jialan was coming in and out of their house again. "Father, don't you remember what I said last time?" Hua Guanchen's tone was very cold. "You said so many things. How would I know which one it was?" Hua Xiaoying was confused by him, indicating that he didn't remember. "Okay, then I'll say it again." Hua Guanchen crossed his arms and was about to speak when a group of people walked in from the entrance of the living room. The two people in front were Gu Nianji and Xie Xinxing. Luo Jialan had been sitting next to Hua Xiaoying with her head down. When she heard the sound of the door, she quickly looked up. With just one glance, she was stunned. The old man standing next to Gu Nianji looked so familiar. Wasn't he the head of the Xie family, Xie Xinxing, whom she had once seen from afar? She had been in the Xie family in Europe for more than a year, but she hadn't spoken to Xie Xinxing even once. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to stand so intimately with the head of the Xie family. She was indeed a shameless B****tch. Luo Jialan secretly cursed Gu Nianji for being a slut. She wouldn't even let such an old man off. Gu Nianji stood next to Xie Xinxing, as obedient as a quail. She looked completely at a loss for what to do. Xie Xinxing patted the back of her hand. "Don't worry, it's fine." Luo Jialan was already smiling and running over with a beaming face. "Grandfather Xie is here. It's an honor to have you here." Xie Xinxing looked at her seriously and said, "Are you a doctor or a nurse of the Hua family?" Luo Jialan was stunned. "Don't you remember me? I asked you if you're a doctor or a nurse of the Hua family. Don't you understand Chinese?" Xie Xinxing said expressionlessly, but his tone was very heavy. Gu Nianji couldn't help but cower under the faint pressure. Needless to say, Luo Jialan was in a direct confrontation with Xie Xinxing. She was so scared that she was about to vomit. No, I'm neither a doctor nor a nurse of the Hua family." Luo Jialan stammered. "Why didn't you inform me that you were here? We'll pick you up at the airport." "You're neither a doctor nor a nurse. What are you doing at the Hua family's house in the middle of the night?" Xie Xinxing refused to let her go. "Are you a member of the Hua family?" Luo Jialan. "I used to be, but not anymore. But I grew up here and lived here for more than 20 years. This is like my home. Living here for a long time makes it your home? Even the children of my family wouldn't dare say that." Xie Xinxing snorted and led Gu Nianji around Luo Jialan to the center of the living room. When Hua Xiaoying and Hua Guanchen saw that it was Xie Xinxing, they stood up in shock and were speechless. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket of 2,100 plus updates had arrived. Chapter 1309, It's My Home, Don't Stand on Ceremony. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommended tickets. It was the third update at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1320. Hua Xiwenong and Luo Jialan had been in Europe for more than a year, but Xie Xinxing hadn't visited them even once. At first, they thought that Xie Xinxing was too busy. After all, he was the head of the Xie family. How many things needed his approval every day? In the end, they found out later that Xie Xinxing was no longer in charge of the family affairs. Most of the family affairs had been handed over to his son to take care of. Only then did they know his attitude towards these two people. The two of them stayed in one of the Xie family's courtyards, not daring to cause any trouble. After returning from Europe, Xie Xinxing didn't send them off. Hua Xiwenong didn't dare to see Xie Xinxing because of his wife, so Xie Xinxing didn't want to see them in Europe. He was actually relieved deep down in his heart, but it didn't look good on his face. If Gu Nianji hadn't helped Song Jining and Luo Xinxue in the lawsuit and implicated Zhang Feng, the Xies wouldn't have known about it and wouldn't have treated him so coldly. Thinking of this, Hua Xiwenong's gaze toward Gu Nianji became even more sinister. Don't you think about whether you're worthy of hugging this thigh? Did she think that the Hua family would obediently marry her just because she was connected to the Xie family? Hee, this is China, not France. This was more than 100 years later, not more than 100 years ago. Hua Xiwenong straightened his slightly hunched back. It's being cautious, right? I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as strong as ever. Ha ha. Hua Xiwenong smiled as he walked towards Xie Xinxing. Hua Guanqin glared at Hua Xiaoheng and stepped forward. Why didn't you inform us earlier that you were coming? Xie Xinxing was still kind to Hua Guanqin. After all, he was his nephew, and he had watched him grow up. His expression cleared up a little, and he nodded. I told Xiaoheng not to make a big fuss. I'm returning to China to deal with some personal matters. Hua Guanqin smiled and said, he's just being immature. Even if it's a private matter, it's still a matter of national importance. How can he just not say it? Xiaoheng, you should review this matter with the organization. You don't know what's important, and you don't know who's close to you. How is that how you do things? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't say anything. Xie Xinxing couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, what's wrong? Now that I'm not in my position, no one listens to my words? Haha, if Xiaoheng is punished by your organization because he listened to me, it seems like you don't want me to return to China at all. No, I said the wrong thing. Please don't be angry. Cold sweat broke out on Hua Guanqin's forehead as he quickly apologized to Xie Xinxing. Xie Xinxing suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a straight face, all right, we're all one family here. There's no need to be so formal. He led Gu Nianji to the group sofa in the middle of the living room and sat down. Luo Jialan clenched her fists tightly, unable to hide the jealousy and hatred in her eyes. She wanted to say that Gu Nianji wasn't a member of the Hua family, so why was she allowed to stay here? Even if they were engaged, they weren't legally married. Her surname wasn't Hua. Of course, she knew that picking on Gu Nianji at this time would only make Hua Xiaoheng and Xie Xinxing dislike her even more. Luo Jialan took a deep breath and retreated in order to advance. Grandfather Hua, Uncle Hua, old Mr. Xie, take your time. I'll leave first. Xie Xinxing raised his eyes and glanced at her. He said coldly, did I say you could leave? Luo Jialan's body stiffened, and she looked at Hua Xiwenong helplessly. Hua Xiwenong quickly helped her out. Jialan is here to take care of me. Ever since I retired, no one really cared about me. Only Jialan remembered me and chatted with me like my granddaughter-in-law. He then gave Gu Nianji a provocative look. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiwenong didn't like her and wanted Luo Jialan to be Hua Xiaoheng's wife. She was mentally prepared, but when he said it out loud in front of so many people, she still felt her face burning and embarrassed. Luo Jialan's expression didn't change. She quickly lowered her eyes and said with a smile, you flatter me, Grandfather Hua. She then said to Gu Nianji, Grandfather Hua was just joking. You won't be angry, will you? If you get angry over something like this, how will you live in the future? Don't think that you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor just because you married into the Hua family. There are many ways to teach her a lesson. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and didn't say anything. He only put one hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and kissed her forehead comfortingly. Luo Jialan caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of her eye. Her dignified and magnanimous expression could no longer be maintained, and a crack appeared on her face. They were so intimate. He didn't even try to avoid suspicion. She was still standing here. How dare he kiss another woman? And when his grandfather said that he wanted to treat her, Luo Jialan, as his granddaughter-in-law, he actually kissed another woman. How much did he not put her in his eyes? Luo Jialan was so angry that her entire body trembled. The resentment in her eyes stabbed at Gun Yinji like throwing knives. Gun Yinji buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and ignored her. Xie Xinxing took a step forward and stood in front of Gun Yinji. He looked at Luo Jialan, then at Hua Xiwenong, and suddenly chuckled. He looked up at Hua Guanchen and said, "Guanchen, ever since your mother passed away, your family has become more and more unruly. Whose proper daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law hang out with their father-in-law and grandfather every day. You guys aren't ashamed, but I'm ashamed for you." These words were too harsh, and Luo Jialan was very anxious. If she couldn't even come to the Hua family and lose Hua Xiwenong's powerful support, what else did she have? When Hua Xiwenong heard this, his face turned as red as a piece of red cloth. "Xinxing, you're my uncle. I won't lower myself to your level. Aren't you afraid that Zian won't be able to rest in peace in the afterlife by saying such words? You still dare to mention Zian? If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't control yourself, would she have been so angry with you?" Xie Xinxing strode up to Hua Xiwenong and raised his hand to slap him. When Hua Xiwenong was in Europe, Xie Xinxing had been stopped by his son and had swallowed his anger. However, this time, because he had investigated the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name, he had found out some other information. Even Xie Xinxing's gentle and elegant son couldn't take it anymore, so he let him return to China to settle the score with Hua Xiwenong. Xie Xinxing was too strong. This time, he had accumulated so much anger for so many years. He mercilessly hit Hua Xiwenong until he saw stars. If it weren't for the fact that he was on crutches, he would have been slapped to the ground by Xie Xinxing. "How dare you hit me? It's illegal to hit someone." Hua Xiwenong was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. He covered the side of his face that had been slapped and looked at Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng. "Are you just going to watch your father and grandfather get beaten up like this by an outsider and do nothing?" "Outsider? Today, I'll show you what it means to be an outsider and an insider." Xie Xinxing pointed at Hua Xiwenong angrily. "I'm Zian's biological brother. Seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother. Do you understand? I represent Zian, and you say I'm an outsider. Do you not treat Zian as your wife? Fine, even though she's already dead, I can still get her to divorce you. Do you believe me?" Hua Xiwenong's entire body trembled. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. His eyes darkened, and he pursed his lips. "You're really crazy. She's already dead, and you're still making a scene like this. Aren't you afraid that Zian will be disappointed? Who told her to be disappointed? Don't you know that?" Xie Xinxing put his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. "In that case, there's no need to say anything else today. I came here to stay for the night, but with your attitude, I'll leave right away." Luo Jialan was delighted. She wanted to quietly move closer to Hua Xiwenong, but after what Xie Xinxing had said just now, she was too embarrassed to get too close to Hua Xiwenong. Just as she was hesitating, Xie Xinxing added, "Then let's make a long story short. I came here specially to tell you that our Xie family is very satisfied with Ninji as our granddaughter-in-law. I'm here to add to her dowry." She doesn't have a family, so our Xie family will be her family from now on. Whoever makes things difficult for her will make things difficult for our Xie family. Hua Xiwenong's lips parted, and he trembled for a long time. In the end, he didn't dare to confront Xie Xinxing directly. Finally, he raised his hand dejectedly and said weakly, "Since you've said that, what else do I have to say? Anyway, I've never cared about the affairs of the younger generation, as long as you guys are happy." With that, he turned around and was about to go upstairs with his walking stick. Hua Xiaoheng finally stopped him. "Grandfather, I want to ask about Uncle's will. Can you hand it over?" Hua Xiwenong suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed. Fortunately, his back was facing the crowd, so they couldn't see his expression. Hua Xiwenong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thought about how to respond. Luo Jialan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She staggered back a few steps and leaned against the mahogany vase support behind her. She stammered, "Will? Does my father have a will?" This was today's third update, Chapter 1310, The Outsider. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1321. Hua Xiwenong slowly turned around. He had already made up his mind. Will? What will? His face showed a bewildered expression. You mean Guan Yuan? Tears fell from his eyes. If my Guan Yuan was still alive, how could he let outsiders bully his old father? Hua Xiwenong stared at Hua Guanchen angrily. I can't control your son, but you're my son. How could you just watch someone humiliate me like this? Hua Guanchen frowned. Dad, what are you talking about? Who bullied you? He was saying that he wished he was the one who died, right? He would never be able to compare to his brother. Hua Guanchen felt extremely uncomfortable. He lowered his head and looked away. Hua Xiwenong pointed at Xie Xinxing and said angrily, He slapped me in front of you just now, and you still say he didn't humiliate me? Will you only be happy if someone beats me to death? Hua Guanchen shook his head helplessly and said, How can Uncle be an outsider? Wouldn't you make Mother feel disappointed in the afterlife by saying that? Both of you are our elders. Please calm down, calm down. As he spoke, he walked to Xie Xinxing's side and quietly held his arm. He squeezed Gu Nianji to the side. You must be very tired after coming from afar. Let me take you to the guest room to rest. He turned a deaf ear to Hua Xiaoheng's questioning of Hua Xiwenong and didn't intend to respond at all. In his opinion, if he wanted to ask about the will, he could ask about it at any other time. It was indeed a little too much to ask about it on the day of Xie Xinxing's visit. Although Hua Xiwenong wasn't a good father and Hua Guanchen was very disappointed in him, he wouldn't embarrass Hua Xiwenong in front of the younger generation. Hua Guanchen couldn't stop Xie Xinxing from slapping Hua Xiwenong because both of them were his elders. Moreover, Xie Xinxing represented his mother, Xie Zian's family, so he did have a reason to slap Hua Xiwenong, so he didn't stop him. However, Hua Xiaoheng was rude, so Hua Guanchen couldn't sit idly by. Xie Xinxing didn't buy Hua Guanchen's words. He raised his head and looked at Hua Xiwenong. He said in a low voice, Yes, where's Guan Yuan's will? Xiaoheng asked you for it. It should be with you, right? Hua Xiwenong could tell that Hua Guanchen was still biased towards him, so he felt slightly better. At the end of the day, he was still his son. He could be relied on at crucial moments. Hua Xiwenong snorted. That's my son's will. What does it have to do with you? Xie Xinxing, if you want me to respect you, you'd better not do those ridiculous things. Hitting someone in front of so many people? Was this the etiquette of the Xie family? Xie Xinxing was so angry that he laughed. Why didn't you think that you would be laughed at for stealing your own head nurse? What's wrong with slapping you for my sister's sake? According to our family's rules, if you let my sister down, we can drown you in a pig cage. Nonsense. Hua Xiwenong roared. Who would drown a man in a pig cage? If you want to soak someone, it should be a woman. Gender equality, Hua Xiwenong. Didn't your organization teach you that? Xie Xinxing put his hands behind his back and said mockingly, Oh yes, you've been stripped of your military rank and fired from the army. It's over. Your organization doesn't want you anymore. How can you still have the face to stay here? This is my son's home. I can stay here as long as I want. Hua Xiwenong's face was pale with anger. This was a great humiliation to him. He had been strong and worked hard all his life. He was one of the top figures in the entire Huaxiao Empire's military, but in his old age, he had been brought down by a scandal. Hua Xiwenong hated Zhang Feng for not keeping her mouth shut and dragging him down. However, he also hated Gu Nianji for exposing this matter and causing a huge uproar. Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? He wouldn't let her in. She had used underhanded means to harm her own grandfather, yet she still wanted to marry into his family and become his granddaughter-in-law. No way. All right, let's not talk about these things to divert attention. Hua Xiaoheng interrupted them calmly. The military has records that my uncle left a will before he carried out the mission, and it was handed over to my grandfather in the end. Even the military records have been found, so this matter probably wouldn't be so easy to clear up. Hua Xuanong's heart sank. He quickly glanced at Luo Jialan and took a step forward. He pointed at Xie Xinxing and said angrily, "Aren't you afraid of retribution for slandering me like this? Zhang Feng and I were an accident. An accident. He clutched his chest, and his face suddenly wrinkled. His face turned purple, and he panted heavily. He waved one hand in the air and shouted, "Why is the power out? Where's the light? Why didn't you turn on the light?" Then, he took 2 steps back and bumped into the corner of the coffee table. He lost his footing, and with a loud bang, he fell backward and knocked over the coffee table. "Dad!" Hua Guanxin panicked and rushed up to hug Hua Xuanong, only to see that his face had already turned pale and he had fainted. Luo Jialan also ran over and said, "Grandfather Hua's angina is acting up again. I have nitroglycerin tablets here." As she spoke, she took out a small bottle, poured out a pill from it, and handed it to Hua Guanxin. Hua Guanxin glanced at her. He guessed that she wouldn't dare to give him a poison to kill Hua Xuanong in front of everyone. So he stuffed it into Hua Xuanong's mouth and immediately said, "Call the hospital and call an ambulance." Luo Jialan quickly took out her phone and made a call. Not long after, the ambulance stopped at their door with its siren blaring. Hua Guanxin carried Hua Xuanong into the ambulance. Luo Jialan took the opportunity to get into the car and followed them all the way to the emergency room of the military general hospital. Although Hua Xuanong no longer had a military rank, his son, Hua Guanxin, and grandson, Hua Xiaoheng, were both figures of real power in the military. The military general hospital didn't dare to be negligent and sent the best team of doctors and nurses to treat him. Less than 10 minutes after he was pushed into the emergency room, Hua Xuanong had already woken up. The patient's mood isn't very stable. It's recommended that he stay in the hospital for 1 night for observation. He could be discharged after the data is normal. The attending doctor of the cardiology department of the military general hospital looked at the data detected by the equipment and reminded Hua Guanxin. Hua Guanxin nodded. "It's best to stay for a few more days." Uncle Xie Xinxing looked at Hua Xuanong as if he had seen his mortal enemy, and Hua Guanxin also had a headache. No matter how wrong his old father was, Hua Guanxin couldn't continue to force him when he saw how sick he was. Luo Jialan quickly said, "Uncle Hua, you could go back first. I'll take care of him here. You're old. It's not good for your health to stay up late." Hua Guanxin still had to go down to the basic level tomorrow for an inspection. Even if he wanted to stay here to accompany him, he didn't have the time. "Jialan, you can go back. I'll call the orderlies over to take care of you. It's not convenient for a girl like you to be here." Hua Guanxin didn't want Luo Jialan to have too much contact with Hua Xuanong. However, Hua Xuanong stopped her and said weakly, "Guanxin, let Jialan stay here with me. She's taken care of me for almost 2 years, and she's more dedicated than anyone else. What else are you worried about?" Hua Xuanong was the only person in the Hua family who was kind to Luo Jialan. Hua Guanxin also knew that if Luo Jialan didn't want to cut ties with the Hua family, she would serve Hua Xuanong with all her heart. This kind of thing should have been done by Hua Guanxin's wife, but he didn't have a wife now. Hua Xiaoheng's little fiancée, Gun Yinji, was delicate, and her personality was like a firecracker. The moment she appeared in front of Hua Xuanong, the two of them would probably clash head-on, let alone serve him. If that happened, Hua Xuanong would probably die of anger. Hua Guanxin didn't dare take the risk. After much consideration, he called his orderlies over and asked them to guard Hua Xuanong's bed with Luo Jialan before leaving in a hurry. Hua Xiaoheng watched the ambulance leave from the door. He walked back and said to Xie Xinxing, "Granduncle, I'm really sorry to have embarrassed you. My grandfather suddenly fell ill. I don't think he'll have time to see you for a while." "Oh, it's okay. I'll call a cardiologist we're familiar with in the Xie family." He'll be here tomorrow to examine and treat him. Xiaoxinxing shook his head nonchalantly. It's getting late. I really need to rest. I still have to get used to the jet lag. Hua Xiaoheng gave Gun Yinji a look and asked her to take Xiaoxinxing to the guest room upstairs. Gun Yinji took them to the guest room upstairs and carefully checked the facilities in the room. The toiletries were all brand new, and the bed sheets had been changed. She opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There were bottled mineral water and snacks. They were all fresh. Xiaoxinxing's own 2 staff members also searched the room. Gun Yinji stopped being nosy and said to the 2 of them, "If you need anything, you can call this number. This is the internal line. Connect me to the orderly's internal affairs room." Okay, got it. The 2 staff members were a little cold to Gun Yinji. They didn't look at her and casually sent her away. JavaScript. Gun Yinji secretly thought it was strange. She hadn't offended these 2 people. Why was he treating her with such disdain and disdain? It was as if she owed them 800 strings of money. Gun Yinji closed the door in confusion and left Xiaoxinxing's guest room. She didn't have her own room in the Hua family mansion. She used to have one, but something happened later, so she stayed with Hua Xiaoheng in the suite on the 1st floor. Today was no exception. In the eyes of outsiders, they were already engaged, so it didn't matter if they lived together. Gun Yinji came down from the 2nd floor and went straight to Hua Xiaoheng's large suite on the 1st floor. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, remove her makeup, and do her evening skincare routine. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw that it was getting late and was about to find a small bedroom to sleep in. When she came out, she saw a glass of milk on the coffee table in the living room. She walked over and covered it with her hand. The walls of the glass were warm, so it must have been freshly heated. It must be for her. Gun Yinji smiled and took a sip of the milk. Seeing that the light was still on in Hua Xiaoheng's room, she knocked on his door with the milk. "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng's slightly lazy, magnetic, and hoarse voice came from the bedroom. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and her ears turned red. She pushed the door open and went in. She frowned and complained, "Major General Hua, how did I offend Granduncle's 2 staff members? They seem to have a lot of opinions about me." Hua Xiaoheng sat on the single sofa beside the bed in the bedroom. He supported his head with one hand and placed the other on the armrest of the sofa. He stretched out his long legs and looked at her without batting an eyelid. He waved at her. "Come here, I'll tell you." Gun Yinji put down the milk and walked over. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her onto his lap and sat down. He wiped her body heavily. "An old man in his 30s? Gun Yinji, this is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 1311, An Old Man in His 30s. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is the 3rd chapter. At around 1 p.m., we will add 50,000 Chidian dollars to the first chapter that leader Gu has tipped in August. At around 8 p.m., the 3rd chapter. P.S. Thank you to leader Momo Moshi for tipping 50,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to leader Meow Little Meow for tipping 10,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to leader Heaven's Little Candy for tipping 10,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to everyone for your birthday wishes and gifts. Chapter 1322. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you were pretending to be a 30-year-old man online. Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face was cold, but his hands were doing something indescribable. Gun Yinji finally understood what was going on with the 2 staff members' attitudes. However, she had no time to think about anything else. Her heart was in turmoil. He took her to the sky for one moment and then to the ground for another. She gasped in his palm, her voice intermittent. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stopped and whispered into her ear, "I'm very old." "No, you're not old. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself." Gun Yinji's heart was in turmoil. She was on the verge of tears. "Hurry up. Hurry up." Hua Xiaoheng remained motionless. Gun Yinji felt uncomfortable all over. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You still say you're not old?" She couldn't move. These words completely provoked Hua Xiaoying. That night, Gun Yinji finally understood what it meant to be revenge from a 30-year-old man. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. An old man had to seize every minute to take revenge. Late at night, in the high-end private ward of the military general hospital, Hua Xiaoying woke up and said that he was hungry. He asked the orderly next to him to cook porridge for him. The orderly woke Luo Jialan up and said, "I'm going to make porridge for Grandfather Hua. Help me look after him." Luo Jialan rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Okay, go ahead." After the orderly left, only Hua Xiaoying and Luo Jialan were left in the high-end single ward. Luo Jialan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Hua Xiaoying had woken up. She lowered her head and tucked Hua Xiaoying in. Hua Xiaoying waited for the orderly's footsteps to fade away before looking at Luo Jialan and whispering, "Jialan, Xiaoheng found out about the will. Did you tell him?" "Of course not." Luo Jialan denied it. "I'm not stupid. Why would I say something like that? You've seen the situation now. I'm afraid our plan won't be able to be completed." Hua Xiaoying said lightly and closed his eyes again. Luo Jialan's heart skipped a beat, and her voice changed. "What did you say? What do you mean? You promised me that if you helped me marry into the Hua family in Xiaoheng, I would transfer half of my father's trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Did Grandfather Hua want to go back on his word? Huh? You still want to marry Xiaoheng? Do you think that's possible?" Hua Xiaoying's lips twitched mockingly. "I've worked hard enough, but once Xie Xinxing comes back, you have no chance of winning at all." If Xie Xinxing hadn't intervened, Hua Xiaoying would have had some confidence. But now that Xie Xinxing had made it clear that he was supporting Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoying would be overestimating himself if he continued to go against him. "Are you afraid of old Master Xie?" Luo Jialan asked softly. "But last year in France, they treated you pretty well. If I hadn't retired, do you think I would be afraid of Xie Xinxing?" Hua Xiaoying snorted. "You also know that if we take out the will, even Guanxin won't stand on our side. What do you think you can gain from this?" "Well, I won't marry you, and you can forget about my trust fund." Luo Jialan became tough. "It's very convenient for me. I can even buy a plane ticket to leave this country immediately." "Really?" Hua Xiaoying suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and he didn't look as senile as before. "I'll tell you the truth. If you want to fight to the death, I'll make sure you lose everything. Do you know how the property is divided in the will? You don't have a penny, and your mother only has half of my son's savings. The other half of his savings is to be donated to the Institute of High Energy Physics and the trust fund under his name. He clearly stated that it would all be given to his nephew, who is related by blood. He wants to give everything to his nephew, and you don't have a share." Luo Jialan was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She clenched her fists and said, "You've been talking about the will for so long, but you haven't shown it to me. I don't believe it now. I don't believe a word of it. If my father had a will, why didn't he give it to my mother?" "You don't believe me now? You didn't believe me when you used a trust fund as a bargaining chip to marry Xiaoheng." Hua Xiaoying said sharply, "The truth is Hua Xiaoying does have a will, and you know why he didn't give it to your mother, because he doesn't have your mother in his heart at all." Luo Jialan's tears fell. "Don't cry. I hate women crying the most." Hua Xiaoying was impatient. How could he not know what kind of person Luo Jialan was? After so many years, he had long seen through this person. The reason why he didn't expose her and allowed her to stay in Hua family was because he needed her to help him divert attention and attract attention. Hua Xiaoying, who was familiar with the art of war, also played a trick of building a plank road in the open. Luo Jialan's crying stopped abruptly. She didn't continue to cry, but sobbed softly as she said, "You said that my father's will was to leave the trust fund to his nephew. And he has two nephews, Major General Hua and Zhang Wenjie. This trust fund is bound to be divided equally between the two of them. You promised me that as long as I gave half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie, you would help me marry Hua Xiaoheng. This way, I would bring the other half of the trust fund over as a dowry, and it wouldn't violate the declaration of the will." Hua Xiaoying looked at Luo Jialan with a dark expression. "Yes, But what's the situation now? Don't you know? Hua Xiaoheng refused to marry Luo Jialan no matter what. He didn't even hesitate to bring the old master of the Xie family back to support Gunyinji. Others might not know why Xie Xinxing had suddenly returned to the country, but how could Hua Xiwenong not know? His return this time definitely had something to do with Hua Xiaoheng. Xie Xinxing's brother-in-law had been afraid of his wife all his life. He doted on her and even asked others to do the same. He was really too controlling. Hua Xiwenong had truly loved Xie Zian. Fortunately, she wasn't as unreasonable as her sister-in-law, but her temper was just as stubborn. After a long time, even the strongest love had been worn away. Zhang Feng, who was as gentle as water, had entered his sight. She had silently taken care of him for decades, and had even secretly given birth to a son for him. This son also had a son and daughter. It was equivalent to him getting his son, grandson, and granddaughter without putting in anything. Although Zhang Feng had almost ruined Hua Xiwenong's reputation, their son, grandson, and granddaughter were innocent. Hua Xiwenong couldn't give them a title, so he could only compensate them in material terms. Unfortunately, the plan that had been planned for so many years was about to be completed, but it was cut off by Xie Xinxing. Luo Jialan didn't care so much. She said stubbornly, "No matter what the situation is now, you can't not keep your promise to me. Otherwise, I can break up with you. Try it. If you dare to break up, I can make you lose everything." Hua Xiwenong's voice was stern. He didn't look like he had just had a heart attack. Luo Jialan was shocked and braced herself to say, "Don't be angry. I was wrong. That's not what I meant. I just said it out of anger. It's best if it's out of anger." Hua Xiwenong closed his eyes again. "If you don't want to lose everything, do as I say." Luo Jialan was distraught. She crossed her arms and walked around the ward a few times. She said, "But if they force you to take out the will, I'll still have nothing." According to Hua Xiwenong, Luo Jialan had no part in the division of the trust fund in Hua Guanyuan's will. At this moment, Luo Jialan was also filled with deep resentment towards her nominal father. No matter what, her mother had married Hua Guanyuan. How could he pretend that she didn't exist? Luo Jialan clenched her fists and glared at Hua Xiwenong. "Tell me, what can I do?" Hua Xiwenong opened his eyes. His expression was cold and gloomy. "Transfer half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie immediately, and then I'll destroy the will. That way, no one would know that Hua Xiaoheng was also involved." Hua Xiwenong knew very well that when his eldest son, Hua Guanyuan, made this will, he definitely didn't know that Hua Xiwenong had an illegitimate son living outside, so the nephew he mentioned in the will was definitely only Hua Xiaoheng. As for why he didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng by name, it was probably to save face for Luo Xinxue and Song Jining. Hua Guanyuan also didn't know that other than Hua Xiaoheng, he also had a blood-related nephew named Zhang Wenjie. If he really wanted to take it to court, according to the will, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhang Wenjie would split the trust fund in half. But he couldn't take it to court. This was today's second update. Chapter 1312, More Serious. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The first 50,000 Chidian dollars that President Jiyu had tipped in August have been delivered. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 1323. Hua Xiwenong didn't dare and didn't want to make the will public because Hua Guanyuan's will had content that made him even more uneasy than the distribution of property. So he chose to keep it a secret. Destroy the will. Luo Jialan was also thinking nervously. If she and her mother really didn't have a share in the will, then destroying it was indeed the best way. But what if Hua Xiwenong was lying to her? Wouldn't she have lost half of her assets? Luo Jialan looked at Hua Xiwenong suspiciously. "Can you let me see it with my own eyes? There's no proof." "Hey, you want proof, right? Okay, then go to the court and talk about proof. Just wait to lose everything." Hua Xiwenong closed his eyes and ignored Luo Jialan. The older, the wiser. His calm demeanor made Luo Jialan unable to doubt him. She had no choice but to believe that Hua Guanyuan's will really didn't include her and her mother. She believed this because if she were in Hua Guanyuan's shoes, she wouldn't have left all her assets to an outsider child either. Of course, Hua Guanyuan had also left her and her mother enough assets to live a good life. However, this asset was nothing compared to the trust fund that Xie Zian had left Hua Guanyuan. Until now, the trust fund income transferred to her bank account every year was only 10% of the total income. This was because this was the percentage that Hua Guanyuan had set when he was alive. Hua Guanyuan had been a soldier at that time, so he didn't have much to spend. In fact, even 10% was too much for him. However, according to the trust fund's custody regulations, a certain percentage had to be transferred to the beneficiary every year, so he chose the lowest percentage. The rest was still in the trust fund and continued to be invested. After so many years of compounding interest, the trust fund had already become an astronomical figure. Just this 10% annual income had already reached 7 figures after 17 years. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when her background was exposed and Hua Xiwenong had a showdown with her, that she realized that Hua Guanyuan still had a will with Hua Xiwenong. No one could give up such a huge benefit. It was even more impossible for her to hand over the entire trust fund. She was struggling fiercely in her mind. It wasn't until the orderly walked in with a box of freshly cooked porridge that Luo Jialan made up her mind. She served Hua Xiwenong up to eat the porridge, then asked the orderly to wash the bowls, chopsticks, and food boxes. After the orderly left again, Luo Jialan said to Hua Xiwenong, "I promise you." Hua Xiwenong's expression didn't change, but he was excited inside. He had hidden for so many years just to wait for the most suitable time to transfer this fortune to Zhang Wenjie as compensation to his other son, Zhang Baochun, for so many years. Okay, then go and settle the paperwork as soon as possible. The Xie family is here now. We can't disturb them. Hua Xiwenong instructed Luo Jialan. Find a trust fund custodian manager you're familiar with and ask him to complete the formalities for you. If you need Wenjie's identity documents, let me know immediately. I'll ask Wenjie to come over. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and reluctantly agreed, but said, "But I did what we promised. What about you? You promised to help me marry Xiaohong. Stop dreaming. I gave you half of my trust fund. Why can't you take the money and marry someone else? You can't even think about Xiaohong." Hua Xiwenong's face darkened. "Don't be so shameless." Luo Jialan was so angry that she couldn't speak. This damned old man. He was tearing down the bridge before he even crossed it. If he were to fall into her hands one day, she'd make sure he'd die. Luo Jialan suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. She looked at her phone and said, "Okay, I'll call Switzerland right away." It was around 10 o'clock in the morning in Zurich, Switzerland, and it was the time for the staff of the Trust Fund Custodian Agency to go to work. Luo Jialan walked out of Hua Xiwenong's ward and came to the lawn outside the hospital. She looked at the starry sky above her head and dialed a number. She was a big client, and the phone had only rung twice when someone picked up. "Hello, Miss Hua. How can I help you?" Luo Jialan's face darkened as she said, "I want to change half of the fund's beneficiary. How long will it take to complete the formalities?" The other party was a little surprised and quickly said, "This situation is more complicated. I need to check before I can answer you." "How long will it take?" "I'm in a hurry," Luo Jialan said impatiently. "If you can't change it for me quickly, I'll transfer the fund back to the country immediately." She was threatening the other party. What fund managers were most afraid of was fund redemption. It was like a bank run that could bankrupt them. Therefore, he quickly said, "Got it, I'll check it now." The person opened the terms of the fund on the computer regarding the change of beneficiary and read it quickly. He said to Luo Jialan over the phone, "Ms. Hua, if you want to change the beneficiary of the fund, you need your certificate of consent to the change, as well as the other party's identity documents, such as passport, health certificate, and birth certificate. You're Chinese nationals, so you also need a copy of the other party's ID card. In addition, you also need to provide the other party's bank account number so that we can transfer the annual income to his bank account in proportion." Luo Jialan pursed her lips and said, "Last time, it didn't seem that troublesome to change the beneficiary to my name. Last time, it was an inheritance. All you needed to do was produce the original beneficiary's death certificate and will. You said that there was no will, so according to the law, the death certificate and the legally permitted order of inheritance are enough." The trust fund had strict legal provisions to ensure the distribution of benefits between the beneficiary and the trustor. Luo Jialan calmed down a little, and her tone softened. "Okay, I'll send you the things right away. May I ask how soon it will take effect after these requirements are met?" "After all the conditions are met, it can take effect as soon as possible," the person said to Luo Jialan very attentively. "Our fund has helped you manage it for more than 10 years, and our annual income is beating thief. You can rest assured that we can take care of it." "Okay, I trust you." Luo Jialan complimented him a few times and hung up. She took a deep breath, but her chest was still very depressed. Why wasn't she the one marrying Hua Xiaoheng? Why was it Gun Yinji, that little orphan girl with nothing? "Hua Xiaoheng, do you know what kind of huge benefits you've given up?" Luo Jialan clenched her fists. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Hua Xiaoheng and question him. But there was no need for her to question him. Hua Xiaoheng had ordered Yin Shixiang to monitor Luo Jialan when he was in Russia. Her phone had already been installed with a Trojan horse program, and every word of her call today had been recorded. After Hua Xiaoheng went to the office in the morning, Yin Shixiang sent him the contents of the surveillance. After Hua Xiaoheng heard it, he sat alone in the office and thought for a while. He asked Yin Shixiang, "Has the hospital been monitored?" Yin Shixiang shook his head. "The coordinates show that Luo Jialan and grandfather Hua are in a high-end ward in the Military General Hospital. We didn't install any surveillance equipment there." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly and expressionlessly. Yin Shixiang quickly added, "But the hospital has its own surveillance equipment. It's just that it can't record. There's only a picture. Is that okay?" This was today's third update, Chapter 1313, The Deal. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, Mwax. Mwax. Chapter 1324. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't said a word, Yin Shixiang's heart began to pound. He quickly said, "Hua Xiao, I really wasn't careless. Grandfather Hua is staying in the VIP ward of the Military General Hospital. We can't listen in on him as we please. I have to apply and get a permit before I can monitor the high-class wards there." Hua Xiwenong had suddenly been hospitalized last night. They hadn't been able to get the permit in time, even if they had applied overnight. Because there were too many confidentiality clauses involved, they had to go through the procedure step by step. In order to prevent the Special Operations Forces from having too much power, the Senate, the Cabinet, and the military all had very strong restrictions on them. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted. Hua Xiaoheng also knew this reason, but he didn't blame Yin Shixiao. He was just wondering if his grandfather's sudden illness was really due to anger, or was it because he wanted to find a safe place to talk? He would never underestimate the experience and wisdom of the older generation. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and said, "Go to the hospital and get the surveillance footage from last night. Remember not to alert anyone. Go alone." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang immediately saluted and rushed to the surveillance room of the Army General Hospital. The surveillance in the hospital was only used to observe the condition of the ward. It was completely different from the surveillance of the Special Forces. When Yin Shixiang pulled up the surveillance footage of Hua Xiwenong's ward and fast-forwarded through it, he still didn't have any clues. Because the angle of the surveillance camera was aimed at the entire ward. The bed was right under the surveillance camera. Therefore, from the angle of the surveillance camera, they could only see the tops of Hua Xiwenong and Luo Jialan's heads. They couldn't even see their facial expressions clearly, let alone see how they spoke. Yin Shixiang sent this part of the surveillance to the cloud system and shared it with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng opened the surveillance video in his office and watched it frame by frame. He looked very carefully, but just like Yin Shixiang, he didn't find anything. However, it could be seen that Luo Jialan and Old Master Hua had a very cautious conversation in the middle of the night. Their body language showed that they were very alert and nervous, but as for what they were talking about, only the two of them probably knew. Hua Xiaoheng turned off the surveillance camera and fell into deep thought until his phone rang and interrupted his thoughts. He looked at his phone. It was a call from Old Master Xie. After connecting the Bluetooth headset, Hua Xiaoheng stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked to the window and greeted with a smile. "Granduncle is awake? How was your rest last night?" Xie Xinxing's hearty laughter came from the Bluetooth headset. "Ha, not bad. By the way, the breakfast at your house is average. Your father has already left. He said that he's going to the grassroots level to inspect the work. Your grandfather is in the hospital, and little Nianji is the only one at home with me. I wanted to ask you something. I'm going to take little Nianji to my villa in the West Mountains to get her bearings. What do you think?" "Sure. With granduncle taking care of Nianji, of course I'm relieved." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. "If Nianji has time, you can take her to learn the way." This meant that they would have to keep in touch in the future. Xie Xinxing nodded happily and said, "If you're free today, come over to my place for a meal. Also, I have something to tell you. Yesterday, your grandfather suddenly fell ill. Did you find out what you wanted to know?" Hua Xiaoheng remembered Luo Jialan's phone call he had overheard and said, "I was just about to ask my uncle for a favor, or my cousin. If it's convenient for you, that would be even better." "What's so serious?" Xie Xinxing was interested. "Tell me about it." Hua Xiaoheng told him about the trust fund and asked, "If you want to change the beneficiary of the trust fund, how long will it take?" "Oh, I don't know much about that. Call your uncle and ask him to find a professional to explain it to you." As he spoke, Xie Xinxing had already asked his subordinate to call his son, Xie Beichun. He said to him, "Beichun, Xiaoheng has some questions to ask your fund expert. Can you help him find someone to ask right away?" Xie Beichun immediately said, "No problem. I have a fund expert with me. If you have anything to say, you can ask him right away." As he spoke, he turned on the video call. Xie Xinxing wanted to pull Hua Xiaoheng in again, but Hua Xiaoheng declined politely. "It's not convenient for me to make a video call. I just need to hear what you guys are talking about." "Okay, I'll share the audio with you." Xie Xinxing didn't insist and turned on the audio for Hua Xiaoheng. In less than 5 minutes, they formed a remote video conference group to communicate. Gu Nianji's smiling face also appeared in the video. She smiled and greeted everyone. "Hi. Hello, I'm serious, Gu Nianji. Uncle Beichun, can you hear me?" In the video, Xie Beichun, who was in his 40s, was mature and steady. He chuckled. "I can hear you. Little Nianji has already called me uncle, so I can't run away with a greeting gift." He then asked for Gu Nianji's phone number and added her on WeChat. Then, with a light tap of his finger, a red packet of 190,000 euros appeared on their chat page. "This is a late 19th birthday present for little Nianji." Xie Beichun deliberately teased Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I want to criticize you. I introduced you to so many girlfriends in the past, but you said you didn't want them. Now, you found a little girl. You're slapping me in the face." Gu Nianji happily opened the red packet and counted the 4 zeros after 19 happily. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't mind, Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Uncle, you must be joking. Let's talk business today. We'll have a long talk when you return to the country." "Okay." Xie Beichun was also a busy person. After a few jokes, he asked the fund expert to answer the question. Hua Xiaoheng asked, "May I ask how long it will take for the trust fund to change the beneficiary?" The expert quickly said, "That's very simple. If all the conditions are in line with the regulations, it will take effect as long as the information is archived. That means that as long as you fax the necessary authorization change and the new beneficiary's identity documents, you can change the beneficiary in the system." Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. "Yes, that's the theory." The expert nodded and said politely, "Trust funds, especially irrevocable trust funds, are protected by very strict legal provisions. As long as everything the other party does is within the scope of the law, We have no reason to stop the other party's decision. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. What if we need to stop them? He couldn't let Luo Jialan make any changes to the trust fund under Hua Guanyuan's name before he figured out what was going on with Hua Guanyuan's will. Need to stop them? The expert was confused. May I ask if you can explain things more clearly? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully. He really didn't have a particularly legal reason to stop Luo Jialan from changing the beneficiary of the fund. Firstly, he didn't have Hua Guanyuan's will in his hands. Secondly, Luo Jialan had already inherited Hua Guanyuan's fund from her mother. She was already the owner of the trust fund and had complete control over it. What could he do to stop Luo Jialan from exercising her ownership? Hua Xiaoheng fell into deep thought again. Xie Xinxing saw that he was silent, so he said to Xie Beichun, Xiaoheng is talking about the fund we checked a while ago. It's your aunt's inheritance. It was given to your eldest cousin, Hua Guanyuan, and later inherited by your eldest cousin's daughter, Hua Jialan. Oh, it's this fund. I have an impression of it. Xie Beichun nodded. When Xiaoheng asked me to check, I found out that this fund had been transferred to a certain bank account in Germany, and it was a large sum of money. When Gun Yinji heard the words, a certain bank account in Germany, she suddenly looked up and asked blankly, what German bank account? Weren't we talking about Uncle Hua's trust fund? What does it have to do with a German bank account? Xie Beichun explained to her, we tracked down the flow of funds in this trust fund for the past 2 years and found that sometime last year it was transferred to a bank account in Germany, which was the bank account of the German murderer, Seth's stepfather. Here, Ninji, I remember you were the defense lawyer in that case. The case was very exciting. Gun Yinji. She quickly switched to the text message page with Hua Xiaoheng and texted him, what the hell is going on? The trust fund that Luo Jialan inherited has something to do with the incident in Germany. Did she also have a part in hunting me down? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Wasn't Gun Yinji too smart? Just the phrase, a certain bank account in Germany, immediately reminded her of what had happened in Germany. This also meant that the trauma that incident had caused her had yet to recover. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he just replied indifferently, we're still investigating it. Gun Yinji's hand was trembling as she held her phone. She didn't know how she had offended Luo Jialan. If it was just for Hua Xiaoheng, did she think that Hua Xiaoheng would marry her if she died? Not only was she out of her mind, but her entire body was covered in water. Luo Jialan was basically a jellyfish. Gun Yinji took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down. Hua Xiaoheng was still asking the expert, is there really no way to stop it? Unless you can produce concrete evidence to prove that what she did was illegal, the trustee of the fund really has no reason to stop her from changing the beneficiary of the fund, the expert answered firmly. Gun Yinji listened for a long time and finally understood. It turned out that Luo Jialan wanted to change the beneficiary of Hua Guanyuan's trust fund, but Hua Xiaoheng thought that the ownership of the trust fund was questionable. He didn't want her to change it now, so he asked to stop it. However, the fund expert said that as long as it was legal, they had no right to stop it. Everyone had their reasons, but Gun Yinji was unconditionally on Hua Xiaoheng's side, so she had to think for Hua Xiaoheng's sake. Gun Yinji lowered her head and pondered for a while. She quickly found a breakthrough point and asked calmly, Mr. Expert, are you saying that as long as it's legal, we can't stop her from doing anything to the fund? Yes, that's what the legal provisions of the irrevocable trust fund say. Okay then. Gun Yinji looked up at the camera on Xie Xinxing's phone and quickly said, we request that the entire trust fund be frozen. You can't withdraw any proceeds, transfer any funds, or change any beneficiaries. Before the freeze is lifted, no one can do anything to this fund, including the owner of the fund, Luo Jialan. Huh. The fund expert's eyes widened like goldfish. What did you say? I've been explaining it for so long, but you still don't understand? There was no legal issue, so they couldn't stop Luo Jialan from doing anything. I understand, Gun Yinji continued. I'll immediately apply to the Swiss court for a freeze. The reason is that we suspect that the owner of this fund, Luo Jialan, is working with German criminals to launder money. The evidence is the large fund transfer that Uncle Bachin found, because only the accusation of money laundering could achieve the effect of freezing it immediately. No other accusation was as swift and powerful as this one. The fund expert was so shocked by Gunyinji's words that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, he gave her a thumbs up and praised her. "That's amazing. You can even think of this. But aren't you only 19 years old? You know the law, too. Are you really a lawyer?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1314, She Has a Share Too. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was still the third update. At around 1 p.m., the monthly votes were increased to 2,400. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 1325. Gunyinji smiled and said, "You're exaggerating. I'm not that impressive. I just want to stall for time as quickly and as cheaply as possible." Although she knew very well that Luo Jialan's money was most likely funding a contract murder, if this accusation was used, she would need to provide other evidence to the court and wait for the court to review it before deciding whether to freeze it. That would be too slow. Only the accusation of money laundering could immediately freeze the other party's funds as long as they provided proof of a suspicious fund transfer. They could slowly investigate, but the money could not be used for the time being. The fund expert rubbed his hands excitedly. "Okay, that's a good reason. Legal and proper. When are you going to apply to the Swiss court? I guarantee that as soon as you submit the application, I'll get the fund custodian to freeze all the principal and income." Gunyinji checked online and said, "Wait a minute. It's early in the morning in Switzerland. No one will accept my application even if I want to." The fund expert nodded repeatedly. "It's okay. Send us a message when your application is ready. We'll send someone to wait here 24 hours a day. We promise we won't delay your matters." Because two of the CF family's most powerful figures were present, the fund expert was especially efficient. Gunyinji agreed and said, "Then I'll go prepare the application to the Swiss court. I'll take my leave first. Uncle, bye-bye." "Uncle, I can't accompany you to the West Mountain Villa." Xie Xinxing smiled and said, It's fine. I'll stay here with you. Go ahead and do your work. We'll go together after you're done." He had made up his mind to spend more time with Gunyinji. Xie Beichun was full of praise on the other end of the video call. "Little Nyinji, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Come to our place. Don't mess around with Xiaoheng. Come to Uncle's place. You can choose any handsome man you like. It's different every day." Xiaoheng curled his lips and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm here." "Oh, are you jealous? It's a rare sight, haha." Xie Beichun laughed happily and bid farewell to everyone. After the video call ended, Xie Xinxing continued to talk to Xiaoheng on his phone. "Xiaoheng, little Nyinji is such a treasure. You're so lucky." Xie Xinxing clicked his tongue. "If you hadn't made the first move, I would have abducted her to Europe to be my proper granddaughter-in-law." "Your granddaughter-in-law?" Xiaoheng was speechless. "Wake up. You already have several great-grandchildren. Do you still need a granddaughter-in-law? Our Nyinji won't marry a second marriage man." Xie Xinxing thought about it and realized that it was true. Among his grandchildren, the ones who were of the right age were all taken. The few who weren't were not even 10 years old yet. There were distant relatives of the right age, but Xie Xinxing couldn't bear to let such a good girl like Gunyinji marry a distant relative of the Xie family. If that was the case, Xiaoheng would be better off. After all, he was his sister's grandson. All right. I know you treasure your little fiancé." Xie Xinxing touched his head. "I'm going to watch TV. I haven't been back in China for a long time. I still need to familiarize myself with the country." Gunyinji returned to Xiaoheng's suite and immediately turned on her computer. She used her phone to send a message to Xie Beichun and asked them to fax the evidence of the fund transfer to her. She downloaded the procedure for submitting the complaint from the Swiss court's website, then began to fill out the form, write the complaint, and list the evidence. For a law student, this was all paperwork. As long as one had a certain level of legal literacy, care, and patience, it would be fine. However, to be on the safe side, Gunyinji still made a very detailed document package for the complaint. From the cover letter to the listing of the evidence, everything was done in an orderly manner. She spent the entire morning and finally managed to fax her complaint to the Swiss court when it was just starting to work. For the time being, the Swiss court could not accept the complaint in electronic form. It had to be written in paper form. In addition to letters, faxes also had legal effect. Her pleadings were detailed and well organized. It didn't take long for the clerk of the other party's court to sort out the records and submit them to the judge. Because it was an urgent complaint related to money laundering, the judge also accepted it as soon as possible. After carefully reading the complaint and evidence submitted by Gunyinji, the judge quickly agreed to file the case and issued a legally binding freezing order to the trust fund. Thus, it only took 2 hours for Gunyinji to send the fax to the court to issue a freezing order to the trust fund in Switzerland. The fund expert who was guarding the fund custodian office didn't expect to receive an email from Gunyinji, but a direct freezing order from a court. This meant that not only had Gunyinji's complaint been accepted immediately, but it had also been approved immediately. This was a qualitative leap for the Swiss court, which was inefficient and often waited for several years for a case. The senior manager of the fund custodian office looked at the freezing order and was flabbergasted. He asked the fund expert, "What the hell is going on?" Yesterday, the owner of the fund, Ms. Hua, asked to change the beneficiary as soon as possible. Why was it frozen today? I'm afraid it was frozen because she wanted to change the beneficiary, the fund expert said with a smile and showed the court freezing order to the man. This is the court's order. You have to execute it immediately. That's no problem. With the court order, what are we afraid of? The man said with a cheeky smile. She can't redeem it even if it's frozen. Huh. In the afternoon, Luo Jialan felt her eyelids twitch for no reason. She rubbed her eyes and walked to Hua Xiwenong's ward. She said softly, "How's it going on your side? Are the identity documents ready? They'll come to see me soon. I'll ask them to give you a copy of their identity cards." Hua Xiwenong also whispered, "Just wait for a day. There's no hurry, right?" Luo Jialan nodded and tried to turn her back to the surveillance camera in the ward. "I'll make a call and ask." She dialed the number of the fund custodian office and asked, "I'm almost done with the procedures. Are you guys ready?" The fund manager on the other side actually changed his expression and said to her seriously, "What procedures? What do we need to prepare?" "I'm Luo Jialan, no, Hua Jialan, the owner of the trust fund. I asked to change the beneficiary of the fund. Have you forgotten? I just called you yesterday." Luo Jialan's voice grew louder. He was really too unreliable. What he said yesterday, he had already forgotten today. The man sneered and said in a drawn-out voice, "Oh, that matter. It's like this. We just received a freezing order from the Swiss court. You're suspected of money laundering, and your trust fund has been temporarily frozen." Luo Jialan's entire body trembled. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. What did you say?" Her voice suddenly rose, shrill and trembling. She trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. Wherever her voice passed, there was only desolation. This was today's second update. Chapter 13:15. Opportunities are only for those who are prepared. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets were delivered at 2,400 plus updates. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 13:26. I said, because someone accused you of money laundering, the Swiss court froze your trust fund. The person on the other end of the phone shrugged and said regretfully, "So we can't do anything to your trust fund for the time being. You can't change the beneficiary or withdraw the proceeds. So from now on, until the court's freeze order is lifted, we won't transfer your proceeds to your bank account." Luo Jialan's pupils constricted. "I can't withdraw the proceeds either. Isn't it illegal for you not to transfer the money to me? What are the terms of the trust fund?" You have to transfer a certain percentage of the proceeds to me every month. Yes, that's right, but this clause can't conflict with the court's order. When the court issues an order, we must give priority to satisfying the court's requirements. This is also one of the terms of the trust fund. Luo Jialon clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes. There were so many words in those terms, and she wasn't confident that she had read them. There was actually such a trap waiting for her. I haven't laundered money. Don't slander me. Luo Jialon gritted her teeth. I want to find a lawyer. Who is framing me? No comment on that. You can contact the court. Of course you have to find a lawyer. Otherwise, are you going to respond to the lawsuit yourself? The trust fund's custodian manager said politely, Okay, I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. If you need anything, email me. After saying that, he hung up without hesitation. Ever since Luo Jialon inherited the trust fund, this was the first time she had been treated so rudely by the custodian there. While she was angry, she also felt a trace of panic. What was going on? Why did they suddenly accuse her of laundering money? She could swear to God that she had never laundered money. In a moment of desperation, Luo Jialon dialed Kai Xingnan's number. Lawyer Kai, there's something you have to help me with. Hurry up. I can't wait. Luo Jialon said in a panic. Can you contact the Swiss court right away? Wait, what happened to you? Why are you contacting the Swiss court? Kai Xingnan's expression was also very ugly. I just received a subpoena from the imperial court. Song Jinning's lawsuit against you for intentional homicide has been filed by the court. What? Luo Jialon's voice rose again, trembling intermittently, like the yellow leaves on the ground being swept up by a whirlwind and shattered into pieces. This was simply like a leaky roof met with continuous rain, a ship late, and then met with the first wind. Blessings never come in pairs, but misfortunes never come singly. Luo Jialon was anxious. Didn't you say that they didn't have evidence, that the prosecutor wouldn't accept it, and that the court wouldn't file a case? What was going on? Did they use the Hua family's power to force the court to file a case against me? Kai Xingnan looked at the subpoena with a gloomy expression and nodded. I guess they used their power for personal gain and obstructed justice. Despicable. How could they do this? Luo Jialon waved her fist fiercely. I won't let them succeed. Don't worry, I've already contacted the media. The Hua family will have to bear the consequences. Kai Xingnan smiled. Gun Yinji, let's see how much longer you can be so arrogant. Kai Xingnan's aunt, Kai Songyin, was originally a big shot in the media world and had the title of Queen of the Media. Unfortunately, because of her uncle-in-law, Tan Dongbang's connections, the court convicted her of election bribery and manipulation of the general election. The assets of the companies that participated in election bribery and manipulation of the general election were confiscated. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison, suspended for a year, and forced to retire. Kai Songyin was now living in seclusion at home and was under surveillance. However, although she couldn't appear in person, she could still use the connections and resources she had accumulated over the years. Kai Xingnan said, I'll contact the media right away. When will the domestic case be heard? Luo Jialon rubbed her temples. She was in a bad mood. In 2 weeks. Kai Xingnan chuckled. That's really early. Then put it aside for now. Help me find out what's going on with the Swiss court. How could my trust fund be suspected of money laundering? There's nothing like that. If there is, it's the trusteeship agency who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Kai Xingnan nodded. With one more lawsuit, we have to sign an additional attorney's agreement. I'll sign right away. Hurry up and help me settle the case in Switzerland. Luo Jialon said anxiously, I can't wait a moment longer. They've already frozen my trust fund. The smile on Kai Xingnan's face didn't change. Okay, I'll send you a new attorney's agreement right away. Not long after, Luo Jialon received a new attorney's agreement from Kai Xingnan. It was a case against the Swiss Core Trust Fund. When Luo Jialon saw the advance payment on it, her head buzzed and her vision went black. She immediately called Kai Xingnan again and said angrily, You can explain this case by writing a letter. Why did you receive so much advance payment? The last case related to Song Jining. Kai Shangnan received an advance payment of $1 million from her. This time, it was $5 million. Hee. Miss Luo, I'm afraid you don't know that cases related to the economy are actually charged according to a certain percentage of the value of the subject matter. For example, if your trust fund is 10 million, I'll charge 1 million. If it's 100 million, I'll charge 10 million. If it's 1 billion, I'll charge 100 million for consulting fees. Your trust fund has more than 1 billion euros in capital, right? I'll only charge you an advance payment of $5 million, which is already a friendly price. Kai Xingnan said calmly, not caring about Luo Jialan's impolite tone at all. Luo Jialan was dumbfounded. If she could collect so much money, why didn't she go rob someone? However, at this juncture, she managed to hold back the anger in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "Okay, 5 million it is. I'll transfer it to you right away. Hurry up and settle the Swiss court for me. Explain that I've never laundered money at all. That's a false accusation." Kai Shengnan looked at the freezing order issued by the Swiss court while checking the case filing number. Then, she found the case code related to Luo Jialan. Her face turned green when she saw the lawyer's signature on it. It was Gun Yinji again. Was this woman trying to pick a fight with her? Kai Shengnan skimmed through all the complaints and called Luo Jialan with a cold face. The other party's complaint states that you transferred a large sum of money to a German bank account last year and are suspected of money laundering. Luo Jialan became even more flustered. What? What transfer? Why don't I remember? Her teeth were chattering, and her mind was filled with the thought, how is that possible? How is that possible? How do they know? Why would they look into something that happened almost a year ago? Didn't they say that users had a right to privacy? How could others know about her fund account movements? Luo Jialan angrily punched the wall of the ward. That trust fund custodian really tricked me. They even told others about this kind of thing. I'm going to sue them. Kai Shangnan calmly corrected her. This isn't a trust fund scamming you. But according to the European Union's anti-money laundering law, such a large cross-border transfer of funds must be reported to the bank regulator. The other party claimed that they found the information from the bank regulator and had nothing to do with your trust fund custodian. Then what should I do? Luo Jialan withered and leaned against the wall weakly. She couldn't even stand steadily. What should I do? Just explain to the court what that transfer was for, Kai Shengnan said casually. She didn't think it was a big deal. There were a lot of rich people who transferred money across borders. It was just a routine questioning by the court. They all liked to use money laundering to bluff, but most of them were false alarms. What? What was it for? Do I have to say it? Isn't this my personal privacy? Luo Jialan stammered. She couldn't say that it was to fund someone to get rid of Gun Yinji, could she? Wouldn't that mean that she had hired someone to kill her? This was a more serious crime than money laundering. What should she do? This was giving her a choice. Did she want money or her life? Who was so crafty? Who hated her so much? From this angle, no matter how she responded, there would be a huge pit waiting for her to jump into. Did they want her to die? This was today's third update, Chapter 1316, Money or Life. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dears. Wax. Chapter 1327. Who was it? Who sued me? Luo Jialan asked in a cold voice. She wanted to see who had eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to want to put her to death. She, Luo Jialan, wasn't to be trifled with. Luo Jialan was venting her anger when she heard Kai Shengnan say with a hint of hatred, "Who else could it be? My sworn enemy, Gun Yinji. I knew she didn't like me and wanted to snatch everything from me. The chief legal advisor of the Senate, a big client like you, Miss Luo. In short, she had to interfere no matter what I did." Luo Jialan's heart trembled when she heard Gun Yinji's name. It's really her? Yes, her name was signed on the court file. It seems that she's very upset that you wanted to fake marry Major General Hua. She's targeting you, Kai Shangnan said with a smile on her face. Her chin was slightly raised, and she looked quite pleased with herself. Luo Jialan was silent for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "How much does she hate me? She wants to sue me at home, and she wants to sue me abroad. What kind of grudge do I have with her? Forget it. You want to steal her man, so why would she give you any face? Isn't it normal to sue you?" Kai Shengnan smiled easily. "But you don't have to worry. With me as your lawyer, Gun Yinji won't be able to get any benefits. Then can we prove that she's falsely accusing me out of personal spite?" Luo Jialan asked nervously. "Can you explain the dispute between me and her to the Swiss court?" "I'm afraid not," Kai Shengnan said tactfully. "The angle she's looking for is money laundering, not jealousy. So if you say that you and she had a bad relationship because of a man, so she deliberately took revenge on you, I believe you, but the Swiss court won't believe it. Then what should I do?" Luo Jialan became irritated. "This is my money. How can there be money laundering? Here's the thing. These are the basic procedures. Your money exceeds a certain limit, so you need to explain the whole story to the European Union's regulatory bank." Kai Shengnan patiently explained to her, for example, if you're borrowing money from someone, giving it as a gift, or using it for consumption. In short, just tell me the proper origin and purpose of the money. "I could be done this way." Luo Jialan felt relieved and quickly said, It's a gift to someone. Yes, you have to make it clear what the relationship between the person receiving the gift and you is. Is he a relative or a friend?" Kai Shengnan began to fill in the form for Luo Jialan as she spoke on the phone. This questionnaire was the one that the European Union regulated banks had to answer regarding large financial transfers. "Do they have to be relatives or friends?" Luo Jialan asked carefully. Someone else had asked her to transfer money into that account. To be honest, before that, she had no idea who that account belonged to. If you're not a relative or a friend, then you're the prime suspect. Kai Shengnan stopped typing and stared at the laptop screen for a while. "What's wrong? Can't you even tell me the truth?" "I'm telling the truth," Luo Jialan retorted subconsciously. "A friend of mine actually asked me to transfer the money. I don't know who that account belongs to." "You don't know who the account belongs to, yet you transferred such a large sum of money?" Kai Shengnan sneered. "It doesn't matter if you treat me like a fool, but the judges of the Swiss court and the European Union's banking regulators aren't to be trifled with. That sum of money was not a small sum. 5 million euros was first deposited into the bank account of Seth's stepfather, York, and later transferred by York to another bank account. That account was later proven to be controlled by Seth, the murderer who tortured and killed Li Haiqing. While Seth was on the run, he had been withdrawing cash from that bank account." Kai Shengnan flipped through the information about Seth and his stepfather, York, and shook her head. "Who exactly is your friend? Did he trick you like that? Do you know who the bank account he asked you to transfer money to belongs to?" "Seth and his stepfather, York." Luo Jialan bit her lip and said stubbornly, "I don't know them. Who are these two people?" "It's the case in Germany that caused a sensation on the entire blue planet last year. The case of the Huaxia Empire female exchange student being tortured and murdered." Kai Shengnan scoffed. "I don't believe you don't know. Gun Yinji was also the plaintiff's lawyer in that case. She helped the dead Huaxia Empire female exchange student in the lawsuit. Not only did she win, but she also claimed a huge sum of money from the police station in Roslau, Germany." Luo Jialan's face turned pale as she muttered, "I really don't know. I'm not interested in foreign news." "All right. It's okay if you don't know anything about this case." Kai Shengnan saw that Luo Jialan refused to admit it, so she didn't pursue the matter. She continued, "Then tell me your friend's name and ID number. I'll fill it in on the form as a favor for your friend. But for this, your friend needs to admit it." Luo Jialan's face turned even paler. She whispered, "But she's already dead." "Dead?" Kai Shengnan's hand paused. She looked up at the computer screen and asked nervously, "How did she die?" "I'm not sure either. I think she met pirates when she was traveling abroad and died in the Caribbean Sea. Her name is Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan's voice became softer and softer. What should we do? Do you need any more evidence? Dead. Kai Shengnan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, It's better if she's dead. Yes, I'll write her on it. Hey, Luo Jialan had a bad feeling about this. She didn't want Yamaguchi Aiko's name to appear on any documents related to her. However, Kai Shengnan was stubborn. She even said, All right then, if you don't bring Yamaguchi Aiko out, then you'll have to carry it yourself. I'll be honest with you, because Seth is a convicted murderer, and he was killed while he was on a run. If you can't get rid of this relationship, then it won't be as simple as money laundering. You might even be charged with complicity in murder. Luo Jialan covered her forehead with her hand and let out a long sigh. Murder again. Was she involved in murder? But honestly, she really didn't want to kill anyone. She was forced to do it. Kai Shengnan hung up the phone and began to help Luo Jialan draft a response to the Swiss court. Luo Jialan held her phone and looked up in a daze. Her gaze fell on Hua Xiwenong, who was sitting on the hospital bed without saying a word. He stared at Luo Jialan with an unfathomable look in his eyes. Luo Jialan didn't have the time to figure out what Hua Xiwenong meant. She was so anxious in Hua Xiwenong's VIP ward that she was like an ant on a hot pan. Her face was pale, and she seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Hua Xiwenong looked at her hysterical expression coldly and asked, What's wrong? What happened? Is there a problem with the trust fund? Luo Jialan couldn't hide it anymore. She turned to look at Hua Xiwenong and said with a bitter face, My trust fund has been frozen. I can't transfer any funds for the time being. I can't withdraw any proceeds, and I can't change any beneficiaries. What? Hua Xiwenong sat up straight. His eyes were about to pop out. Frozen? Who did it? What reason? Luo Jialan gritted her teeth and told him about Gun Yinji. It was Gun Yinji. She probably didn't want us to change the beneficiaries of the trust fund. Major General Hua asked you for my father's will yesterday. I highly suspect that they got news about the will from some source. So it's better to strike first. Hua Xiwenong was furious when he heard that it was Gun Yinji. He pounded the hospital bed and said, Call me. I want to call that little b asterisk TCH Gun Yinji. What does it have to do with her mother that I'm dealing with the Hua family's assets? You called me. Call her to the ward. I want to ask her in person what she's up to. Hua Xiwenong's words were exactly what Luo Jialan wanted. She immediately used the ward phone and dialed Gun Yinji's cell phone several times before handing it to Hua Xiwenong. Gun Yinji happened to be in Xie Xinxing's car at the same time. After she was done suing Luo Jialan for money laundering in the Swiss court, Xie Xinxing said he would take her to his villa in the West Hills to get to know the way. Gun Yinji also wanted to go out for a walk, so she agreed. Before she left the 4th Ring Road, she received a call from an unknown number. Gun Yinji didn't want to pick up at first, but the other party persistently dialed. She checked the phone number, and it seemed to belong to the Imperial Military General Hospital. She remembered that grandfather Hua had been sent to the Imperial Military General Hospital yesterday. She was worried that something had happened to grandfather Hua, and it wasn't convenient for Hua Guanxin and Hua Xiaoheng to answer the phone. So she still picked up? She picked up the phone and just said, Hello, may I ask? Grandfather Hua's voice came from the phone. It was a little deliberate and a little forced, but it was still polite. Yinji? Hua Xiwenong's voice was still a little weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Gun Yinji's heart tightened, and she quickly said, It's me. Grandfather Hua, how are you? Is there anything I can help you with? There's something. Can you come to my ward? Hua Xiwenong said as kindly as possible. There's something that has to do with Xiaoheng. I want to ask you in person. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief when she knew that Hua Xiwenong was fine. If there was nothing else, she didn't want to have any contact with Hua Xiwenong. What's the matter? Can't you say it over the phone? Gun Yinji asked tactfully. I'm in my granduncle's car. I'm going to my granduncle's house as a guest. She had no choice but to use Xie Xinxing as a shield. Xie Xinxing looked at her with a smile and patted the back of her hand. He wasn't unhappy. Instead, he looked very approving. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiwenong was very afraid of Xie Xinxing. But it didn't work this time. Hua Xiwenong was still very insistent. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. Also, your granduncle won't be going back right away. You could go visit him tomorrow, right? I'm different. I might not be able to breathe after a while and go just like that. Hey, don't say that. I'll go right away, right away. Gu Nianji had no choice. The old man had even brought up his own life and death. So what reason did she have to refuse? Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, she had to go. Of course, the Imperial Military General Hospital was still a very safe place. Gu Nianji hung up the phone and said to Xie Xinxing apologetically, "Granduncle, grandfather will want me to go to his ward now. He said he has something to tell me in person. Okay, it's fine. I'll go with you." Xie Xinxing didn't care. He immediately asked the driver in front to turn around and drive towards the Imperial Military General Hospital. Gu Nianji thought about it and tried to call Hua Xiaoheng. The call went through on one try. "Nianji, what's wrong? Have you arrived at my granduncle's house?" Hua Xiaoheng was organizing his documents at his desk as he spoke to her through his Bluetooth headset. Gu Nianji blinked and said, "So you're free. Grandfather will call me just now and asked me to go to his ward immediately. He said he had something to tell me about you. I'm going to the Imperial Military General Hospital with my granduncle now." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. "Something about me? What about me?" "How would I know? You'll know when you get there." Gu Nianji relaxed. "Maybe it's something embarrassing about your childhood, Mr. Hua." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. "You're thinking too much, Mrs. Hua. Wait, I'll go too. Let's meet at the entrance of the Imperial Military General Hospital. This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 1317. Strike first and gain the upper hand. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's still the third watch today. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly votes will be added at 2,700 in advance. I don't think it's 2,700 yet, but it's not far from it. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball and Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you to Sing for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah! You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.